Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 3SM Chapter 86 Lord I Am. GGGGG. Marine has suffered heavy losses now. Moonlight Moria smiled while watching the live broadcast. He didn't care how powerful Xihen was. He was very happy when he saw Marine deflated, and he wasn't worried either. Xihen will find him, after all, he has never offended him. But how did he know that in a short while, his subordinate Absalom would bring him catastrophe? Has that boy become so powerful now? How long has it been? Hawkeye frowned as he watched the live broadcast. This was simply not the growth rate of a normal person. A month? It seems like less than. Hurry up and stop this battle. If the fight continues like this, the world will be in chaos. Shanks' ship is heading towards the Sabaody Islands at full speed, but judging from his current speed, the battle will be over by the time he arrives. Kula la la la, it seems there are benefits to living longer. I didn't expect to see such a scene. Whitebeard laughed after taking a sip of wine. Dad, what will happen after this battle? Marco said worriedly while watching the live broadcast. What happened? I'm afraid the world is about to change. Whitebeard looked at Marco and said. Speaking of which, I don't know what's going on with Ace. Based on the itinerary, Ace should happen to be in the Sabaody Islands, right? Josie thought of Ace at this time. How did he know that Ace was also fighting Blackbeard at this time and did not see the live broadcast at all? What a powerful kid. Kaido looked at Xihen in the screen, and then looked at the wanted notice for the kid who robbed his ship that Doflamingo sent a few days ago, and immediately crumpled into a ball. What if you send someone there, wouldn't you just risk death? Mama. What a wonderful man. It would be great if you could marry me. A fat and huge woman on Cake Island smiled. Xihen, who was located in the Sabaody Islands, suddenly shuddered all over. Hiss. What a strange feeling it is, it seems like someone is watching. UB **************** D. The Warring States period also turned into a Buddha at this time, and a shockwave hit Xihen. Xihen opened his mouth directly, used ultrasound, and collided with the shockwave. In the end, the shockwave was slightly better, and boom it fell on Xihen's body, but Xihen was still unscathed. Seeing this, Kizaru and Aokiji also launched attacks from both sides. Ice spears and several rays of light came from the left and right sides of Xihen. Xihen erected 2 tree walls to block their attacks, and then the 2 tree trunks appeared under their feet. Although the 2 tried their best to avoid them and even transformed into elements in advance, Xihen still caught the flaw and directly captured their bodies. Damn it. An ice blade appeared in Aokiji's hand. It was attached with armed haki and then continued to cut down the tree trunk. However, the trunk was also attached with armed haki. Their haki was naturally impossible to be Yuhen's opponent, so the trunk could not be chopped down at all. Advertisement Xihen also kicked the giant Buddha Warring States a long way away, just like a ball that had to travel a long distance. Tree strangulation. Xihen then stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, and the tree trunk binding Kizaru and Aokiji immediately tightened, almost strangling them to death. Boom. At this moment, a powerful force of armed domination struck, and the tree trunk binding the 2 people was immediately interrupted. Xihen was also shocked, and when he looked up, it turned out to be Garp. This old man who can almost reach the max of armed domineering by relying on his own physical strength is indeed amazing. Garp Senpai. Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Garp. This guy is really scary. Sakazuki is already dead. Kizaru also came to Garp and said, and the 3 of them also looked at Akainu at the side. What are you looking at? Xihen struck Akainu with a bolt of lightning from his palm, instantly electrocuting Akainu into ashes on the ground. The 3 of them were speechless. They also mourned for Akainu in their hearts. They didn't expect that one glance from the 3 of them would cause his body to disappear. That man is the hero Garp. Yes, what the 2 generals couldn't cut was broken by the hero Garp's punch. He is indeed a hero Garp. But, will Garp be Shenyan Xihen's opponent? Yes, if this kind of person continues to live, I'm afraid the whole world will be in chaos. I hope to kill Shinigami Yun Xihen soon. Advertisement. After seeing Xihen's various actions, the people's excitement at the beginning turned into worry now. If Xihen survives today, what will the world look like? Lord I Am. Sabaody Islands. At this time, the 5 elders were kneeling in front of a throne, not daring to raise their heads, and said to the person on the throne. I don't know if the person on the throne is a man or a woman. Erase it. I Am pointed at the Sabaody Islands with his fingertips. The 5 elders also looked at each other, but, Lord I Am, the 3 generals and the Marine Fleet Admiral are still on that island. Just rearrange the people. I Am looked at the 5 elders and heard the voice this time. It was a woman. Immediately, I Am looked at the live broadcast on the side, where Garp and Xihen were fighting. After the last battle, I already know your fighting style. Garp punched Xihen and shouted to Xihen. Really? Xihen also smiled slightly, and then directly boxed with Garp. There was a bang, a burst of air, and the 2 fists collided. Then, Garp's arm was visibly beaten into mud. What? Garp's eyes widened and he hurriedly backed away. Even though his right arm was badly beaten, he didn't utter a cry. You don't really think you can fight with me, do you? Xihen looked at Garp and said. At this moment, there was an explosion sound behind him, and a shockwave hit from a distance. It was Warring States. Xihen casually swung a slash behind him, and the shockwave was cut off directly and turned into air. This slash was still thinking about warring states. When Zhongguo saw this, he hurriedly avoided it, but no matter how he dodged, that slash it was like it had eyes and struck him in the chest. That's because he is now in the form of a giant Buddha. He is so big that he is a living target. Warring states covered the hideous scar on his chest, and then transformed back into an ordinary human form. The bloody wound on his chest looked even more terrifying. Just when Xihen was about to fully understand this battle, something strange suddenly appeared in the sky. A black unknown object appeared in the sky. At the same time, countless lasers began to condense into a huge sphere. Judging from the area, it seemed to be larger than the entire Sabaody Islands. All big. Chapter 87 God breaks through the sky, revealing the traces of the setting sun. What is that? Look. What is that ball? There seems to be something in the clouds. The residents of the Sabaody Islands also noticed the abnormality in the sky for the first time and looked up one after another. Kakashi's live phone bug was also aimed at the sky. Xihen looked at the thing in the sky, and vaguely seemed to remember that seemed to have used this to destroy some kingdom. It was because Sabo was hiding there. It seems that now she is going to use this thing to destroy some kingdom. Deal with yourself. In contrast, the entire island's residents were buried with them, including the generals, lieutenant generals and fleet admiral in front of them. What is that? Aokiji and the others also looked up. Only Garp and Sengoku looked obviously bad. They were worse than being injured and disabled by Xihen. They knew what it was. Even Xihen couldn't resist this power. This is what they think, which means they still underestimate Xihen. Everyone, this is ancient weapon, Uranus. Next, this huge ball will destroy this island. The people of the entire Sabaody Islands will be buried as burial objects. The name of the person who did this is He is the manipulator behind the world government. Xihen walked directly to the live phone and said, Nani. Sengoku and Garp were both shocked. How could this guy know this? Nani. The entire Sabaody archipelago burst out with such a question in unison. Was also shocked when he heard this. How could he know his existence? Everyone in the Sabaody Islands, don't panic, I will save you. Xihen finally said to the phone bug, then spread his wings and flew towards the ball. Is there such a person? The 4 emperors of New World all had this idea at this time. They may know Joey Boy, but they don't know What does that kid want to do? Garp said as he looked at Xihen who was facing the giant ball. Maybe you want to break him. Sengoku also covered the injury on his chest and walked to the side of Garp and others. Advertisement. The live phone bug also targeted Xihen. Xihen's body was wrapped by a layer of trees, gradually forming a huge Senju Guanyin. Boom. Several thunderbolts fell from the sky, all hitting Xihen's body. Xihen's body also turned light blue, and then his body became even larger, entering the form of a thunder god. The god of thunder sets a giant Buddha. The huge sphere in the sky also condensed at this time and fell towards the Sabaody Islands. Xihen condensed the armed domineering energy on each palm of Senju Guanyin, and then several Senju fists were struck together. Countless fists collided with the giant sphere like raindrops, and the sphere surrounding the entire island was destroyed by Xi at this moment. The marks were beaten to pieces. Until the whole ball turned into pieces, Xihen continued, constantly attacking the pieces in the air, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 50,000. Each attack is 1,000 punches, and 10,000 punches are thrown every second. All the fragments were blown up in the air until they dissipated, like powder, and disappeared when blown by the wind. At the same time, everyone in the world, including the generals, Garp, Sengoku, 4 emperors, Shichibukai, 5 elders, pirates and residents all over the world, marines and revolutionary armies, and kingdoms all over the world, have grown up mouth, eyes widened. This scene is like the arrival of a true god. The whole world fell silent at this moment. The giant sphere in the sky had not yet finished dissipating. Xihen continued to fly towards the clouds and smashed the clouds apart with one punch. The clouds dispersed and something in the sky came into view. It turned out to be a huge flying ship. The ships there are various cannon barrels all around, and it seems that they are condensed into giant spheres. This is Ein's trump card, Uranus. Without saying a word, Xihen smashed Ochaku into the sky. In less than 3 seconds, the entire Uranus disappeared in the air. Xihen also turned into an ordinary human state in the air, only spreading his wings, then glanced coldly at warring states and others, and disappeared into the air. Until long after the sunset disappeared, the live phone bug was still facing the dusk sky. God. Advertisement. Shenpo Yun Tien reveals the traces of the setting sun. Does the Shenpo Yun Tien reveal the traces of the setting sun? Rayleigh looked at the sky and said after a long time. Compared with him, I, the so-called strongest man in the world, am still far behind. The wine in Whitebeard's hand was no longer fragrant, and he sighed after looking at the scene at dusk. How many devil fruits did that guy eat? At the same time, Blackbeard had caught Ace, and happened to see the last scene. Xihen's Sensen fruit, Thunder fruit and Bat fruit. Although Xihen still had many abilities not shown, but these 3 are enough to surprise people. Oh. The Sabaody Islands suddenly burst into cheers, deafening. It was the cheers after the disaster, and it was also the cheers for Xihen. With this cheer, Kakashi also reacted and then faced Lens. The above. Is the report brought to you by me, Hitaki Kakashi? Kakashi said, turned off the live broadcast, and quickly ran away from here, for fear that Sengoku and the others would catch him. Is that kid a ninja? He runs so fast. Garp complained as he looked at Kakashi, who was running away quickly. What do you think that guy did? Sengoku looked at Garp and asked. Both Garp and Sengoku fell into silence, then were startled and looked up at each other. Mary Joa. That's right, Xihen was heading to Mary Joa at this time. The three generals and Garp had no grudges against him, and they were here for the mission. Unlike she took the initiative to cause trouble for him, so Xihen's execution would be given priority. The level is naturally Have you seen it? Xihen is so powerful, it's beyond imagination. With such a man by our side, is there anything else in this world that we would be afraid of? Yes. The sense of security is overwhelming. In Xihen's storage space, the Dragon Killer, the projection room, Hancock and other 5 women also watched the live broadcast. Although Xihen was not worried at first, after seeing Xihen's terrifying strength, he began to worry that Xihen would destroy the entire Sabaody Islands. Unexpectedly, Xihen not only was not destroyed, but also saved the Sabaody Islands. Now that the fight is over, why doesn't the master let us out? Baby 5 said doubtfully. I'm afraid he has another target. Gion thought for a while and said, based on my understanding of Xihen, he must avenge himself, and he is probably on his way to find that Imu now. Chapter 88. Mary Joa is destroyed and the celestial dragons are exterminated. Lord that guy should be coming this way, why don't you hide first? The 5 elders also thought of this possibility and quickly said Am I afraid of him? Although looked shocked just now, at this time she still had to show the calmness of a superior and said to the 5 elders. Lord you have seen that boy's strength. Now is not the time to be harsh. The bald 5 elders couldn't stand it anymore and said Yes, life-saving is the most important thing. The bearded 5 elders also nodded and said. This. Said nothing, but silently walked down from the throne, preparing to find a place to hide. No, isn't this the safest place in the world? There is no way he can find it. Bar. As soon as finished speaking, the roof collapsed. A pair of black wings first came into view, followed by Xihen's plain face, which now looked like a devil in the eyes of the 5 elders. Yi Mu was also shocked. Before Yi Mu could say anything, Xihen appeared behind her, stabbed her heart with a palm, and then crushed it in front of her. What? Im's ability. Xihen. I'm not interested. The 5 elders panicked when they saw this, and quickly stood up from the ground. The 5 elders who were holding the first-generation Ghost Tetsu also pulled out the Ghost Tetsu and pointed it at Xihen, ready to fight at any time. Don't be stupid, do you think you will be my opponent? Xihen pulled out his palm from Yi Mu's body. Yi Mu's body also fell to the ground, and Xihen sat in the so-called void. On the throne, he crossed his legs and looked down at the 5 elders. Thinking of the scene just now, the 5 elders also completely lost the will to fight. They knew that they could not be his opponents without fighting. Starting today, I will take over the world government. You can continue to retain your current status. Do you have any objections? The 5 elders looked at each other in shock after hearing this. Isn't this a joke? How could world government be left in the hands of such a person? But they are indeed no match. If he kills 5 of his own people, the world government will also be his. For him, it is nothing more than a choice of whether to kill himself or not. Advertisement for me and others, it is nothing more than a choice whether to live or not. Of course they want to live. It has been 800 years. For 800 years, the 5 of them have relied on the ability of Im's fruit of life to survive until now. Now that is dead, the ability of the fruit of life has come to an end. The 5 people don't have much time left to live. If they can use this time to find the fruit of life again, they can still survive. The fruit of life, right? Xihen looked at a few people, and suddenly a pure green devil fruit appeared in his hand. The 5 elders' eyes went straight when they saw it. They knew that it was the fruit of life. Those who eat it can gain eternal life, and after awakening the fruit's power, they can impart this power of immortality to others. Can you hear our voices? The bald 5 elders frowned and asked Xihen. The highest state of hegemonic power is not just predicting the future. After Xihen said that, he ate the life fruit in his hand. Now the 5 elders no longer hesitated and knelt in front of Xihen. The first step is to execute all the Tianlong people. Go ahead and do it. Xihen waved his hand and said. The 5 elders didn't say anything more and just retreated. After the 5 elders left, they immediately summoned all CP agencies and a large number of marines, and poured into the Holy Land, Mary Joa. The entire Mary Joa was suddenly in chaos. The once arrogant celestial dragons were running around like lost dogs at this moment. The marines who had once obeyed their words also went against their normal behavior and used all their strength to hunt them down. All slaves in the Holy Land were also freed. At this point, the rule of the celestial dragons comes to an end. After everyone evacuated the Holy Land, Xihen's thunderous move directly destroyed the Holy Land Mary Joa. There were no reporters on Mary Joa. In the end, Xihen himself arranged for someone to publish the news about Mary Joa's destruction. Xihen destroyed Mary Joa and finally posted a picture of Lei Ying. And asked 5 elders to issue a limited wanted order for themselves, and the bounty is unlimited. Advertisement the only one in the world. On the surface, Xihen is still a happy little pirate, but in fact he has become the leader of the world government. However, there will probably be no one who dares to provoke Xihen in the future. The people of the Sabaody Islands spontaneously planted Xihen's flags in every place in the Sabaody Islands, declaring that this was Xihen's territory. After all, if Xihen hadn't saved them, the Sabaody Islands would have been gone. When Xihen released Hancock and the others again, it was already the next day. Xihen swam to Fishman Island and only released Hancock and the others when they reached the shore of Fishman Island. At this time, Fishman Island is still Whitebeard's territory. Fishman Island should be the only place in the world where no one knows Xihen. After all, they are basically disconnected from the above. Only during the World Conference, Neptune will bring 3 people with him. A prince comes up. Wow, this is Fishman Island. After a few people came out, they had a tacit understanding and did not mention what happened in the Sabaody Islands before. They looked at the beach of Fishman Island and exclaimed. Only Reiju was holding Xihen's arm, as if he was more dependent on Xihen. After all, the cause of the matter was that Reiju was bullied by the celestial dragons. As a result, General Marine was killed, Mary Joa was massacred, and even IM was killed by Xihen. It's so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen it, Kara said while looking at the beach, and also spotted the mermaids playing behind the beach. There really are mermaids. Reiju was also shocked when he saw the mermaid. Hiss, Salome's eyes lit up when she saw the mermaid. No, they are not the same species as you. Hancock saw this and said to Salome. Salome is a female snake. When he saw the mermaid, he probably thought that there must be male mermaids here. Xihen naturally saw it too, but although the mermaid was indeed very beautiful, it was a pity that she had no legs. I used to hear stories about mermaids, saying that mermaids can grow legs after they're 18 years old. However, this seems to be different in the world of One Piece. They need to be 30 years old to grow legs. Shirahoshi is only 16 now. 7 years old. No, only 14 or 15 years old. So if Xihen wants to abduct Shirahoshi, the best way is to let Baishin eat the Renren fruit, the common people's form. That's Chopper's fruit. In this case, we have to kill the goose to get the eggs, kill Chopper first, and then take away Chopper's fruit. Chapter 89 Entering Fishman Island. Are you all pirates? One of the fishmen looked at Xihen and others and asked. Yes. Kurla nodded. Hello, my name is Kurla. Kurla ran forward and said hello to the mermaid lady. Hello. But why didn't I see your ship? We have a special way to get in, Kella replied. But you'd better get out of here quickly, another mermaid said to Kella. What's wrong? Kella asked curiously. The other mermaids also looked ugly. Don't move. At this moment, a group of mermaids not far away ran towards Xihen and others, holding weapons in their hands and pointing them at Xihen and the others. Upon seeing this, the mermaids quickly dived into the water. They are soldiers. Xihen took a look and said. During the World Conference held every 4 years, Xihen also saw these soldiers from Fishman Island. I'm afraid they think we are trespassing illegally. Baby 5 has lived in the New World for a long time and has heard about this kind of thing. In addition to the soldiers, there is also a giant mermaid in the air. It has a bubble similar to a swimming ring wrapped around its waist and slowly descends. It has long blue wavy hair, a righteous appearance, a fishtail with a light-colored round Madara point, and a weapon. It is a golden trident, the great prince of Neptune. Humans, don't resist. Shark Xing shouted to Xihen and the others, and the soldiers also surrounded the 6 of Xihen, including Salome. You are so rude to me. Before Xihen said anything, Hancock became unhappy. I am the Empress of 9 Snakes Island, why don't you stand down from these rude people? As soon as the fish people saw Hancock, they were immediately fascinated by Hancock's beauty. The hands holding the weapons became soft, and Sharkstar also blushed. It seemed that Hancock's charm was ineffective wherever he went. Can resist. Advertisement. We were just passing by for sightseeing. Xihen said without realizing they had any malicious intentions. It was just a normal immigration inspection procedure. Hearing this, Sharkstar also started looking for the arrest warrants for Xihen and others. The one he got was the arrest warrant for Shihen's 600 million hours. Shenyan Xihen, 600 million belly. Xihen 500 million belly, 80 million belly. Baby 5,130 million belly. Kara, 50 million belly. The Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock, 80 million? Sharkstar looked at the bounty of these people and was a little scared. With a bounty of 600 million, he is definitely not a simple character. What's more, he still has 500 million people. There is also a Shichibukai. The bounty of 80 million was a bounty from 13 years ago. Little did he know that Xihen made a big fuss on the island yesterday, and the bounty was already immeasurable. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the murlocs on your island, Xihen said to Sharkstar. Although I'm not interested in mermaids, I'm interested in mermaids. Especially your sister, of course, Xihen said. This didn't say it directly. Even so, if you want to go to the island, you still need a guarantor, Shark Xing said to Xihen. He also knew that Xihen occupied the island some time ago and sank 10 ships of the kingdom in an instant. Yes, he was also afraid that Xihen would do this on Fishman Island. Otherwise, I can only ask you to go out, Sharkstar said. Tisk. Xihen couldn't help but gasped. The only fishman he knew was Aaron. He had been beaten to pieces by himself a long time ago. His ashes couldn't be found. Where could he find a guarantor? I will be their guarantor. At this moment, a fishman wearing a taekwondo uniform and long wavy hair walked up not far away. Haku. Kara also looked happy after seeing it. Haku was also the master who taught her Fishman Jujutsu and a member of the Revolutionary Army. Mr. Haku. Sharkstar also said hello to Haku when he saw it. Haku and Jinbei are also good friends, and they have some respect on Fishman Island. In that case, please ask Mr. Haku to follow them throughout the journey. Okay, don't worry, they won't mess around. Haku also nodded and said. Retreat. Sharkstar nodded and then retreated with the soldiers. Haku. Why are you here? Kara came to Haku and asked. Advertisement. The chief knew that you would come to Fishman Island next. He asked me to wait here a long time ago. He originally wanted me to take you back, Haku said. Xihen also raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Sabo failed to bring Kella back, so Dolog arranged for someone to come to Fishman Island in advance to wait and steal Kella away. This guy. But it's okay, this time it's more convenient for me. Dorag asked you to come and take Kella back. Xihen looked at Haku and said. Originally, yes. Haku. But after what happened yesterday, even if I still have the heart, I don't have the courage anymore. During yesterday's battle, Haku already knew about it through other members of the Revolutionary Army. If he dared to steal Kara away from Xihen now, wouldn't he be just seeking death? That's good. Xihen smiled when he heard this. Then let's go for a walk, and you don't want to follow us. I'm afraid if I don't follow you, Prince Shark and the others will come again. Haku said hesitantly, why is this person so ungrateful and thankless for his efforts? As soon as he helped him solve the trouble, he rushed go by yourself. You have to know that you were helping Fishman Island solve its troubles, not helping me. I won't owe anyone anything. Xihen looked at Haku and said, then left with a few people, with murderous intent just now. Haku's words were so frightening that he froze in place. Yes, if he hadn't come, Sharkstar and the others would have become corpses just now. After leaving the shore, several people also entered the interior of Fishman Island. The scenery here is almost not much different from the one above, but the fun of women lies in buying and selling in different places, so this is very suitable for Xihen. The boring partner is very good for a few women. Bought a lot more stuff. But no matter where you are, there will always be some unscrupulous people who will touch people's brows. When a few people were having fun, a few murlocs appeared in front of them, and the other murlocs hid far away when they saw this. But they had a clear goal and came in front of Xihen and others. Hey, human, our boss wants to see you. One of the guys with a long neck that looked like an eel said to Xihen. This was Hody Jones' cadre. Hammond. Your boss? What is it? Xihen raised his head and glanced at him, making him tremble with fear. Chapter 90 The Boss's New Trick. Xihen looked at the fishman in front of him, and he did feel that he looked familiar, but he must have been a walk-on. But Xihen knew the tattoo on his abdomen. It was the new Fishman Pirates, that is, the pirate group led by Hody Jones. If he hadn't taken the initiative to come to Xihen, Xihen would have forgotten about Fishman Island. There is still such a thing. Get out of here. Xihen said to several people, and then he led Hancock and others directly through them, and no one dared to stop him. What a terrifying momentum, Hammond said in relief after Xihen and others walked away. But, how are we going to explain it to the boss now? The fishman next to Hammond said to him. Tell the truth, just say that if he doesn't come, we are no match for him. After Hammond said that, he took his brothers back to Fishman Street. After meeting Hody Jones, he told him all the ins and outs of the matter. That is to say, he only glanced at you and you were scared? Hody Jones glared at Hammond after hearing this, but this look was far inferior to that of Xihen. After Xihen's baptism, Hammond is no longer afraid of Hody Jones's eyes. What a useless guy, I'll tie him up, Tika. Next to Hody Jones, a little man shouted, it was the cadre. Bodhidharma. I'll go. Hody Jones stood up directly, then grabbed a handful of the dangerous drug stuffed it into his mouth, and walked out. Seeing this, all the cadres quickly followed after him. After all, he had eaten this handful. If there are too many, it will be bad if branches grow out of the joint. Meanwhile, Mermaid Cafe. A mermaid with short black hair, cold blue eyes, pale skin, purple nails, wearing a hooded top and holding a pipe is staring at the crystal ball in front of him. In the crystal ball is Xihen's terrifying figure. His eyes, and in front of him were countless corpses of fish and mermaids. Something bad is going to happen. Mrs. Shirley muttered to herself while looking at the crystal ball, her eyes full of fear. Mrs. Shirley is a mermaid with the ability to predict and is also Aaron's sister. She has predicted the arrival of the era of great pirates since she was a child. So far, her prediction ability has a 100% success rate. It's not good, it's not good. After Shirley saw this prophecy, he rushed out of the cafe and shouted on the street, but he happened to bump into Xihen and others. What's wrong? Xihen looked at a very beautiful mermaid who rushed into her arms in a panic, and thought in her heart, today's love luck is good. Advertisement, it's not good. There is. Shirley looked up at Xihen, and was stunned for a moment when she saw Xihen's face, then pushed Xihen away and backed away quickly. What's going on? Hancock and others were also confused. This mermaid is so strange. Isn't it Mrs. Shirley from the Mermaid Cafe? What's going on? Go and have a look. Shirley's actions also attracted the surrounding murlocs, who gathered around him one after another. Mrs. Shirley. What's wrong with you? A fishman helped Shirley up and said. That's him. It's him who massacred Fishman Island. Shirley pointed at Xihen and shouted. Huh? Hearing this, Xihen was stunned for a moment, and then Hancock and others also frowned. Upon hearing this, the fish people also looked at Xihen and others with hostility. You know humans are not good things. Get out of our Fishman Island, humans. Get out. Since Xiarli's predictions never failed, the fish people also had full trust in her and shouted to Xihen and others. Wait a minute. I think you have misunderstood something. Xihen is not that kind of person. Kara shouted to the fish people immediately upon seeing this. If you dare to yell at the master again, be careful and I will kill you. Baby 5 raised the gun directly, which made Curly a little embarrassed. She just said that she was not that kind of person.
Advertisement. You've all taken out your weapons, are you ready to attack us? The Murlocs shouted when they saw this, and many Murlocs took out various weapons from the store, and they were all ready to start a war with Xihen and the others. Baby 5. Xihen stepped forward, suppressed Baby 5's gun, and then looked at the mermaids. I think you have indeed misunderstood. We are just passing by, and I don't want to cause trouble. It seems that this mermaid lady it should be the ability to predict, right? If so, I hope you can take a closer look at why I massacred Mermaid Island and which mermaids I killed. Xiarli looked at Xihen and suddenly thought of something. I remembered, Xihen, you are the one who killed my brother. Xiarli pointed at Xihen and shouted. Your brother? Who is he? Xihen was also a little confused when he heard this. Aaron. Oh, it's because we met on a narrow road. Xihen originally planned to kidnap Xiarli away. Xiarli must have been old enough to grow legs soon. Now, with this kind of relationship here, then it would be difficult to deal with it. The only option is to tie her to the boat and raise her first, and then wait until she grows legs. Stop talking nonsense and get out of our Fishman Island. After saying this, the fish people gathered around Xihen and others with weapons in hand. Hancock and others were ready to fight at any time when they saw this. Prepare. You bunch of unruly people, get out of here. Hancock came to Xihen's side and shouted to the fishmen. After they saw Hancock's beauty and imposing manner, they somehow really he took 2 steps back. As expected of the pirate empress, Xihen also gave a thumbs up. Actually, I have released a little bit of Conqueror's domineering power. Hancock whispered in Xihen's ear. Damn it, even if she is a peerless beauty, she must leave our island. A fish man looked at Hancock and shouted. That's right, nothing is more important than our island. At this moment, Xihen felt murderous intent not far away, the kind of murderous intent that really wanted to kill them. Looking in that direction, Xihen saw a white-haired fishman standing not far away. Looking at himself and others on the roof, he recognized the guy at a glance as Hody Jones. FKU. Xihen directly targeted Hody Jones with his Conqueror's domineering force, which immediately shook Hody Jones' whole body to pieces. He fell on the roof like a puddle of mud, and then flowed down from the roof. Quote. A little further away, Hody Jones's cadres saw this scene, their eyes widened, and then they looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. That's the boss's new trick. Chapter 91 Encirclement and Suppression of 70,000 People. Idiot. It doesn't look like that. Bodhidharma shouted when he saw this. But how did he die? How did he end up like that? Kadri Mew, she said, it was the squid man with 8 arms and 8 red tassel guns. I saw that guy glance at the boss. Could it be because of that glance? Hammond looked at Xihen in the distance and said with some trembling. Xihen's eyes had become his psychological shadow was gone. How is it possible, Baga? Bodhidharma shouted upon hearing this. This was something that was impossible in their minds. Anyway, Hody Jones is dead now. Bao Zhang said dizzily while holding the wine bottle. What are we going to do? Gather the manpower and launch a surprise attack on Dragon Palace City. Mew, she said. But before that, we have to deal with them first, Tika. Bodhidharma looked at Xihen and others and smiled. Xihen still has a headache here. I have said it many times. We are just passing by. Once the record pointer is full, we will leave. If you continue to block it like this, I will really not be able to help but massacre the Fishman Island. Xihen persuaded many times. To no avail, he became a little irritable and shouted to the fishmen. Are you threatening us? Don't think we are afraid of you. Everyone, don't be like this. I used to be a member of the Sun Pirates. Kara lifted up half of her clothes in desperation, revealing the tattoo of the Sun Pirates on her back. The Murlocs saw this and also none of them spoke. In their eyes, everyone in the Sun Pirates is a hero. For Kurla, what is hidden under this mark is the mark of the Celestial Dragon, which is a memory that she does not want to think of for the rest of her life. She is showing this mark now in order to prevent everyone from continuing to quarrel. After all, I don't want Xihen to destroy Fishman Island. Kira. At this moment, a tall male mermaid walked out from behind the crowd. Everyone looked over there and found that he was also a member of the Sun Pirates, and that he was the vice captain, Aladdin. Mr. Vice Captain. Kara was also very happy to see Aladdin, and quickly ran towards Aladdin. Mr. Vice Captain, please help me tell them that we will not take action against Fishman Island. We really just passing by here. Kara said, grabbing Aladdin's arm. Advertisement. It's really Kara, you've grown so big. Aladdin was very happy after confirming that it was Kara, even though Tiger died at the place where he sent Kara back. On an island, but that matter has nothing to do with Kurla. Aladdin knew very well what Kara was like when she was first rescued, so he never resented Kara. Mr. Aladdin, do you know them? A fish man asked after seeing this scene. How should I put it? I think we know each other. Aladdin looked at Xihen and the others, and then at Kara. Among them, Kara and Hancock were both acquainted with him. When he saw Aladdin, Hancock was also a little moved. Tiger, Aladdin and Jinbei were the very few men Hancock didn't hate. I'm here to assure you that they will never take action against Fishman Island. Aladdin said while looking at everyone. With Aladdin's assurance, everyone was obviously relieved. But, Mrs. Xiarli's prophecy. So just tell her, let her take a good look at her prophecy and see it clearly. Even if I do take action, the target cannot be ordinary people. Xihen heard this and shouted to them. Xiarli was also a little shaken by Xihen's words. With the help of everyone, she returned to the Mermaid Cafe and started the prophecy again. The scene of the prophecy this time was exactly the same as before, but when she saw Xihen's look before, I was a little nervous and only saw the corpse. This time she also carefully looked at the corpses of the fishmen on the ground, some of which were human beings. She also saw familiar figures among the fishmen, the guys from Fishman Street. Why did he want to kill the people in Fishman Street? Xiarli frowned and thought for a while, and soon figured it out. Are they trying to avenge Eren? Before Xiarli could tell everyone the result, there was a commotion outside. What's wrong? What happened? Hey, why are there so many people here? Everyone, run quickly. It's those guys from Fishman Street. I don't know what they're doing here. They're all here. When the fish people heard this, they immediately dispersed and hid in the store one after another and closed the door, leaving only Xihen and others and Aladdin in front of the Mermaid Cafe. Advertisement. That boy Hody. Aladdin thought in his mind as he looked at the fish people surrounding him. 70,000 people. Xihen sensed with his sense of sight, there were about 70,000 people in total, more than 10,000 of them were humans. These people were all threatened by Hody after entering the Fishman Island and joined the new fishmen. The pirates are also equivalent to the slaves of the new Fishman Pirates. You go quickly, let me stop you here. Aladdin quickly said to Kara and others. There are 70,000 people here, how can you stop them? Xihen heard this and said with a smile. I am their senior after all, they will not take action against me. Aladdin said. But Hody Jones was killed by me just now, and they won't give up. Xihen said. You did Hody. Aladdin was stunned when he heard this. Hancock and others were confused. When did Xihen kill that Hody Jones? Who was that? Leave it to me. Xihen patted Aladdin on the shoulder and said. Aladdin was also a little overwhelmed by the fact that he was patted on the shoulder from the back. Stop joking, there are 70,000 people on the other side. Didn't you tell me everything? Aladdin shouted after reacting. Hancock and others were not worried at all. Kill them. Avenge Boss Hody. A mere human being dares to run wild on Fishman Island. Pay your life for Boss Hody. Tear him apart, kick kick. Those women seem very beautiful. Bring them back. The voices of more than 70,000 people rang out one after another on Fishman Island. Neptune, the prince and others also noticed the movement, and looked down from Dragon Palace City, and then organized soldiers to go down to find out. Xihen, on the other hand, stood there and watched them gather around one by one, thinking in his mind, should he slowly kill them with a knife and torture them, or kill them with Conqueror's hockey directly, or electrocute them? Use trees to suck them dry. Ultrasound and electro-optical eyes seem good too. Chapter 92. 70,000 people were surrounded. It's decided. Xihen protected several people behind him, and then he fired lasers from his eyes and fired directly at a group of murlocs. Suddenly, a large group of murlocs were beheaded by Xihen's electric eyes. When they were frightened, branches appeared inexplicably under their feet. These branches entangled the feet of many people, causing them to lose water and become dry in just an instant. What's going on? Run quickly. Why are you running? There are still so many of us. Rush up and kill him. Toxic troops, poison me. Several cadres in the crowd shouted, and a group of murlocs rushed out, preparing to release poisonous gas, but Xihen directly turned into a giant python and sprayed out a large amount of poisonous gas before them. This was great, another burst of poisonous gas. A large number of people died of poisoning, and Xihen one tail swept away another group of people. For a time, the remaining more than 50,000 people stopped in place and did not dare to step forward. Aladdin was stunned. In less than a minute, 20,000 people were killed. What are you afraid of? Tikka, watch me go up and tear him to pieces. Bodhidharma jumped out from the crowd and pounced on Xihen, who had turned into a giant python. Xihen opened his bloody mouth and bit it in one bite. Bodhidharma's neck, and then spit out his head. Before anyone could react, Xihen plunged his head into the sea, took a sip of seawater, rinsed his mouth in front of everyone, spit out a large pool of blood, and then transformed back into his human form. When you eat the talking fish, it tastes different, Xihen said after spitting twice. Then another dragon roar appeared in his hand, and a slash with an ultra-wide range caused a large number of people to fall to the ground, including their armored troops holding very thick iron shields. They were all killed. This sword struck again and again. 20,000 people died. They are not here to surround Xihen, they are clearly here to act as a target for Xihen. Advertisement. Damn it, how can you be so arrogant? Mu Shi jumped up with 8 red tassel spears and stabbed Xihen on the head. Xihen raised the dragon chant in his hand, and he hit Xihen's head. Long Yin was pierced through the heart. Are you a fool? The fish people suddenly shouted in a unified voice to Mu Shi, but it was unclear whether Mu Shi, who had become a dead man, could hear them. It wasn't that he had to take the initiative to bump into him, it was because Xihen could predict the future. No matter how he hid, he always looked like he was chasing Shihen's blade. Have you not had enough fun yet? Gion asked looking at Xihen. It's not easy to have so many targets for me to hit, so I'll just use it as a pastime. Xihen turned back to look at Gion and said with a smile. Yesterday, he killed less than 10,000 people. I was worried that I didn't kill 70,000 people today. It's delivered to your door. If you don't cut it, it won't be cut. Otherwise, let them go. Aladdin looked at his compatriots and felt a little unbearable. Although they were said to be somewhat hostile on Fishman Island now, they were still his compatriots after all. That won't work. What if they show up and attack me again? They have to root out the weeds and dig up the ground so that they can never grow back. I won't let them go today. This is the best entertainment. Xihen looked at Aladdin and said. This. Aladdin looked at Xihen like this. Although he wanted to stop him, he must not be able to stop him with his own strength. Is a pirate who pays attention so powerful? Are the wanted orders nowadays so fake? Aladdin, who was not informed, thought in his mind. Father, this. Shark Xing and others were also looking at the situation below in midair. They were speechless for a while. To reach this point, what on earth happened? Those people are all people from Fishman Street, whom I have met before. The second Prince Huang Xing said. Are there so many people in Fishman Street? Neptune looked at Emperor Star and asked. He really didn't know much about this aspect. There are still many residents, but they are all under Hody Jones. It seems that they are planning to rebel. Third Prince Sunset shouted. But why are they surrounding the god Yun Xian? Shark Xing was a little confused for a moment when he looked at Xian, who was looking very relaxed after killing a group of people. Advertisement. If they want to rebel, let's wait and see what happens. Neptune sat on a small whale and said with his arms folded. This might as well be a good result. These people have also given him a headache for a long time. In this case, maybe Shirahoshi won't have to be locked in a room anymore. I think we should run away. At this time, someone among the fishmen whispered. After seeing Xian's terrifying strength, they would not dare to go up again even if there were many of them. So far, as long as they are attacked by all the people Xian attacked were dead. There was no room for serious injuries. They all died on the spot. Yeah, let's go. Several fishmen nodded, and as soon as they gathered together, they quickly ran out of the team and prepared to escape. When the other fishmen saw this, they were also ready to run with them. What do you want to do? Bao Zhang stood in front of them and said holding the knife. Bao, brother Bao Zhang, we are no match at all. Yeah, let's go, okay. Bao Zhang nodded. The fish people thought he was really willing and ran away quickly. Just when they passed Bao Zhang took out his knife and killed them directly. Who else dares to run away? Just end up with them. No matter what, we will die. There are so many of us. If we can't defeat him, why can't we defeat Bao Zhang? Brothers, kill Bao Zhang. Let's run away. A fish man shouted. Kill. Upon hearing this, all the fishmen immediately rebelled on the spot and rushed towards Bao Zhang. Seeing this, Bao Zhang took a big gulp of wine, pulled out his knife, and prepared to kill everyone like Xihen. In the end, in less than 3 seconds, he was trampled under the feet of the crowd. More than 10,000 people kicked him, and they had already trampled him into mud. Die. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind and in front of Xihen. Xihen stretched out his hand and grabbed something. The man also appeared. He was a fish man wearing purple striped clothes and had a similar ability to invisibility. Ability, Kadri, Geo. At this time, he was holding a dagger in his hand, and his head was held down by Xihen, unable to take a step forward. As a sneak attack useful, Xihen was about to stop the Murloc who was about to escape. Seeing this, he predicted this. Xihen directly grabbed his head, lifted him up, and crushed his head in the air. However, this invisible guy also reminded Xihen of something. There seems to be an invisible person on Moria's side in Shichibukai, who did some not so good things to Nami. Counting the days, Nami should be there now. Judiciary Island, or the capital of the Seven Waters, is about to be capsized by a terrifying 3-masted ship. Chapter 93. I want something. Thinking of this, Xihen also planned to go up there after handling this matter. Then Xihen threw away Geo in his hand and released Conqueror's Haki at any time. With Xihen as the center, except for Hancock and others, Aladdin and the residents hiding in the house, all the fishmen immediately stared. He hit his eyes, and then bloodshot eyes burst out, blood flowed out, and he fell to the ground in pain. At this point, all 70,000 people in the new Fishman Pirates died at the hands of Xihen. It's a pity. If it develops for another 2 years, it can reach 100,000 people. Xihen said after killing everyone. It takes a long time to clean the streets. Baby 5 said looking at the street. That's right, let me help them. Xihen nodded, then waved his hand, and countless trees grew out of the ground, wrapping up all the corpses and blood, and then sank into the ground, and the soil was all. When I returned, the whole street suddenly seemed to have been renovated. It was impossible to see that so many fishmen had died. Who are you? Aladdin said with his mouth wide open as he watched this scene. Xihen will become the man of One Piece in the future. Xihen said with a thumbs up. Xihen said this more convincingly than Luffy. One Piece. I thought your goal was the king of the world. Aladdin said after hearing this. Really? That's pretty good. Xihen thought for a while and said, now the world government is his. After ruling the sea, isn't he the king of the world? There's nothing wrong with it. Are you Shen Yun Xihen? At this moment, Neptune and the princes in midair also came down, and landed in front of Xihen one after another. Yes, I'm sorry for making this place a mess, but you should have seen that they are the ones causing trouble. Xihen said after seeing Neptune. Neptune is really big, and she looked very small in front of him. No, I'm not going to say this. They are also a big trouble for me. Instead, I want to thank you, but there is one more thing. I hope to get your help. Neptune waved his hand quickly and said. Tell me about it. Xihen nodded and said, although he knew that Neptune must be talking about Vanderdyken X. It's like this. I have a daughter named Shirahoshi. When she was a child, her body was touched by a guy named Vanderdecken. But that guy was a devil fruit user. Anyone who was touched by him would be touched by him. Throwing weapons tracking. For so many years, he has been throwing various weapons at Shirahoshi, but I had no choice but to lock Shirahoshi in an iron-walled room. Advertisement. When Neptune said these words, he frowned, clenched his fists, and was very angry. After all these years, you haven't caught him. Xihen looked at Neptune and asked. Catch. I've been looking for him all this time, but I don't know where he is hidden and can't be found at all. Neptune sighed. Okay, then if I help you, what are the benefits? Xihen nodded. Help comes, you have to take the benefits. As long as I can do it, just ask. Seeing that Xihen was willing to help him, Neptune immediately patted his chest and promised. You have to keep your word. Xihen said with a smile upon hearing this. As the king of Fishman Island, Neptune swears that as long as it is something I can do, I will promise it and will never break it, with Aladdin as the witness. Neptune nodded and said, looking at Aladdin. Aladdin and Aladdin also nodded, indicating that they heard it. Okay. Xihen nodded with a successful smile. The Fishman princess is going to be kidnapped. Seeing this, Reiju said softly. Yes. Gion also nodded after hearing this. They know Xihen's thoughts best. Then just wait for me here. I'll be back as soon as I go. When Neptune said Vanderdyken, he had already found his location with the domineering force of his knowledge. At this time, he was hiding on the Fishman Island. On top of the huge Noah ship outside. After Xihen finished speaking, he spread his wings and flew out, directly passing through the bubbles on Fishman Island and entering the water. Hey, isn't he a devil fruit user? There's a sea outside, Neptune shouted as he looked at Xihen, who broke out of the protective film. Hancock and others didn't react at all. Although they didn't know that Xihen was not afraid of the seawater now, Xihen's behavior all the time made them believe that he would not do this if they were not sure. That is to say, Xihen is no longer afraid of seawater. He is an amazing man, Gion said. Advertisement. If you have the opportunity to have more contact with him in the future, you will know. Reiju also nodded and said. No, I think we have already seen his magic. Shark Xing shook his head and said, looking at Xihen's back in a daze. He has shown at least 5 kinds of fruit abilities. How on earth did he eat so many devil fruits and still be okay? Aladdin also said. But they will never know all this in their lifetime. At the same time, Xihen had already arrived on top of Noah and pulled Vanderdecken out of Noah's cabin without giving him a chance to speak or add a layer of waterproof bubbles to his body, and took him into the sea. If he hadn't been a fishman, he would have suffocated to death in just this moment. It wasn't until he entered the bubble of Fishman Island that Vanderdecken was able to speak. Hey. Who are you? What do you want to do? Vanderdecken struggled wildly in Xihen's hands, but he couldn't escape at all. Xihen ignored him and dropped him in midair. Bump. Vanderdecken's head was directly inserted into the ground. Xihen pulled him out after falling. Look, is it this guy? Xihen lifted up Vanderdecken, who was almost thrown to death, and said to Nippert and said. That's him. After Neptune saw him, he wanted to stab him to death with a fork, but it was Xihen who captured him after all, so he still had to see how Xihen dealt with him. Leave it to you. Branches appeared in Xihen's hands, and he tied Vanderdecken directly, threw him to the ground, and blocked his mouth. Without Neptune's words, the 3 Shark Star brothers surrounded Vanderdecken, and one can imagine his fate. So, what is your request? Neptune was very happy to see that Vanderdecken had expired. The day had finally arrived. While he was happy, he also looked at Xihen. My request is actually not very difficult. I just want something. What? Poseidon. Poseidon. Chapter 94. The huge Shirahoshi. Recommended directly. What? Poseidon. Poseidon. When Xihen said this, everyone present was shocked. Neptune's expression also changed, and he directly took Xihen aside, arm in arm. How do you know Poseidon? Neptune asked Xihen when he came to a place where no one was around. There is a relevant historical text on Sky Island, which records that Poseidon is here. Xihen did not hide anything from him, and said directly, but don't worry, I took that piece of historical text away, and no one will find it again. Quote. Can you understand the text of history? Neptune was stunned when he heard this, while Xihen nodded. I'm afraid I can't give you this. Neptune said then. The king of Fishman Island doesn't mean what he says. Xihen was blocked by Neptune before she could finish her words. Listen to me, listen to me. Neptune said, he said quickly. Since you have read the historical text, you should know what Poseidon is and why you asked me to give you my daughter. Neptune whispered to Xihen. What's wrong? Isn't it the safest place in the world for your daughter to follow me? From now on, she will never be wronged at all, Xihen said as she opened Neptune's hand. Neptune also nodded when he heard this. Indeed, with Xihen's strength, I'm afraid there is no rival in the world, right? Neptune shook his head again. That is his daughter. Didn't you say that you would agree to anything you can do? Seeing Neptune wavering, Xihen continued. That's right, but whether I want to follow you or not depends on whether Shirahoshi agrees. That's not something I can control. Neptune also said to Xihen. Playing word games. Okay, then if I ask her to agree to come with me, will you agree? Xihen said decisively. Absolutely, Neptune said immediately. Then it's settled, take me to see Shirahoshi. Xihen nodded. Okay, Neptune also nodded. Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Cartoon Star, the three of you will stay and appease the people. The rest of you can come back to Dragon Palace City with me. Advertisement. After that, Neptune took everyone to Dragon Palace City, and Aladdin did not follow him. After entering Dragon Palace City, Kara and others also started to have fun. After all, Dragon Palace City was much more luxurious than the Fishman Island below. Neptune also prepared a sumptuous dinner for Xihen and others. Xihen was not in the mood to eat, so he immediately asked Neptune to take him to see Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi was finally released from the Iron Shell house. Neptune arranged a room for Xihen and Shirahoshi to meet. As soon as he saw Shirahoshi, Xihen's eyes were completely focused on Bai Shin's huge thing. It's F***********G outrageous. It's more than 10 times bigger than Hancock and the others combined, bigger than all of them. This, just 1 point is equivalent to Hancock and the others' entire circle. Gudong. Xihen couldn't help but swallowed. Shirahoshi, this is Shen Yun Xihen. It was he who saved you and captured that Vanderdyken. Neptune said to Shirahoshi. Really? Thank you very much, Mr. Xihen. Shirahoshi heard this and quickly bent down to thank Xihen. Now, the huge car lights were fully displayed in front of Xihen's eyes, which made Xihen tremble. Time is speechless. Ah, well, it's nothing, it's just a trivial matter. Xihen waved his hand and said, well, King Neptune, please go out first and let me talk to Shirahoshi. This. Neptune hesitated. Have you forgotten our agreement? Xihen said to Neptune. Okay. Neptune nodded helplessly, and then stood up. Shirahoshi, you two chat, I'll go greet the other guests. Okay, father. Bai Shin also nodded. Then Neptune left, and Xihen followed closely behind him, locking the door directly. Master Xihen, what are you doing? Shirahoshi couldn't help but ask when he saw this, feeling a little scared. Hee. Xihen chuckled and entered the form of the snake fruit overlord python. His body size directly increased to about the same size as Shirahoshi, and then his upper body became humanoid, looking like a mermaid. Shirahoshi also covered his mouth in disbelief. Master Xihen, are you also a mermaid? Advertisement. This is a devil fruit, snake man form. Xihen explained to Shirahoshi, and then directly wrapped around Shirahoshi's body and blocked her mouth under Shirahoshi's surprised eyes. Don't make any sound, I want to follow you, have something interesting to do. ... After the two cleaned up, Xihen returned to normal size, and Shirahoshi happily followed Xihen out and went to the main hall of Ryugu Castle to meet Neptune. Shirahoshi is willing to go with me, now you have no complaints. Xihen patted Shirahoshi's body gently and said to Neptune. Wow, is this the mermaid princess? So big, she's so beautiful, and she doesn't look very old. This must be about the same size as our ship. Hancock and others were also shocked when they saw Shirahoshi. It is not clear what they meant by big size. Really? Shirahoshi. Neptune was shocked when he heard this. What kind of poison did this Xihen give to Shirahoshi? Why was he willing to leave with this guy when they first met? Really, father, I want to go on a trip with Mr. Xihen. Shirahoshi nodded affirmatively. Have you really thought about it? Neptune looked at Shirahoshi and asked. Yes. Shirahoshi nodded firmly. Judging from his expression, there was nothing abnormal. It seemed that Xihen really didn't use any tricks. It was entirely Shirahoshi's choice. The outside is really different from Ryugu Castle. It's very dangerous. You may encounter people like Van der Decken. Neptune started to scare Shirahoshi directly. I'm not afraid, and Master Xihen is here, he will protect me. Shirahoshi was unmoved after hearing this, and said to Neptune. Should I say it or not, Shirahoshi is much safer following me than following you. Regarding the old guy Neptune's behavior of scaring Shirahoshi, Xihen also gave him a big eye roll. Okay. Neptune finally nodded. You must protect Shirahoshi. Neptune looked at Xihen and said. Don't worry, as long as Shirahoshi follows me, no one on Fishman Island will dare to touch it from now on. Take down that Whitebeard flag and replace it with mine. Chapter 95 Dismemberment of Absalom. This. When talking about changing the flag, Neptune hesitated again. After all, Whitebeard was also the one who saved Fishman Island, and Whitebeard is one of the 4 emperors, so he must be more powerful than Xihen. This is Neptune's idea, which means they haven't gotten the news yet that Xihen is making a big fuss up there, and now it has become an unlimited bounty. If they knew it, they would definitely give Whitebeard's flag happily. Replaced. Okay, that's up to you. If Whitebeard can't cover you anymore, you can change the flag to mine, and I'll make sure no one dares to touch a hair of yours. Xihen said to Neptune. Okay. Neptune also nodded. Then the things here have been dealt with. Please help me take care of them. I want to go up and deal with some things. Xihen said to everyone. What are you doing? I'm going with you, Hancock said immediately. It's all small things, they will be taken care of quickly. Xihen touched Hancock's head and said, the pirate empress behaved like a little rabbit in front of Xihen. It's already very late today, how about you leave tomorrow? Reiju also said to Xihen. Yes. Gion, Kara and Baby 5 also nodded. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the girls, Xihen had no choice but to agree. Neptune also arranged a place for a few people to stay that night. I have to say that Neptune was a bit indifferent, as 6 people arranged 6 rooms. At first glance, he looks like a stubborn emperor who doesn't know how to live a happy life. But that night, if this was not Ryugu Castle, it would be inconvenient for Shirahoshi to wander around, and he would definitely have gone to Xian's room. Early the next day, Xian left Fishman Island and went to the terrifying 3-masted shipwreck. If he met Luffy and the others, he would chat with them casually. If not, he would capsize Moria's broken ship first. Especially Absalom, whose body was cut into pieces and then his invisibility fruit was snatched away. Advertisement. Women's bathhouse. No, transparent fruit, here I come. Xian once again returned to the first half of the Grand Route, the Sabaody Islands. At this time, number 45 was completely abandoned. It would take some time to rebuild it. Xian bought the record to the capital of the Seven Waters here. After all, the pointer does not point directly to the terrifying Sanway sailboat, so it can only go to the capital of Seven Waters first. Xian originally had to pay, but when the store owner saw that it was Shenyun Xian, he was so frightened that he even wanted to ask for money. He wished he could just kneel on the ground and give everything in the store to Xian. Xian was not polite and just took it. Walk. On the way to the capital of Seven Waters, Xian also turned on the cruise system of the Modifier to record the surrounding islands along the way. As expected, Xian discovered Thriller Bark. Xian landed at the port of Thriller Bark and found that Luffy and others had changed to a new ship, and the Sunny was parked in the port. Damn, are you here already? Upon seeing this, Xian quickly flew inside. He remembered that not long after Luffy and others arrived on the island, Nami was taken into Hokobus's mansion and took a bath there. Having just encountered Absalom's attack, Xian fully realized her emotions and locked onto Nami's position. At this time, Nami happened to be taking a shower. Xihen turned on full fire, broke the window and rushed into the bathroom in an instant. Ah! Nami also screamed in fright, but when she slowly opened her eyes and saw it was Xihen, she also looked confused. Xihen. Why are you here? Shish. Xihen raised his finger and made a silent gesture, then grabbed the air and grabbed Absalom's head. At the same time, he covered Nami's body with his cloak. Usopp and Chopper also rushed in at this time. What's wrong? What's wrong, Nami? Usopp shouted after hearing Nami's scream. Fortunately, Xihen had already put clothes on Nami. Xihen. Usopp was also stunned when he saw Xihen. Let go. Let me go. The Absalom held in Xihen's hand also appeared. He grabbed Xihen's hand and shouted, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break off Xihen's hand. You are so brave. Xihen raised Absalom in front of him. Absalom opened his eyes and saw that it was Xihen. He was shocked and was speechless. In today's pirate world, who is not afraid of Xihen? Without saying a word, Xihen dug out Absalom's eyes. When he howled in pain, Xihen took out a box of fruits, then tied him up with branches and took out the dragon grown. You dare to mess around without asking whose woman this is. Xihen ignored Absalom's howl of pain and pierced his left arm, then his right arm, left leg, right leg, and then he chopped off his fingers and toes one by one. Advertisement. Usopp and Chopper both gasped as they watched. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Absalom also kept howling. Xihen directly pulled out his snake head, then chopped it into pieces and stuffed it into his mouth. Punch him directly in the throat and let him swallow his tongue. Then a knife cut him in half. Never mess with this person, Chopper. Usopp whispered to Chopper. You don't need to tell me about this kind of thing. Chopper also looked at Xihen with a horrified expression. Why are you here? Nami walked out of the bathtub and looked at Xihen and said. I came here to see you. It's a coincidence that I happened to encounter you in danger. Xihen said, hugging Nami. That's great. If you hadn't come, I'm afraid. Nami also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. You can take a shower in peace, why don't you go out? Xihen then looked at Usopp and Chopper and said. Let's get out now. The two of them shouted in unison, and then ran out quickly. I'll watch it for you, and you can wash it. Xihen turned around and smiled at Nami. Okay. Nami also nodded and returned the cloak to Xihen. Xihen prepared new clothes for Nami. After all, the ship was in his storage space, so he could have as many clothes as he wanted. While Nami was taking a bath, Xihen also found the invisibility fruit from the box, as well as a red fruit that looked like Logia. Xihen was also confused. When did he miss one? Xihen didn't care and ate both of them directly. After eating the fruit, the modifier also prompted the new abilities Xihen gained, transparent fruit and rockberry fruit. It turns out to be Akainu. If you look at it this way, you can be reborn even if you don't take out the fruit. That would be much more convenient. Xihen was also very satisfied. Chapter 96 Nami's Replacement. After eating the fruit, Xihen also looked at Nami, who was taking a bath, and suddenly had an evil thought, took off her clothes and rushed towards her. Absalom's corpse. I knew it would be in the dirt. After the exercise, both of them took a shower and changed clothes. After Nami and Xihen walked out of the room, they found that Usopp and Chopper were almost asleep. After all, the two of them exercised for a long time. Hey, wake up, let's go. Nami patted Usopp and Chopper and said. They opened their eyes and stood up in a daze. Where should we go? It doesn't look safe here. Chopper said, looking at Nami. This is Shichibukai, Moonlight Moria's territory. Xihen told them. Did you come up here without knowing anything? One Piece. I'm determined. At this moment, a deafening roar came from outside the mansion, and everyone's eardrums were almost shattered. Xihen knew that this was the dead Oz, who was killed by Molia, was resurrected using her shadow. What happened? Nami shouted, covering her ears after the sound disappeared. Is it Luffy? Usopp shouted, covering his ears. I'll take you back to the ship first. Xihen said to Nami and Usopp, then he hugged Nami and Usopp held Chopper. Xihen took them and flew back to the ship. When we arrived at the ship, a girl in a pink skirt was leading a group of strange zombies to carry things on the sunny. It was Perona. The little girl is here. Xihen put Nami and the others on the ground. Without saying a word, he rushed up and knocked Perona unconscious. Then he tied her up and threw her into her own space. All the zombies were also killed by Xihen. Thrown into the sea. Wait for me on the boat. I'll go to the island to check out the situation. Xihen then said to Nami and others. Okay, you have to be careful. Nami nodded. Although he knew Xihen's strength, he still said such words of concern. Don't worry. Xihen nodded, and then left. Oz's figure could be easily seen in the air. At this time, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Luo Bing, Frankie, and Brook were fighting with him. Battle. Advertisement. The ending of the thriller bark was already doomed when Absalom spied on Nami taking a shower. Xihen fell directly from the air and kicked Oz out with one kick. Luffy and others also saw Xihen. Xihen. Luffy shouted first. Why are you here? Zoro followed. It doesn't matter. I'm going to destroy this island. Xihen shouted to everyone, then fell from the air and stepped heavily on Oz's head. The whole head exploded, and Moria was also injured. He crawled out of Oz's body. Shenyan Xihen. Do I have any grudge against you? Moria pointed at Xihen in front of him and shouted. Yes. Xihen Kaido immediately confused Moria. This was the first time he had seen him. Where did the hatred come from? Before Moria could continue to speak, Xihen appeared in front of him, with lava in his hand, which directly opened a big hole in Moria's chest, and then his whole body burned. Kill him now. Who is he? Yo ho 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 ho. Brook was also shocked when he saw this. It almost scared my eyes off, even though I have no eyes. Yo ho 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 ho. Hee hee. Xihen is very powerful. He was my former partner. Luffy said with a smile. Now in his mouth, Xihen is no longer his crew member, but his former partner. Since Brook has been living on his ghost ship, he doesn't know about Xihen's deeds. Moria is dead, all the shadows he collected have returned to the bodies of the people on the island, and the zombies have also fallen. The shadow is back. Zoro looked at his feet and said. Really? Brook also looked at his feet excitedly. The shadow was really back. Great. Finally back. Yo-ho. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook, who had been trapped for so long, finally he was completely free, and he was happier than anyone present. Are there any of your own people on the island? Get to the boat quickly. I'm going to destroy this place. Xihen turned back to Luffy and others and said. There are some other victims on the island. I will let them leave the island right now. Robin immediately said to Xihen, looking at Xihen with an unusual look in his eyes. Xihen nodded after hearing this. Advertisement. Luffy and the others left here. After Robin called Xihen and said that the evacuation had been completed, Xihen directly wrapped the entire thriller bark with magma. The ability bonus of Rock Berry Max directly caused the entire island to burn. Up, including the nearby sea surface, burned. Not long after, the entire island was burned to ashes and fell into the sea. That's Xihen's ability. Brook said with wide eyes as he looked at the disappearing thriller bark. As this Xihen's ability. Luffy also looked at Zoro and Sanji with a confused look, and both of them shook their heads. Isn't this the fruit ability of Akainu, the marine general who was killed by Xihen? Usopp looked at the sea and said, why did Xihen have this ability? Xihen is always so unexpected. Nami said as he looked at Xihen flying towards the sunny. When Xihen landed on the ship, Nami threw herself into Xihen's arms. Luo Bing, who was watching on the side, was very envious, but I have no name or status here in Xihen. Ah, my Miss Nami. Sanji was heartbroken and fell to the ground in pain. He didn't even need Xihen to punch him twice and he was already dying. How is it? Have you found a suitable navigator? Xihen said to Nami. Hey, you came just in time and found it on this island. Nami said with a smile. Really? Who is it? Xihen was very happy when she heard this. Now Nami could leave with her. That's her. Nami pointed to the big boat aside. The person standing on the bow was a woman, very fat, and very ugly. Her name is Laura. She is a castaway we met on this island. She has rich navigation knowledge and has agreed to board the ship. Nami pointed at Laura and said. Please give me more advice. Laura looked at Xihen and said timidly. Xihen's hand just now was much better than her mother's big mom. That's good, let's get ready to leave. Xihen nodded, which was a greeting to Laura. He didn't care who replaced Nami. Luffy. Nami then looked at Luffy, but Luffy was gone. Luffy said that he didn't want to separate from you, but he also knew that you wanted to go with Xihen, and he didn't want to interfere with your wishes, so he hid it. Chopper jumped out and said to Nami. Chapter 97 Taking Nami back home. Let's go. Xihen didn't say much. In order to make Nami sit more comfortably, he directly summoned the Black Dragon with Dragon Chant. The two lay on the Black Dragon and flew towards the Sabaody Islands. Wow, so handsome. Chopper and Usopp's eyes turned into starry eyes. Luffy also hid in the cabin and looked at the Black Dragon, looking very handsome and envious. On the head of the Black Dragon, Xihen was also very dishonest and touched Nami. The Black Dragon was also speechless, but he still had to maintain a balance so that Xihen and Nami could do things in the air. The Black Dragon went straight into the clouds, using the clouds as a quilt to cover the bodies of Xihen and Nami. You are really not honest in heaven, how dangerous it is. After that, Nami patted Xihen's chest and shouted. Hee, aren't we so happy? I finally picked you up. Xihen put on his clothes and said with a smile, besides, Xiaohei won't let us fall, right Xiaohei? Xihen took the photo. He patted the Black Dragon on the head and said. Black Dragon also growled feebly, which was considered an answer, Xiaohei. What the hell is this name? Lousy is a dragon, not a dog. Black Dragon thought in his heart. With Xiaohei's speed, the two of them quickly arrived at the Sabaody Islands. Xihen directly hugged Nami and jumped out of the air. The Black Dragon also disappeared into the clouds. We are going to Fishman Island next, please wait in the space for a while. Xihen said to Nami. Space? What space? Nami didn't know Xihen's ability yet. Quote. It's a bit troublesome to explain, but you'll know once you get in. Xihen said and waved his hand, and Nami disappeared from sight. Then Xihen jumped into the sea and swam towards the Fishman Island. This is. After Nami entered the space, she was shocked when she saw the things piled up in the space. What caught her eye was Xihen's huge celestial dragon killer. Speaking of which, all the celestial dragons are dead now. This ship should no longer be called the Draco Killer. Then there was the little Lolita Perona who was huddled up next to the boat and still unconscious. This guy Xihen. Nami couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she saw it. This guy really doesn't let any girl go. Advertisement. It didn't take long for Xihen to arrive at 10,000 meters under the sea. Unexpectedly, when he was about to enter the Fishman Island, he encountered a group of sea beasts, led by a giant 8-clawed octopus. Xihen also had some impressions of this guy. It seems to be the sea beast of the new Fishman pirate group, named Karakin. In addition to them, there is also a big-headed doll, which is very huge, as high as 80 meters. It is Vanderdecken's subordinate, the bald sea monster, also known as the big bald sea god. I heard, just kill the captain. After the bald sea monster saw Xihen, he punched Xihen. The sea water also surged, and the waves set off shook the surrounding sea beasts away. Xihen frowned, stretched out his hand to block his punch, preventing his fist from moving forward any further, while Xihen stuck out his head. Is there something wrong with you? The bald sea monster was also stunned when he heard this. The next moment, Xihen punched his fist into the fist of the bald sea monster, and then used force in his hand, causing him to spin 360 degrees in the sea, and then hit the reef with a bang. On top, the rocks also shattered in response. The bald sea monster was stunned just now, firstly because what Xihen said was inappropriate, and secondly because, why can humans talk in the sea? Roar. The sea beasts were startled when they saw that the bald sea monster was easily thrown aside by Xihen, and they all started roaring in fright. The bald sea monster was about to get up. Xihen jumped directly into the sea, and then suddenly landed a kick on his head, hitting his temple directly. Although this kick did not directly blow his head, it did. My brain is also broken and I can't survive. The other sea beasts also ran away when they saw this. Now that Xihen has been provoked, how can Xihen let them run away? It was a big fire-breathing rock berry that turned them into roasted sea beasts on the spot. Kalakin was the fastest runner and had already escaped from the big fire-breathing monster. Scope. Xihen stepped on the sea water, then rushed out, and was in front of Kalakin. Then he stretched out his right hand, dozens of branches appeared, tied him up, and then sucked all the nutrients from his body. Turned into dried octopus. In the end, no sea beast survived from Xihen's hands. Perhaps their corpses could be a feast for other sea beasts. Advertisement. But, do sea beasts like to eat roasted food? What kind of class do you dare to block my way? Xihen took back his hand and complained, and then returned to the Fishman Island. It didn't take long for many other sea monsters and various fish to come and eat all their carcasses, including the bald sea monster. The first thing he did when he returned to Fishman Island was to hand Nami over to Hancock and the others. After a brief introduction, Xihen quickly ran to his room. What to do? Brush. Xihen waved his hand, and the unconscious Perona appeared on the bed. It happened that she opened her eyes at this time, and saw Xihen walking towards her with a lewd smile. Perona's eyes were full of despair, and she was about to be taken away. I was so scared that I kept shaking my head. You. Don't come here. Perona looked at Xihen and shouted, and also released 2 negative ghosts, both of which were crushed by Xihen. When Perona and Xihen came out again, Perona had become a good girl and came to the main hall. Neptune watched Xihen go out and bring back 2 beauties. He also looked melancholy. Shirahoshi, who was he? The girls also had a lively chat. They first talked about Nami's origins. From Nami's mouth, they learned that Xihen had already met her when she first went to sea, and they had been together a long time ago. Hearing this, both Xihen and Hancock's expressions changed. So, I'm not even the second young mistress. After knowing Nami's origin, Xihen's face turned dark. He thought he was the eldest mistress, but Hancock suddenly appeared, and he finally accepted the second mistress. Young mistress, a Nami popped out. Isn't I the eldest mistress? After Hancock found out, he bit his lower lip. Looking at Nami, he almost bit off the sleeves of his clothes. However, this is not important, as long as I can just be by Xihen's side. Hancock quickly convinced himself, and then hugged Xihen's arm. What's wrong with you? Xihen looked at Hancock, who suddenly hugged his arm with a confused look on his face, and then looked at Xihen with a dark face. What's going on with these 2 women? Chapter 98. Thousands of people defected. Ha, Xihen is mine. Upon seeing this, Nami rushed up and pushed Hancock away. What did you say? Xihen is obviously my concubine. Seeing this, Hancock also got angry and pushed Nami aside. Of course the master is mine. Baby 5 also rushed over and grabbed Xihen's other arm. Nonsense, it's obviously mine. Reiju also rushed over and pushed Baby 5 to the ground. Okay, don't argue anymore. Upon seeing this, Kurla quickly went up to break up the fight. Sisters, don't fight. Shirahoshi also yelled hurriedly from the side, reaching out to lift Hancock and Nami up, grabbing one with each hand. Why, I'm not even the second young mistress. Xihen sat there and murmured to himself. What is going on? Perona looked confused at the scene in front of her. Where is Lord Moria? Where is Thriller Bark? Where is Kumasi? Where is this? Who am I? What am I doing? Let me go. I'm going to fight this vixen to the death today. Salome, I'm going to kill her. Hancock struggled in Shirahoshi's hand and shouted. Hiss. Salome also spat at Nami, threatening Nami, but did not actually take action. A fight to the death. Okay, let's see if Xihen helps you or me. Xihen, help me quickly. Nami shouted to Xihen. Master, you must love me the most, right? Baby 5 grabbed Xihen's arm and shouted. Master, I must be your favorite. Reiju grabbed Xihen's other arm and shouted. Ah, you guys are really annoying, what's there to argue about? Kurla shouted, holding her head. At this time, Xihen was simply messy in the wind. Why did it suddenly become like this? Xihen could only stand there blankly, saying nothing and doing nothing. After waiting for a long time, several people finally got tired and stopped. This is the consequence of so many women. Huang Xing said quietly to Shark Xing. Advertisement. Women are really scary. Shark Xing also nodded and said silently. It's getting late today. Let's get ready to enter the new world after one more night's rest. Xihen said to several people. They all nodded feebly. Hancock and Nami leaned against each other. Already I don't have the energy to make any more noise. The next afternoon, Neptune said goodbye to Shirahoshi with tears in his eyes. Before Neptune could say any more words to Shirahoshi, Shirahoshi and others suddenly disappeared in front of them. Everyone disappeared out of thin air in front of Neptune's eyes, which shocked Neptune, and Xihen left directly. Just now, what happened? Neptune rubbed his eyes. Am I dazzled? Neptune asked, looking at the Emperor on the side. They seem to have disappeared out of thin air. Huang Xing also said incredulously. Not long after Xihen left, Fishman Island also received the latest newspaper, which was the news that Xihen had made a big fuss in the Sabaody Islands and Mary Joa 2 days ago. This frightened Neptune and the others. It turned out that guy is such a giant Buddha. Without saying a word, Neptune changed the flag of Fishman Island to Xihen's. After coming up from the other side of Fishman Island, we also successfully reached the new world. Xihen's ship was finally released from the storage space, and several women also appeared on the deck. However, Shirahoshi was a little difficult to deal with. Shirahoshi's the body is nearly 12 meters long, and Xihen's length is 20 meters long, which can fully accommodate Shirahoshi. But the fish tank in the aquarium is not good, and each cabin cannot accommodate Shirahoshi. If this continues, Shirahoshi may have to sleep on the deck. Xihen thought about it, and there was one modification point left before. He directly used the modification points to modify Shirahoshi so that he could change his body size at will. This was much more convenient. Shirahoshi was also full of interest in his new ability and kept going back and forth. Transformation not only changes the whole, but also changes the parts. Looking at Shirahoshi's big thing, Xihen also showed a malicious smile. Isn't this just adjusting the size at will? It's so cool. Xihen had just arrived in New World, and before he had decided on a route, dozens of ships surrounded him from all directions. When everyone saw this, they took out their weapons and prepared to fight. I asked you, do you have such an exciting life every day? Nami took the weather stick and hid behind Xihen and shouted, how had she ever seen such a scene before? So many people. Perona was also frightened and stammered. Advertisement. Lord Xihen, are these people enemies? Shirahoshi also became smaller and hid behind Xihen. To be honest, this is the first time that I have been surrounded by so many legends. Gion said while holding Jinpyra. But these guys are here to die. Baby 5 lit up a cigarette and said with a smile. She was extremely confident in Xihen's strength. She would not be afraid of another 1,000. No, 100,000 ships. As this the welcome ceremony of the new world. Xihen also smiled when he saw this and twisted his wrist. Just when Xihen was eager to try and prepare for a big fight, dozens of ships stopped not far away. Then almost every ship put down a small boat, and there was a person paddling towards Xihen in the small boat. Come over. It seems they are not here to fight, Kara said watching their behavior. What do you mean? Shirahoshi asked, looking at Korra. I want to talk. They are not from the same pirate group. It seems that they are here specially to wait for us to enter the new world. Hancock said. While he was talking, dozens of small boats came under Xihen's boat. Xihen counted 33 small boats and 54 large boats. Are you Mr. Xihen? A big man in the boat shouted to the boat. Xihen also directly used the power of the Piao Piao fruit to stop the ship and walked to the bow. I am, what do you mean? Xihen frowned and looked at them and said. Welcome Master Xihen to the new world. After more than 30 people on the boat confirmed Xihen's identity, they all knelt on the deck. This move really confused the girls. Even Xihen was a little confused. Is this really a welcome ceremony? My eyes have been opened, Nami said while looking at their reactions. I am waiting for the 33 pirate groups who came here to seek refuge. We want to join Lord Xihen's pirate group. We hope Lord Xihen will accept us. I hope Lord Xihen will accept us. Everyone said in unison. Xihen looked at the boats behind them. There were so many boats, at least 15,000 people. The woman stays, the man leaves. Xihen said after a while. Chapter 99 The beginning of the new world. The women stay, the men go. Xihen's words made all 33 captains confused. What's even more outrageous is that among their more than 50 ships, there are not even a single woman on board. This is also the reason why Xihen said this. Are you really sincere? More than 10,000 big men, licking their faces and not even bringing any gifts, just want to join me. Anyone can tell from the newspaper that I am surrounded by beautiful women. My hobbies are obvious. Xihen scolded them all in his heart. In fact, even if there were women, Xihen would not accept them. After all, there were so many people and he was too lazy to manage them. If one of them made a big fuss somewhere, isn't it troublesome to say that he belongs to his own pirate group? What's troublesome is not people and things, it's the gossip that ruins his name as the killer and savior of the celestial dragons. Master Xihen, we really don't have any women under our command. Yes, Lord Xihen, the pirates also said with sad faces. Then let's stop talking, let's get out of the way. By the way, if you dare to pretend to be my subordinates and do evil in the future, none of you will be able to escape. As long as you let me know that you are from one of your pirate groups, all 33 of you will die. Xihen didn't release his murderous aura or conqueror's domineering energy, he just said it very calmly. On the contrary, it frightened them so much that many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After all, they knew how terrifying Xihen was. In desperation, he had no choice but to make way for Xihen and pass through nearly 100 ships. Xihen did not accept them. Just after Xihen left, a marine in a small boat behind the reef not far away said to the phone bug. Okay, let's retreat. Warring State's voice came from the phone bug. At this time, Sengoku was covered in bandages, and Garp was sitting beside him. Although he had a broken arm, Garp was still very optimistic and said he didn't care at all. Advertisement. This god Yun Xihen has just entered the new world. More than 30 pirate groups want to join him. Among them, the pirates with the lowest bounty are 100 million belly. If he really accepts them, I'm afraid no one can stop him, Warring States said after hanging up the phone. Even if he doesn't accept them, no one is his opponent. Garp said, picking his nostrils. Quote. Warring States was also speechless. At this time, Marine did not know that their boss's boss was already Shen Yun Xihen, and only the 5 elders knew about it. Are you going to fill the vacancy of general? Sengoku said, looking at Garp. Me. Garp pointed to his right arm, then shook his head. No. What do you think? Isn't there a candidate for general? I can just watch the T-Dolphin. Garp said without thinking. Cha Do is also one of the general candidates. He was Gion's former suitor. He confessed his love to Gion 100 times but was rejected. He is also a wretched-looking uncle. When he found out that Gion followed Xihen, he was filled with hatred. My teeth were almost broken. At that time, he wanted to rush out of the marine headquarters and kill Xihen without leaving any trace behind. However, as a general candidate, he needed to fight under the 4 emperors in the new world. For a while, he simply couldn't free his hands and feet, so he never give Xihen a chance to kill him. T-Dolphin. Hearing T-Dolphin, Warring States also thought about it. After these years of training, T-Dolphin's strength has also improved a lot. Coupled with the blessing of devil fruit and hockey, it is enough to reach the level of a general. After thinking about it, Warring States also called Cha Do and asked him to come to the office. Starting today, you will be officially promoted to Marine General. Do you have any objections? A moment later, Cha Do came to Sengoku's office. Zongguo looked at Cha Do with a serious face and said. On the other hand, the 5 elders have become more relaxed since the death of the celestial dragons. No one will bother them anymore. The Warring States period can basically handle the marine affairs. All the world government matters have been left to Cyborg Kong. The 5 elders have become more relaxed. The old man has completely lived a retirement life. After all, they knew they were no match for Xihen, so even if they made some small moves behind their backs, it would be useless. They might as well just lie down and start their retirement life where they were, which would be very comfortable. As for Xihen, he is almost living the life of his dreams. Shirahoshi liked that aquarium so much that she immediately regarded it as her room. Xihen also made a bed in it directly from the sensen fruits and put a layer of mattress on it. Although the mattress was wet, it was still a living room. Shirahoshi naturally didn't care about this problem when he was in the water. Shirahoshi happily swam around in the aquarium, accompanied by many fish. Advertisement. Reiju and Nami were swimming in the swimming pool, Gion and Kira were drinking coffee in the restaurant cafe, Baby 5 was busy preparing dinner for everyone in the kitchen, and Perona was on the deck. It seemed that she was making a bear, and Hancock kept pestering her. He didn't say anything when he was around him, he just pestered him like a Salome. This was simply the pinnacle of his life. This time I went to Fishman Island. There were 3 more people on Xihen's boat, and it immediately became lively. So far, it doesn't matter. After all, it's already a lot. I just don't know how long it will take to fill up my 50 cabins. It's time to eat. The battle continued until Baby 5 called everyone's place to eat, and Xihen moved freely and ended the battle. Wow, it looks so rich. This was Nami's first time eating on a boat, and she couldn't help but praise Baby 5's cooking skills. Hey, there are many more. I have prepared drinks for everyone. Baby 5 was still busy in the kitchen and said while delivering drinks. Let me help you. Kurla walked over and joined Baby 5. Where is the little sister named Perona? Gion looked at Xihen and asked. I should be the one to remind you of this kind of thing, right? Nami said secretly after hearing this. I have been on this ship for the longest time, so naturally I am the one to remind Xihen. Gion said unconvinced. As Xihen's first woman, of course I will pay attention to everyone. I was about to say something. Nami also said immediately. But I said it first. Gion said unwillingly. This operation between the two also confused Xihen. Why did they suddenly? In fact, what Gion thought was that he should show his senpai momentum and pay attention to everyone, but what Nami thought after hearing this was that she, the young lady, should do this kind of thing. Okay, have you forgotten what I told you last time? Xihen looked at the two of them with a wicked smile and said. The two of them quickly shut up and ate quietly, while Xihen went out to find Perona. Chapter 100. When Xihen saw Xihen, they looked at each other and smiled, it means a lot. When Xihen came out, Perona was still playing with her little bear in the same place as before, but she did it for a long time and couldn't get it right, and she also left a lot of rags and cotton around. What are you doing? Xihen came behind Perona and said. Kumasi. Perona raised her head and looked at Xihen with tears in her eyes. Her tone was full of grievances, as if she was about to cry the next moment. That guy in Kumasi had already burned up under a magma in Xihen, and sank along with the entire thriller bark. Can I make a wooden one for you? Xihen said, and a small wooden Kumasi appeared in her hand. Perona immediately shook her head. Such a Kumasi is not cute at all. Hiss. This gave Xihen a headache. Who bullied Perona? Anything could kill him, but if he wanted to find Kumasi, it's not impossible. You go to eat first, and after you finish eating, I will give you Kumasi, exactly the same as the original one, okay? Xihen said to Perona. Really? Perona asked with wide eyes. Really? Xihen nodded. You'll be in trouble if you lie to me. Perona wiped away her tears after hearing this, then puffed up her cheeks and stood up and walked into the restaurant. When Xihen saw Perona leaving, he then used the ability of the time and space fruit. This god-level fruit can control the entire world if used well. In Xihen's hands, it became a tool for finding things. A light green passage opened in front of Xihen. After Xihen walked in, the passage disappeared. At the same time, Xihen had already appeared in the thriller bark 2 days ago. At this time, Perona was moving things to the sunshine, and Kumasi was also helping. I saw a black shadow appear in the sky. It was the shadow of this time and space. It held Nami, Usopp and Chopper, put them on the ground, knocked Perona unconscious, put them into the storage space, and was about to kill them. Other zombies. Only then did Xihen discover that Kumasi was killed by him and thrown into the sea, and he didn't remember it at all. Advertisement. Just when Xihen in this time and space was about to cut off Kumasi, Xihen immediately rushed forward and blocked the dragon's roar with Dragon Roar. Bump. The two dragon roars collided, causing a sonic explosion, and all the surrounding zombies, including Kumasi, were blown away. Xihen in this time and space was also stunned when he saw himself in front of him. What's your situation? Xihen asked Xihen. Didn't you take Perona away? You didn't take Kumasi with you, and you are making trouble with me. Xihen pointed at Kumasi behind him and said. Only then did Xihen in this time and space notice that Perona left Kumasi. Marcy can't do that. Oh, but remember to change him into a woman's shadow, otherwise there will be a second man on the boat. Xihen put away the dragon chant and said. You don't have to say that. Xihen also put away his dragon chant and said. How do you feel about Perona? Xihen asked from this time and space. Xihen didn't say anything, just showed a smile of asking questions, and then the two Xihen looked at each other and smiled, both of them were very lewd and understood. Got it. Can you? Xihen glanced at Nami. No. This time and space Xihen immediately knew what Xihen was holding back and wanted to take Nami away. To have two Nami, don't even think about it. Stingy, let's go. Xihen rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Xihen had nothing to say to him, so he grabbed Kumasi's head and pushed it into the sea, forcing the shadow out of his body, and left with the dead Kumasi on his shoulders. The two Xiens were nothing, but this scene shocked Nami and the other three. What just happened? Usopp said with his mouth wide open. Two or two Xihen, Chopper stammered while holding Usopp's legs. After returning to his own time and space, Xihen threw Kumasi on the deck. Seeing Kumasi unable to move, he also had a headache. Where could he find a female figure for him? Advertisement. If you look for a woman's shadow, you have to make sure that the woman doesn't die, and you can't let her see the sun. Maybe she has to be kept in a cabin of your own, which is also a troublesome thing. Shao Pei, it's out, Xihen shouted to the restaurant. After hearing this, Perona quickly ran out of the restaurant. When she saw Kumasi lying on the ground, tears of joy were about to flow out. She quickly ran over to save Kumasi. Masi helped him up. Great. It's really Kumasi. Why can't Kumasi speak? Perona then felt something was wrong and asked Xihen. Because the shadow in his body is gone, he can only be a doll now. If you are not willing, I will catch one to make Kumasi move, but the one I catch must be a woman. Quote. Perona was silent for a moment, her little head spinning rapidly. Let's forget it. He won't be the original Kumasi if he changes his shadow. It's better to be like this now. Well, can you eat in peace now? Xihen heard this and touched Perona's head. Yes. Perona nodded, and ran into the restaurant with the huge Kumasi in her arms. Xihen could finally eat in peace. After the meal, all the girls cleaned up the restaurant together. Xihen hugged Hancock happily and lay on the bow of the boat blowing the evening breeze. Hancock blushed and nestled in Xihen's arms, looking like a little woman. Look like. At the same time, the four emperors also received news that Xihen had entered the New World. Almost the entire New World is their own territory. Now that Xihen has entered the New World, he doesn't know which family will be unlucky first. According to his route, he may go to Kata Island, Aranho Island and Punkasot. Punkasot is Doflamingo's territory, and the other two are Whitebeard's territories. The unlucky one is one of them. Beckman pointed to the nautical charts and said, these are all charts drawn from the routes they collected before. Will this guy Shenyan Xihen also take action on our island in the future? Jesus Bu looked at Shanks and asked. After all, the two of them had gone to Rog Town to find Xihen before, and they had a little friendship. This face should be all give it to Shanks anyway. I hope so. Shanks also nodded. He didn't want to conflict with Xihen now. In fact, their considerations were completely unnecessary. As long as no one on the island troubled Xihen didn't bother to pay attention to them. But, if they took another route, they would end up here. Beckman pointed to another island on one side. Music Island. Allegia. Chapter 101 Red-Haired Diva. Where to go next? Xihen looked at the record pointer in his hand. After entering New World, the pointer also changed from 1 to 3. You can choose 3 different directions. Xihen also directly opened the cruise of the Modifier system. Get ready to pick a fun island. As a result, a 4th island appears on the Modifier. Allegia. This island sounds so familiar. Xihen then clicked on Allegia Island to view the details. Allegia Island, a famous music island, is home to many musicians whose names are world-renowned. Was destroyed 8 years ago. Island of Music. When Xihen saw this, he slapped his forehead. I just said, why does it sound so familiar? Xihen suddenly remembered that the last movie he saw before traveling through time was that the red-haired daughter, Yuta, was on this island. Xihen immediately changed direction and rushed to Allegia Island impatiently. At this time, Yuta actually had a large number of fans in the entire pirate world through live broadcasts. However, no one knew where Yuta's specific location was, and no one had seen her in person. During this period, Xihen's things were so heated that Yuta's limelight was suppressed by Xihen, and it had been a while since he had broadcast live. With the current atmosphere on the ship, we just need a musician. Under Xihen's acceleration, they arrived near the island of Allegia that night. Everyone decided to rest on the boat for one night before approaching the island. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the bow of the boat and looked at the dilapidated island in front of them. Somewhat stunned. The entire island is quite big, but there is not a single tree on the entire island, and there seems to be no other living creatures. It is a completely deserted island. What happened in this place? Perona said, looking at the island. Yeah, you haven't been here before, have you? Kurla also looked at Xihen and said. How do you say this? Xihen looked back at Kurla and asked. The islands you have been to are basically in ruins. Nami said. Advertisement. Quote. Xihen was speechless. Could this be Allegia? Only Xihen said after looking at the island for a moment. Well, yes, Xihen nodded. Allegia was, probably 8 years ago, and was destroyed by the red-haired pirates. I didn't expect it to be destroyed to this extent. This was once a famous island of music. It's such a pity. Xihen recalled. Said at once. Red hair. Red-haired Shanks. Nami had often heard Luffy talking about red-haired Shanks before, saying that the straw hat was what Shanks gave him. Yeah, Xihen nodded. Anyway, let's go up and have a look first. Xihen docked the boat, and after everyone got off, he put the boat into the space, and then used the power of the electromagnetic fruit to float Shirahoshi to facilitate her movement. A few people walked into Allegia Island, and saw no one for a long time, until they arrived at the center of the island and saw a dilapidated castle. It's a castle. There should be someone here, right? Reiju said, looking at the castle. Is there someone there? Baby 5 shouted towards the castle, and the whole island echoed from Baby 5. After a while, someone actually poked his head out of the castle. He was an old man with a bald head. His head was almost cylindrical. He was shocked when he saw Xihen and others. He quickly retracted his head and opened the window. Closed. That man looks so strange, with cylindrical heads. Perona said while looking at the man, sitting on the little ghost and flying up, wanting to go over and find out. When Perona came to the window, the man is gone. Are you pirates? At this moment, a girl's voice came from the door of the castle. Everyone looked down and saw that it was a girl with twin tails wearing a white jumpsuit and a short skirt, with hair that was half red and half white, and a pair of headphones around his neck. It was Yuta. Hey, Yuta, don't go out. The strange man just now also chased out, grabbing Yuta's arm and said. Yuta. The girls were stunned when they heard Yuta's name. They knew the name Yuta. He was a superstar. Advertisement. Is she Yuta? Perona said as she also fell from the sky. I didn't expect it to be a beautiful little sister. Reiju also nodded and said. Yuta, who is that? Do you all know? Only Shirahoshi looked at everyone in confusion. Yuta was also stunned when he saw Shirahoshi. Hey, are you a mermaid? Yuta looked at after arriving at Shirahoshi, his face that was gloomy just now suddenly became excited, and he ran in front of Shirahoshi. Yeah, I'm from Fishman Island. Shirahoshi also nodded and said. Fishman Island. I miss it so much, it was Hexiong back then. When he said Shanks, Yuta's excitement was suddenly gone. He stopped saying what he had not finished and returned to the gate of the castle. Are you the pirate named Shen Yunshian? Pirates are not welcome on this island, please leave. Wuta looked at Xihen and said, obviously she also knew the previous reports. The girls also looked at Xihen. They clearly knew that it was absolutely impossible for Xihen to leave such a beautiful little sister and leave like this. Sure enough, Xihen already looked like a nymphomaniac. Yuta's outfit in one piece is the closest to the modern world. From this point on, Xihen's interest was aroused. Coupled with Yuta's figure and her face, she could easily twist her waist. She was so fascinated that Xihen came here for her, so of course it was impossible to let her go. Shen Yunshian. Hearing Xihen's name, the man behind him was also startled, and his face changed. Come back quickly, don't provoke them, Yuta. Gordon. Don't touch me, I won't let pirates on this island. Yuta threw away Gordon's hand and shouted, looking at Xihen fiercely, but this fierce look in Xihen's eyes looks so cute. And Gordon is the former king of Allegia. It seems it's not easy to take her away. Kurla said quietly to Xihen. Yeah, Xihen nodded. Don't worry, we won't do anything to this island, we are just passing by. Shirahoshi said quickly when he saw Yuta like this, but Yuta, who had been looking at her and talking to her with excitement just now looked at her with a cold face. You actually want to drive me off the island? I think you don't know who I am. Hancock shouted to Yuta when he saw her attitude. I don't care who you are. Yuta looked at Hancock. Although he was fascinated by Hancock's beauty for the first time, he still said immediately. Chapter 102 The Spirit of Overlord. Yuta. Seeing that Yuta was about to conflict with them, Gordon quickly stood in front of Yuta. Even though he knew that he was not their opponent, Gordon still wanted to protect Yuta. Why do you hate pirates so much? We didn't do anything. Xihen looked at Yuta and said, completely ignoring Gordon who was standing in front of Yuta. Quote. Wu Ta looked at Xihen and said nothing. Is it because of the red-haired Shanks? You just wanted to say his name, right? Xihen looked at Yuta and said. None of your business. As expected, Yuta's mood changed when Shanks was mentioned. If you still want to stay on this island, don't blame me for being rude. What can you do? Baby 5 saw Yuta being so rude and was ready to go up and FK her. Don't get excited, I don't want to see you two fighting here. If you want to FK her, you should wait until later. Xihen stopped Baby 5 and said, of course, you have to FK her in a softer place. Yuta took a breath at this moment, then exhaled, looked at her once and for all, and suddenly spoke the next moment, and a beautiful song sounded. Just when the girls didn't understand why Yuta suddenly started singing, Xihen rushed forward and blocked Yuta's mouth with his hands. He knew very well that he couldn't let Yuta sing. The fruit of his singing was completely a bug. If he entered her fictional space and she controlled her body outside and killed Hancock and the others, that would not be good. Her fictional space cannot be broken even by Xihen's strength. Unless Yuta falls asleep, there is nothing he can do. Yuta was gagged by Xihen, and his eyes widened. What happened to this interruption in casting? Does he know his own ability? Impossible, this ability has never been shown to anyone. Yuta's eyes widened and she wanted to pull Xian's hand off, but she found that it was useless no matter how hard she pulled. When Gao Deng saw this, he also pulled out a dagger and stabbed Xihen. Clang, there was a sound of iron clashing. Gordon's dagger stabbed Xian's waist and broke directly, and the blade fell to the ground. Advertisement. Such a hard waist. Gordon was also stunned. He looked at the knife and then at Xihen's waist. There were no scars at all. Because you have taken care of Yuta for so long, I won't argue with you this time, but I won't be polite next time. Xihen said to Gordon, who couldn't help but look at Xihen. He took 2 steps back. But looking at Yuta, he mustered up the courage to take 2 steps forward. Let Yuta go. You old man. Baby 5 went up directly, pushed Gordon to the ground, and tied him up. Yuta watched Gaoden struggling in Xian's hands, and seemed to be shouting Gaoden's name again. Seeing this, Xihen let go of Yuta, and Yuta immediately ran in front of Gaoden. Baby 5 turned his hand into a gun and pointed it at Yuta's head, and now Yuta didn't move. I really don't mean to hurt you, but your words and deeds will drive us off the island. We also need to go to the island to rest. Xihen said standing behind Yuta. Sure enough, there is no good thing among pirates. Yuta didn't look back and said with his back to Xihen. I have to let you see what is not a good thing. Xihen, who originally wanted to go through the normal procedure to abduct Yuta, couldn't help it because of Yuta's stubborn temper, and hugged Yuta directly. The tower dragged her into the castle. Yuta, let her go. Gordon became anxious when he saw this. He lay on the ground and shouted to Xihen. Baby 5 also kicked Gordon unconscious. Yi said directly. I was RD because of my bad mouth, I am too familiar with it. But when Xihen came out, something was wrong with the atmosphere outside. Xihen looked up and saw that Hancock and the others were standing in a circle in front of the castle gate with serious faces. They all got into fighting postures, and Shirahoshi was also protected behind them. What's wrong? Xihen walked out and realized that they were surrounded. What did you do to Yuta? The people surrounding them were the red-haired pirates led by the red-haired Shanks. Advertisement. After learning that Xihen might come to Allegia Island, Shanks and the others rushed to Allegia non-stop, fearing that something might happen to Yuta. After all, the whole world knew about Xian's character. But when they arrived, it was too late, things had already happened, and he was stopped at the door by Hancock and others. He knew very well that these women would not be his opponents, but he could still hold them back for a while. When Red Hair was about to fight Hancock and others, Xihen happened to come out, which made him realize that something was wrong. I did what a pirate should do, is there any problem? Xihen said and lifted up his pants, which was completely provocative. Yuta is my daughter. Shanks looked at Xihen with a dark face and said. I know, but it's just an adopted daughter. Besides, how long have you been raising her? It's probably less than 8 years at most. But I consider her my biological daughter. If it was a biological daughter, I wouldn't have emphasized treating her as a biological daughter. Xihen sneered at this, saying that she was a biological daughter. In order to prevent her from suffering the pain of destroying Allegia, she lied that she was a red-haired girl. The pirates destroyed Allegia, then left young Yuta behind. His operation caused Yuta to lose his most trusted family members, his dreams, everything, and almost destroy the world. If she had taken Yuta and left Allegia, all she would have lost was her dream. At least she still had her family by her side, and she could fulfill her dream at any time. Under the banner of doing good for Yuta, Red Hair decided Yuta's life without authorization, and eventually killed Yuta. Then there's nothing more to say. After Shanks said this, he used his remaining arm to hold Griffin's waist. In an instant, a powerful burst of Conqueror's domineering energy burst out from Shanks' body, blowing a gust of wind. Shirahoshi was so frightened by this domineering force that he almost cried. Once Shirahoshi cried, the most powerful Poseidon species on the seabed would come up. By then, those Poseidon species alone would be enough to give Shanks and his friends a headache. Seeing that the weaker ones such as Kira and Shirahoshi were about to faint, Xihen also directly activated Conqueror's Haki, instantly forcing the red-haired man back. At the same time, all the cadres on the red-haired side fainted except Beckman. It's just a matter of course. Xihen said while looking at the red hair. Chapter 103 Inches Unite. When Shanks saw this, his eyes changed and he became more serious. A burst of dark red light that was almost visible to the naked eye came towards Xihen and others. Xihen also increased the intensity of Conquerors. Suddenly, a burst of black and purple Conquerors clashed with the dark red Conquerors. Bump up. Soon, the black and purple Conquerors swallowed up the dark red Conquerors. Even Beckman rolled his eyes and fainted, but no one on Xihen's side was okay. Shanks was also shocked by Xihen's Conquerors, and took a step back unconsciously, and his Conqueror's domineering power dissipated. Being able to practice Conquerors to this point, I have to say that you are quite capable. Xihen also put away his Conquerors and said to Shanks. It can be said that it is completely impossible to cultivate Conquerors to this point without using modifiers and relying entirely on one's own strength. However, Shanks has done it. It is no wonder that he can stand firm in the new world with only a dozen people on a boat. The heels became 4 emperors. Quote. Shanks didn't want to say a word at this time. After the failure of the Conqueror's confrontation, when he heard Xihen say such words, it was needless to say that they were all sarcastic. But Xihen really didn't mean to ridicule him, and she was somewhat impressed. Shanks. At this time, Yuta walked out of the room slowly while holding on to the wall. She heard Shanks' voice just now, and now she saw that it was indeed the voice. It was also the first time for the little girl Yuta to experience Rin Hazama's strong embrace. Now her legs were a little unsteady and she was visibly shaking. Shanks was a little bit defensive when he saw this scene. After all, Yuta is his daughter. It's really you. Yuta's expression changed when he saw Shanks, and he directly picked up the broken blade that Gordon had used to stab Xihen from the ground. Xihen quickly created a shadow on Yuta's hand to prevent Yuta from being injured by holding the blade. Yuta held the blade and rushed towards Shanks, pointing the blade directly at Shanks' heart. Yuta. Shanks' eyes widened when he saw this. He didn't expect that Yuta would hate him to this extent, but he couldn't die now, so he quickly raised his knife and prepared to block Yuta. And his footsteps immediately spurted out countless armed colored branches, knocking Griffin off and tying his 3 limbs and head tightly at the same time. Shanks tried to break free, but his shadow suddenly flew up. He was also tied up so tightly that he couldn't move at all. Advertisement. Yuta. No. Gordon also woke up from the ground at this time. Seeing this scene, he threw himself directly towards Shanks and stood in front of Shanks. Xihen directly used a branch to knock him away and flew him far away, and then covered Yuta's dagger with his own arm domineering force. Xihen will definitely let her stab Yuta with her knife today. Laugh. In front of everyone's eyes, Yuta stabbed Shanks' arm domineering force with a knife, and the blade entered Shanks' body. Shanks' eyes widened in disbelief. Yuta. Shanks looked at Yuta, his eyes full of heartache and regret. If he hadn't left Yuta in Allegia, wouldn't what happened today have happened? As the blade entered Shanks' body, Yuta also lowered his head and shed tears. She finally relented. The knife only stabbed Shanks in the abdomen, and the broken blade was also very short, so it would not hurt Shanks' vitals. After the blow, Yuta also collapsed on the ground. With a look from Xihen, Baby 5 and Reiju stepped forward and helped Yuta to Xihen's side. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Leave this island, since Yuta doesn't want to kill you, Xihen said and let go of Shanks. This time, Shanks did nothing else except cover his wounds. With his movements, he was fully aware of the gap between himself and Xihen, which was as big as a Milky Way. Xihen and others then entered the castle and no longer cared about the life and death of Shanks and others. Yuta's mood is very unstable now, and Xihen is also by her side. Now Xihen, who has a 100-degree favorability score, is her only support. On the other side, it wasn't until night that Shanks' crew members woke up one after another. They saw Shanks' bandage around his waist and realized that he was injured. They were about to go find Xihen to theory, but were stopped by Shanks. Let's go back to the ship. Shanks stood up and said to everyone. But boss. Leikalu was about to say something, but Shanks shook his head and walked directly to the boat. Everyone saw this and quickly followed him. Advertisement. I didn't expect his conqueror's domineering power to be so strong. After returning to the ship, Beckman lit up a cigarette and said. With his strength, even if he did not reach the 4 emperors, he would be infinitely close to the 4 emperors, but he still held on. Without Xihen's domineering attitude, this was simply incomprehensible to Beckman. With his strength, we alone can't do anything about it. Shanks shook his head and sat on the deck. Boss, what should Yuta do? Leikalu asked. At present, it seems that Yuta will not encounter any other dangers by following him. Shanks' implication is that Xihen is Yuta's biggest danger, but at least he will not lose his life. This is what Yuta left behind. Shanks pointed to the wound on his abdomen and smiled bitterly. Hearing this, everyone in the red-haired pirate group also fell silent. This was equivalent to a complete break with Yuta. It would have been better if I had taken Yuta away. Jesus Bu also sighed and said. I think we still need to explain clearly what happened back then to Yuta, said Lime Jones, a cadre with yellow hair and a hat. It's useless to say all this now. We still need to bring Yuta back first and then talk about other things. Beckman said. I thought about it just now. I decided to unite with others to fight against Shen Yunxian. There should be no existence like him in this world. Shanks nodded and said with a serious face. Unite. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they were very confused at the same time. Do you want to unite with the world government? At this time, it took the deputy captain to see through Shanks's mind, and Shanks nodded. Not just world government. I want to unite with the 4 emperors, Shichibukai, world government and marine to completely wipe out Shen Yunxian. If Xihen knew what Shanks was thinking at this time, he would definitely laugh his head off. Shichibukai, even the eyes of an eagle are not enough to see. World government is already in his pocket, and marine will naturally take orders from him indirectly. Counting the time, Whitebeard will soon be busy. In the end, the only useful people who can unite are Kaido and Big Mom. Even if these 2 guys come, what's the use? It's just giving themselves more devil fruits. Chapter 104. Internal meeting of the red-haired pirates, Xihen's contribution. However, this kind of thing is too difficult to do, almost impossible. Jesus Bu said after hearing this. Some time ago, Xihen was brawling with Mary Joa, and all the celestial dragons died. The history of the celestial dragons also came to an end, completely disgracing the world government. At this time, Xihen must be a thorn in their side, and Akainu had just fought. Death, Marine hero Garp lost his arm, and Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku suffered permanent internal injuries. This must be the time when they need their combat power the most. Beckman said. That's right. Shanks nodded. If we take the initiative to join forces with them at this time and temporarily stop the overt and covert fight between Marine and world government, they will definitely agree. The difficulty will be Kaido, Whitebeard and Big Mom. The three of them have no hatred towards Xihen. Actually, not really. A long time ago, at an auction house on an island, Xihen snatched Doflamingo's auction items and a devil fruit, and also snatched Kaido's boat for auction. There must be hatred between them. Yes, but it's not right yet. Beckman threw the cigarette into the sea. The informants on Fishman Island received news that Xihen changed Whitebeard's flag on Fishman Island and seized Whitebeard's territory. Lakelu also said. What about Big Mom? Jesus Bu asked after hearing this. I haven't received any news about the hatred between Xihen and Big Mom. Everyone shook their heads. However, Big Mom has an escaped daughter, named Laura, who seems to have joined Luffy's pirate group. Now Big Mom has announced that she will hunt down Luffy and the others. Lakelu said, patting his head. Xihen followed Luffy when he first went to sea. Will he care if something happens to Luffy? Shanks looked at Beckman and said. Quote. I'm afraid not necessarily. I looked at the women next to him. One of them is a member of Luffy's original pirate group, named Nami the Little Cat Thief. The wanted order was issued not long ago, and now that woman is following Xihen. I'm afraid his purpose at that time was just for that Nami, and he may not care about Luffy's life or death now. Beckman said after thinking about it. In fact, when this playboy saw Xihen and others, the first thing he saw was not Xihen at all. He was almost fascinated by the large group of women around Xihen. That boy was so happy. Advertisement. Then Big Mom, let's put it aside for now. Is it possible for the Revolutionary Army to unite with us? Shanks nodded. Revolutionary Army. When it comes to the Revolutionary Army, Beckman is also somewhat silent. Since the Tianlong people were overthrown, the world government has fallen into a state of silence. The major countries are celebrating, some are panicking, and some people have begun to apply to become the next generation of Tianlong people. But what is the specific situation? It's not known yet. But the destruction of the Tianlong people has left the Revolutionary Army without a target for a while. They are also waiting to see the changes in the pattern of other countries in the world. I am afraid that they will not unite with us to fight against the Shenyu Xian who destroyed the Tianlong people. After a while, Beckman said. Moreover, to many people, the current Shenyu Xian is not only not a pirate, but a savior, a hero, a savior of the world, etc. The people have a high voice for him. If we want to deal with him, I'm afraid I will be despised by the world. No way. A person like him should leave behind some infamy, right? He should be called a devil who destroys the world, a destroyer of the world, a madman, etc. Why is he supported by the people? Lakelu hearing this, he asked. Since he set sail, he has not harmed any people, at least in front of others. No one knows it afterward. He first saved Orange Town and Zailuobu village in the East Daxia Sea, the hometown of Jesus Bu, and Coco West Asia village, after entering the Grand Line, helped the Ader Kingdom rescue the princess and captured the Hayaya port. Speaking of Hayaya port, the current Hayaya port is already the most luxurious island in the first half of the Great Line. It can be called a paradise for entertainment. There are many new and interesting things that no one has seen in it. They are all Xian. It is said that countries around the world imitated the design and began to build these things in their own kings. After that, he protected the residents in the Sabaody Islands. It was broadcast live all over the world, and everyone thought he intentionally did not harm the residents. Where did you know all this? Jesus asked. Advertisement. A reporter named Hitaki Kakashi, every newspaper in the world, is reporting Xian's events and experiences. It is precisely because of his messy behavior that the god Yunxian has almost become a god in the hearts of the people. Yes, I quite want Shen Yunxian to take over the world government. Beckman said, patting the newspaper he was holding. Of course, there is no way in the newspapers that Xian killed 2 innocent fishermen as soon as he went to sea, wiped out the residents of Qianlei Island, sank Wisma Island, took away all the gold from Sky Island, and burned Thriller Bark. There were extremely negative reports such as sinking 10 ships of the Kingdom of Warnemon and so on. After all, Xian is Hitaki Kakashi's great benefactor. If it weren't for Xian, he would never be famous in his life. Xian is his god and idol. But Xian didn't know what Hitaki Kakashi had done, because he didn't care what happened in the world, nor how he was reported in newspapers. All he was interested in was his bounty, and now the bounty has been increased and cannot be increased anymore. Pirates are already despised by the world, so it doesn't matter. Let's go talk to Kaido and the others about the alliance, Wano country, and sailing. Shanks thought for a while and then shouted. Yes, everyone in the red-haired pirate group also got busy and headed to Wano country. At the same time, Xihen, who was taking care of Yuta, received a call from 5 elders. What's the matter? Xihen asked impatiently. Lord Xihen, I'm disturbing you. An old man's voice said with some fear at first. It's like this, there is a pirate who calls himself Marshal D. Teach, and he captured the second member of Four Emperors Whitebeard. Team Captain Portkas D. Ace wants to join Shichibukai in exchange, you see. First take Ace in, lock him up in a room with you, agree to his request to become a Shichibukai first, and after he leaves, announce to the world the abolition of Shichibukai. Xihen said without thinking. Abolish Shichibukai. However, those guys at Shichibukai are not easy to mess with, especially Hawkeye and Doflamingo. Once they become enemies of the world government, plus Marine's current lack of combat power. What are you afraid of when I'm here? After Xihen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chapter 105 The general trend of the world is in chaos. After the record pointer was stored, Xihen and others were also preparing to go to the next island. Before leaving, Yuta said goodbye to Gordon. After all, he was the one who raised Yuta. Xihen did not do anything to him. But presumably after Yuta leaves here, Gordon will not stay here soon. With the addition of Yuta, the atmosphere on the ship has indeed become much better. Yuta likes to sing when she has nothing to do. The girls are very excited. After all, they can listen to Yuta singing live every day, and with the blessing of Yuta's singing fruit, they can experience various magical fictional worlds every day. Xihen also taught Yuta many beautiful songs from his previous life, which made Yuta very surprised by Xihen's talent. Moreover, it was great that the person he liked had the same hobbies as him. Different from the happiness on Xihen's side, Blackbeard's side. What? The Shichibukai system was cancelled. Blackbeard slammed the wine glass to the ground, and he was so angry that his few teeth were almost broken. Yes, as soon as we took the lead, the world government announced the cancellation of the Shichibukai system the next day. Lafitte said. Are you kidding? Then why did we give Ace to them? Blackbeard shouted after hearing this. What should we do next? Fan Oka also sighed. Where is Ace being held? It seems that we haven't moved since we were sent to Mariehoya. Lafitte thought for a while and said. Are you still going to Push City? Fan Oka asked. At this time, they were moving towards Push City. Dressrosa. What? Cancel the Shichibukai system. What is the world government doing? After Doflamingo heard the news, his veins popped up and the phone bug in his hand was crushed. He didn't care much about the name of a Shichibukai, but the power of the Shichibukai was very convenient for him. Of those businesses. Once the name of Shichibukai is gone, from now on, when transporting goods by sea, you will have to avoid Marine, or go to war with Marine, which will cause huge losses to you. Advertisement. Shichibukai. Has it finally been abolished? Jinbei said while looking at the newspaper. At this time, Jinbei was supposed to be imprisoned in the deep-sea prison for opposing Ace's execution, but now he didn't know that Ace was arrested. Seeing this after reading the newspaper, he was also ready to return to Whitebeard's pirate group. Jinbei can be regarded as half joining the Whitebeard Pirates, called Whitebeard Dad, but he has not fully become a member of the Whitebeard. The reason why he joined the Whitebeard is also very simple. Whitebeard protected Fishman Island. Just like when Big Mom occupied Fishman Island and Jinbei joined Big Mom, it was all to protect Fishman Island, and now he doesn't know that Fishman Island already belongs to Xihen. But Hawkeye didn't care. Shang is now a semi-cyborg. Moria and Crocodile, one is dead and the other is in prison. Hancock followed Xihen. After all this, the only people affected by the abolition of Shichibukai were Blackbeard and Doflamingo. But Xihen was just trying to play with Blackbeard. And because Xihen had already killed all the celestial dragons, although Luffy was making a big fuss at the auction house in the Sabaody archipelago, he did not fight the celestial dragons. Now he was only chased by ordinary marines, and he quickly escaped. Surrounded by marines. The auction house in the Sabaody Islands also called Xihen. As for why we need to pay Xihen, since Xihen's flag was erected on the Sabaody Islands, every shop has to pay taxes to Xihen. This thing is not requested by Xihen, but by the local king. Now Xihen's interests are tied to the Sabaody Islands. If something goes wrong, he will naturally ask Xihen for help. I don't care, Xihen replied. I didn't want your Sabaody Islands in the first place. If you insist on joining them, I won't take a dime of your money. Besides, what little money you have is enough for you. Xihen hung up the phone directly. Yuta-chan, I'm sorry, I took a call, let's continue. Xihen put down the phone and ran into Yuta's room. The world is far more chaotic than that. Advertisement. Hesitating about what Xihen did, a group of crazy fans of Xihen appeared all over the world. They acted lawlessly, burned, killed, looted, robbed the island, burned the flag of the world government, and drove away all the marines on the island or massacre. There are tens of millions of people like this, it is impossible to control them. Many kingdoms fell into chaos as a result, and began to constantly ask the world government to suppress it. But the five elders disappeared directly, which only gave Cyborg a headache, and put pressure on the marines. However, the total number of marines does not exceed 3 million people, and they are all scattered around the world. The total number of these people has not left a trace. 1/3 of these crazy followers, how to suppress them is also a headache. Everyone in the kingdom was in danger, so they began to reorganize their army and let these followers attack day and night, fearing that Xihen's followers would overwhelm him with a kingdom after sleeping. There are only two places where the kingdom wants to be safe. One is the Yatar kingdom of Yi Yi, which has long hung the flag of Xihen. One is the kingdom of Goa in the East Daxia Sea, which is Luffy's hometown. This kingdom can be said to be completely isolated from the world. It is very peaceful and only small things happen. The 5 elders knew that Xihen could not take care of these followers, so they hid directly. But in fact, Xihen didn't even know these things. Also, the movements of the Revolutionary Army. Recently, the Revolutionary Army has only one mission, which is to defend every country that the Revolutionary Army has captured and prevent rebels from appearing. The streets and alleys are full of patrolling Revolutionary Army, which is extremely busy and busy. Many pirates have also begun to do evil under the banner of Xihen. Even under 4 emperors, there are a large number of people who threaten to join Xihen. They threaten to take the head of their former boss to submit a petition for Xihen. It has to be said that they are a little overconfident. These people they appeared among Kaido and Big Mom's men, and naturally they were all suppressed by force. On Whitebeard's side, he regarded his crew as his family, and there were no problems. The red-haired group has a small number of people, and they just had a conflict with Xihen, so there will naturally be no problems. I haven't read a newspaper in a long time. At the same time, Nami, who was blowing the sea breeze on the bow of the boat, saw the newspaper delivery seagulls flying in the air, and waved to call the seagulls. She had not read them since entering Thriller Bark and Fishman Island. Newspapers aside, Nami is a woman who cares about the general trend of the world. When Nami got the new newspaper and glanced at it casually, his expression changed. He took the newspaper and ran towards Yuta's room. Something bad is going to happen, Xihen. You guy, please don't torment Yuta. Got it. Chapter 106. Send them back to the west. What's wrong? Yuta hurriedly picked up the quilt and wrapped himself up, still quite shy. What's wrong? You're in a hurry. Xihen stood up with a calm face. Oh, now is not the time to do this. Look at this. Nami held the newspaper in front of Xihen's eyes. Xihen took it and looked at it, frowning. I don't care about the chaos in this world, but I can't stand these so-called rebels messing around in my name. Xihen said while looking at the news about the rebels. Although this person named Hitaki Kakashi keeps reporting positive news about you, there are not as many negative news as these. I know you are not afraid of anything, but you can't kill everyone in the world. Your reputation is still very good. Important. Nami said to Xihen. You're right, but now is not the time to deal with this matter. Xihen nodded, then looked at Nami with a serious face and threw away the newspaper in his hand. Is there anything more important than this? Nami looked at Xihen with confusion. After a while, Xihen ended the battle, gathered everyone on the deck, and sat on the sofa to start the first meeting of the Fishman Pirates. It was just a meeting. Everyone has read the content in the newspaper. I'm afraid this matter can only be solved by my intervention. Xihen sat in the main seat and said to the girls. Then you go, at least let the world settle down first. Kara said, especially when she saw how busy the Revolutionary Army was, she was actually a little anxious. I'm going with you, Hancock said to Xihen. Will you encounter any danger when you go out? Reiju looked at Xihen and asked, let's go with you, so we can help. Agree. Gion nodded. However, Gion also found it a little funny that Chadu became a general. To outsiders, he might think that becoming a general is very handsome, but what kind of temperament does Chadu have? Very clear. Advertisement. Don't worry, what else can happen to me? Xihen smiled at a few people. Actually, I already have a countermeasure. I will be able to handle this matter soon. I will deal with it first when I get to the next island. You settle there, and then you have to pay attention to safety and call me immediately if anything happens. Don't worry, we are not just ordinary people. How can we be easily defeated by others? Gion said with a smile. Yes, with your name on my side, no one dares to mess around. Nami also said. Yeah, Xihen nodded. When he chose the crew, he didn't just look at the good-looking ones. They were all good-looking and capable of fighting. The weakest one was Nami. Nami was a smart guy and wouldn't let himself go in danger. Besides, now that Yuta is here, once her ability is used, even she can't resist it. After 5 days of sailing, everyone arrived at the next island, Casita Island. This island is also Whitebeard's territory. It seems that the new route Xihen chose may be Whitebeard's previous route. Whitebeard has no enmity with him now. Even if he knows that his people are in his territory, I won't do anything to myself either. Of course, this is based on the fact that Whitebeard doesn't know that he is the one who really captured Ace. And Xihen didn't know that Hongfa was uniting with the 4 emperors at this time. This is the territory of that old guy with Whitebeard. If nothing happens, he won't do anything. If his people dare to attack you, Yuta will kill everyone on this island. Xihen said to him. Yuta said. Yes. Yuta also nodded obediently. Yuta was still very enthusiastic about destroying the world. Then where do you want to start? Gion asked Xihen. Let's start by finding a live phone bug. Xihen said, and jumped off the boat. If the other party is an opponent that even Yuta can't deal with, call me immediately. Don't worry, go ahead. Nami shouted to Xihen. Advertisement. Everyone also watched Xihen leave. Xihen attracted a lot of attention as soon as he landed on the island. Everyone was discussing whether he was the guy with an unlimited bounty, but no one could confirm it. After all, he was a legend of the Grand Line, and he was more famous than Roger in One Piece. Big. However, live phone bugs are not that easy to find. Most islands do not prepare this kind of thing. After a thorough investigation, I found a shop that specializes in phone bugs. After arriving here, I also know live phone bugs. Just when Xihen was at a loss what to do, a familiar figure came out from the corner. Are you looking for this? The man said, holding up the live phone bug in his hand. I remember you, you are Hitaki Kakashi, right? Xihen thought for a moment and said. Yes, you still remember me, what an honor. After hearing this, Hitaki Kakashi came to Xihen's side with excitement on his face. You're here just in time, come with me. Xihen grabbed his collar and took him to a tower high up. This is it, let's start the live broadcast. Okay. Hitaki Kakashi nodded quickly, opened the live broadcast phone bug, and then made an OK gesture to Xihen. I am Shen Yun Xihen. Xihen first introduced himself to the camera. No matter in his previous life or now, it was Xihen who took the initiative to live broadcast for the first time. Thinking about it, he was a little nervous. I am Shen Yun Xihen. Soon, Xihen's voice came from the big screen on the island, and everyone's attention was attracted. Many people from all over the world watched the live broadcast. They all shouted, and a large group of people came to watch together. Especially Xihen's followers were aggressive in driving away other people watching the live broadcast and occupying the screen. Rebels, listen up, within a week, no matter what method you use, gather at Sabaody Islands no. 45. Those who arrive at Sabaody Islands within the time limit, I will let you officially join the Fishman Pirates, above. After Xihen finished speaking, he signaled Hitaki Kakashi to close the live broadcast. Thank you everyone for watching. I am the reporter this time, Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi also showed his face in front of the camera and then closed the live broadcast. Are you going to accept those rebels? This will have a great impact on your reputation. After turning off the live broadcast, Hitaki Kakashi looked at Xihen and said. If I send them back to the west, you come with me to the Sabaody Islands and live broadcast the whole process. After saying that, Xihen locked Hitaki Kakashi in the wooden ball, and then took it into his own space, not letting him see it, to the structure inside. Chapter 107 The Gathering of Sabaody Islands. Immediately, Xihen spread his wings and flew towards the Sabaody Islands at an extremely fast speed. The reason why the Sabaody Islands were chosen as the location is because people in the first half of the Grand Line may not be able to reach the New World, but people in the New World can definitely return to the Grand Line. The news about Xihen spread quickly, and soon almost everyone in the world knew about it. Xihen's followers also tried every means to get the ship and started heading towards the Sabaody Islands as quickly as possible. The people in the Sabaody Islands were almost frightened, and they were looking for boats to escape, preparing to leave the Sabaody Islands first. Although Xihen might not be able to do anything, those rebels really could do anything. Are we leaving? Shaki looked at Rayleigh and asked at the rip-off bar. It seems that the Sabaody Islands are not peaceful. Luffy has seen it too, so let's go. Rayleigh took out his sword from the room and said. I really can't bear to leave this bar. Shaki said as he looked around the bar. Build an identical one elsewhere. I've made a lot of money over the years, Rayleigh said with a smile. Sigh. Shaki sighed, packed up his things and left with Rayleigh. However, as soon as Rayleigh opened the gate of opening, he saw someone standing at the door, Shenyan Xihen. Rayleigh looked at Xihen and asked doubtfully. Please give me more advice. Xihen nodded and said. ... Then Xihen was invited into the bar. Rayleigh and Shaki both sat in front of Xihen and prepared drinks. So, you are not occupying this island. Rayleigh looked at Xihen and said. Yes, those rebels are running around in my name. I want to teach them a lesson and at the same time declare to the world that I have no vassals. Xihen nodded and said. The Sabaody Islands will not be under my control. Within the attack range, don't worry. But I think your plan is inappropriate. I think you saw it when you came here. All the residents of the Sabaody Islands fled because of fear. It has caused extreme panic, and there are tens of millions of rebels. If the island sees ships, many innocent people will die. Rayleigh said after taking a sip of wine. That's true, but it's better than continuous death and infamy. Xihen shrugged and said, besides, whether those people die or not has nothing to do with me. You are really cold-blooded. Shaki said after hearing this. Advertisement. Living well myself is better than anything else. I live for myself, not for them. If you have the strength to enjoy wantonly, you should do things to enjoy wantonly. Xihen also drank a glass of wine and said. Then I'll leave. You can stay here in peace. Xihen stood up and said. You came here just to tell us this. Rayleigh said, looking at Xihen's back. I came here to meet the legendary Pluton Rayleigh. Xihen said with a smile. Am I considered a legend to you? Rayleigh smiled after hearing this. Xihen didn't speak, waved with his back to Rayleigh, and left. At the same time, Marine also held an emergency meeting to discuss matters related to the Sabaody Islands. The final opinion was to activate 10 times the Buster Call to completely destroy the Sabaody Islands. However, Xihen naturally wouldn't let them meddle in other people's business. He directly asked the 5 elders to tell them to stand still and hold Marine down. In the next week, people came to the Sabaody Islands one after another, and they all gathered on the 45th, but there was simply not enough room for so many people on the 45th. In order to see Xihen himself, he had to. A few people were already fighting. Almost all the residents of the Sabaody Islands also left. I have never seen so many people in my life. Hitaki Kakashi said, standing next to Xihen. At this time, the two of them were sitting on a towering tree rising from Xihen, looking down. Then have you ever seen so many people die together? Xihen said with a smile. I can't even think about it. Are you really going to kill them all? Hitaki Kakashi looked at Xihen and asked. Of course. Xihen nodded without thinking. Gudong. Hitaki Kakashi swallowed. From this angle, the densely packed group of people below looked like ants. 2,781,005,675. Xihen closed his eyes and felt it. What? Hitaki Kakashi asked confused. The number of rebels on the island. Advertisement. You know all this. Hitaki Kakashi was shocked. How strong are you? This is probably how strong it is. Xihen pointed to the ground, and then crossed his hand over his head. It must be so strong to pierce through the ceiling. Then Xihen stood up, and the towering trees slowly descended. Start live broadcast. Okay. Hitaki Kakashi nodded quickly and started the live broadcast. The first thing he photographed was the large group of rebels below. It's Lord Xihen. Anyone with eyesight noticed the strange movement of the big tree immediately, looked up quickly, and discovered Xihen. Lord Xihen. Finally, I met Lord Xihen in person. Oh my god. So excited. I'm going to be Lord Xihen's subordinate. That's great. Everyone shouted loudly after seeing Xihen. At this time, the live broadcast was also being played on the screens in various worlds, including the Sabaody Islands. Many rebels who could not see Xihen could only watch it on the screen. Ahem. Xihen coughed twice, cleared his throat, and the live phone bug also targeted Xihen. I heard that in recent times, a group of rebels like you have appeared. They are running around on various islands under my banner. I don't know if all the rebels have arrived, but if there are still some who have not arrived, I can only count them lucky, Xihen said with sharp eyes. I called you here today for 3 things. First, I have no attachments except the Fishman Pirates, Hayaya Port and Fishman Island. Second, I don't allow anyone to touch me. The name is not evil. At this point, everyone was already a little panicked. As Xihen's followers, they also knew a lot about Xihen. The current situation does not look good no matter how you look at it. Quick, run. Shen Yunxian is going to kill us. Someone in the crowd shouted. Nani, real or false? Although I don't know whether it's true or not, many people started running after them. Suddenly, the entire Sabaody Islands fell into chaos. Many people were trampled to death. Tens of millions of people were trampled to death with one kick. No scum is left. Third, I want you to die here. Xihen said unhurriedly. Chapter 108 Human Massacre. Shen Yunxian. As soon as Xihen finished speaking, the sky above the entire Sabaody Islands became dark, and countless lightnings roared in the sky. Then, all the lightnings fell from the sky as if they had eyes, striking each person accurately, electrocuting them into ashes in an instant. Countless wooden thorns poured out from Xihen's hands and passed through the hearts of countless rebels. The trees under Xihen's feet also grew rapidly, and countless vines surged out from under the trees, entwining towards the crowd, sucking them into one after another. The people around the island were about to run out of the island, but thunder and lightning covered the entire edge of the island like a cage from the sky. Anyone who came a little closer was blasted into dregs, and there was no way to escape. The entire Sabaody Islands have become a hell on earth, with rivers of blood flowing. You can't escape at all. Kill Shen Yunxian. Some people suddenly became anxious and rushed towards Xihen. However, this kind of people was even worse. They didn't even have a good time, and were directly penetrated by countless wooden thorns through their limbs and body. The whole body, until the end penetrated the heart and head, the death could not be more miserable. Kill Shen Yunxian. The sounds of people running away and wailing also unified at this moment, and gradually turned into the sound of, kill Shen Yunxian. The sound was simply deafening. It's so noisy. Xihen picked out his ears, and then used the electric eye to cut off a large group of people. At least hundreds of thousands of people were cut in half by the electric eye. More than 20 million people are indeed too many. Even with full firepower, it will take a long time to kill. This group of people couldn't get even half a step closer to Xihen. Some of the more powerful guys were killed by Xihen's shadow as soon as they arrived under the tree. It can be said that they didn't even know how they died. Later, Xihen also activated the ability of the electromagnetic fruit, attracting all their weapons together and turning them into a super huge sphere in the air. Then he destroyed all the weapons with a big blow of fire. Now even if they wanted to do something to Xihen, they had no choice but to run away with their bare hands and their heads in their hands. They wanted to hide in the house, but all the houses were surrounded by wooden balls and could not be broken. They wanted to dig through the ground and hide in. Oh my god. Advertisement. So cruel. He actually did something like this. At the same time, the expressions of people all over the world watching the live broadcast were very unified. Their mouths were opened wide and their expressions were very dull. They stared directly at the tragic situation on the screen. Even children did not dare to cry. The entire island screen was filled with the screams of the Sabaody Islands rebels. If Xihen hadn't wanted to destroy the Sabaody Islands, the solution would have been a little faster. After an unknown amount of time, the wails of the Sabaody Islands gradually subsided, the thunder and lightning in the sky also stopped, and the trees under Xihen's feet disappeared. Only Xihen took out Dragon Song and waved it in the air, and the sea surged. They surged up to the Sabaody Islands and washed the entire Sabaody Islands clean. When the dark clouds dispersed, the entire Sabaody Islands took on a new look, as if the more than 20 million people who had just died were a dream, and no one could react. Gudong. Someone swallowed, and everyone trembled. What kind of live broadcast did they just see? More than 20 million people. Just now, more than 20 million people died. I may have never seen 20 million people in my life, but just now, Shen Yunxian killed more than 20 million people. Shen Yunxian is a devil. Human slaughter. Divine clouds and traces. This name soon spread among people, and from then on, no one would dare to do anything in the name of Xihen, otherwise they might be hunted down by Xihen to the ends of the earth. This guy, you want me to join you in killing him? Don't be kidding, oh lalalo. Kaido laughed while pointing at Xihen on the screen. He was not laughing happily. To be honest, he was suppressing a scared laugh. Quote. Shanks looked at the calm Xihen in the picture and clenched his fists. What is the situation of this person and why can he be so strong? The three-color domineering person is the best in the world. His devil fruit abilities are all kinds of weird, and his physical fitness is even more outrageous. He is simply unbelievably strong. It is impossible for humans to be this strong. Advertisement. I think we should not provoke that kid. Although I also want to kill him, he is no match at all. Even rocks back then may not be able to compare with him. Kaido looked at Shanks and said. Quote. Why do you sound like you admire the god Yunxian? Shanks always felt weird listening to Kaido's words. Really, I really admire this guy. Kaido nodded after hearing this. If you can make me even dare not have the will to fight, I naturally admire him and even want to hang out with him. Quote. Shanks was speechless. It seemed that Kaido was unreliable. Shanks stood up and left without Kaido stopping him. Give up, red-haired Shanks, no one in this world is his opponent. Kaido said to Shanks, back. Whitebeard Pirates. Dad, this guy said before that Fishman Island is also his territory. Did he steal our Fishman Island? Marco said to Whitebeard. We took over Fishman Island to protect Fishman Island, didn't we? Who dares to bully Fishman Island now? Hula lala, Whitebeard also said with a smile. Quote. But this kind of behavior will still have a great impact on us. After all, it is our territory. Josie also said. Then what can you do? Who can beat that guy? Beasta said helplessly. Big Mom Pirates. Mama, what a madman, Shen Yunxian. Big Mom said with a smile while looking at the live broadcast. From today on, anyone who uses my name to do evil will end up like those people just now. I, the god Yunxian, will do what he says. In the live broadcast, Xihen looked at the camera and said, and the camera was also Xihen himself, held. Ask Hatake Kakashi. He vomited violently and fainted from the shock as early as the beginning of the battle. Hundreds of thousands of upper bodies crawling around on the ground, tens of thousands of heads rolling on the ground with their eyes rolled, intestines and internal organs all over the ground. Hatake Kakashi looked at this scene and couldn't accept it at all. Those rebels who didn't come to the Sabaody Islands in time, I advise you to keep your tail between your legs. If I find you, you will be dead. Also, the residents of the Sabaody Islands can come back. After Xihen finished speaking, all the houses in the Sabaody Islands were placed in the wooden balls, and no house in the entire Sabaody Islands was destroyed. Subsequently, the live broadcast was closed. Chapter 109 Dressrosa. After doing all this, Xihen didn't care what Hatake Kakashi did, just threw him on the Sabaody Islands and left. Seeing that the matter was over, the residents of the Sabaody Islands gradually moved back to the Sabaody Islands. Although Xihen's move had a huge impact on people, after they calmed down, they found that the people who usually acted recklessly on the island were gone, and the island returned to its former peace. Although there was a big chaos in the Sabaody Islands, no buildings were damaged, and even the plants and trees on the ground were fine. So from the beginning, Xihen was a demon king and gradually became Xihen to maintain world peace. Although they say so, Xihen is also an extremely dangerous person in their hearts, and their fear of Xihen has been infinitely amplified. Now no one even dares to mention Xihen's name, let alone threaten him. He is now a subordinate of Xihen. So sometimes violence is the solution to all problems. Xihen quickly returned to Casita Island, and the girls did not run around on the boat. During this period, only Baby 5 and Reiju got off the boat to buy necessary food. The storage of the record pointer was also completed. No one had any idea about the Sabaody Islands. After asking more, the boat left Casita Island. Xihen's behavior this time had a very significant effect. All parts of the world calmed down, including the territory of the Revolutionary Army, and the kingdoms finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the red-haired man's actions continued, and his search for Kaido was fruitless. After leaving Wano, he went to look for Whitebeard. Luffy and others were already on Fishman Island at this time, and they knew nothing about what happened there. While the world was paying attention to the chaos in the Sabaody Islands, the underwater prison was invaded. The Blackbeard pirates relied on the ability of the Blackbeard dark fruit to be unstoppable until they encountered Magellan, a poisonous dragon. Go down and the Blackbeard pirates will be wiped out directly. This time there was no fuss by Luffy, no riot by the prisoners, Shiryu of the Rain was not released, and no one went to save Blackbeard and others. Advertisement. This is good, the Blackbeard pirates will die immediately. Ha! Xihen's ship, the training room, Xihen struck Nami with a sharp knife. Nami rolled on the ground in a panic, dodging Xihen's knife, and then used the weather stick to create bubbles and used mirage. This is a good move, but it's useless under the aura of seeing and hearing. Xihen seemed to have eyes on his back as he grabbed the weather stick that Nami was attacking. Now Xihen is training the weakest Nami. Seeing and hearing the domineering spirit, this is simply too outrageous, I can't hit you at all. Nami said helplessly as he collected the revolving heaven waiting stick. Yes, so starting today I will teach you how to use the hockey of knowledge. This is very important even in the first half of the Grand Line, let alone New World. Xihen nodded and said. Okay, then I will learn from you how to do this. Nami nodded and said. What's there to learn? Can't I put you in danger if I'm here? Xihen said, leaning against the door of the practice room. That won't work. I always have the ability to protect myself. If, like a few days ago, you weren't around and something happened to us, I would always have the ability to protect myself. Nami said. Well, that makes sense. Xihen also smiled when he heard this. Is there anyone in this world who dares to take action against his own people? Isn't that life enough? Not to mention killing his whole family, even if he knows them he couldn't live without any trace of his body. Not only Nami, Xihen found that everyone on the ship seemed to be training themselves. Hancock was meditating and practicing the hockey of seeing and hearing, Reiju and Baby 5 were fighting and practicing the hockey of armed color, and Perona was out of body and practicing the fruit ability. Korra jumped into the aquarium to practice fishman karate, while Yuta sang at the observation deck. As for Shirahoshi, it's enough that she can cry when she's in danger. Seeing everyone working so hard, Xihen was also very pleased, but he couldn't practice anymore if he wanted to, so he could only secretly use the ability of the life fruit to give everyone the ability to maintain their current appearance. Within a few days, everyone arrived at the next island, Dressrosa. Advertisement. Today's Dressrosa is still under Doflamingo's control. The difference is that now Doflamingo has lost the name of Shichibukai and can no longer hide quietly behind the country, but can only stand in front of the stage. As a pirate, he completely controlled the entire island. Under the governance of Doflamingo, the island remained the same as before. The difference was that there were many more pirates patrolling the streets to prevent marine or other pirates from invading. So when Xihen's ship docked, Doflamingo's men immediately reported to him about Xihen's arrival on the island. To say what kind of hatred he had with Doflamingo, it was just Doflamingo's one-sided hatred for Xihen. He killed his people, robbed his island and auction house, and kidnapped Baby 5. Doflamingo was furious when he heard the news that Xihen had landed on the island, but he immediately asked Sugar, Monet and Violet to hide on the island, for fear that Xihen would steal people again. And this is exactly what happened. The moment he saw Dressrosa, Xihen thought it was either Doflamingo or these three people, as well as Rebecca, so Xihen also immediately released his knowledge and domineering energy to look for these four people. Trends. Rebecca was naturally locked up in the arena, and the three of them moved to the same place at the same time, as if they went to the same room. It seemed that Doflamingo asked them to hide, but this was more convenient for Xihen. This is Doflamingo's territory, Dressrosa, Xihen said, looking at the island's sign. Isn't there the pirate group's logo over there? Reiju also pointed to the logo and said. Yes, this is Dressrosa, but I haven't seen the young master and the others for a long time, Baby 5 also said. Young master, you are the only master, do you understand? Xihen looked at Baby 5 and said. Yes, master. Baby 5 also said quickly. I'm really used to being called. Doflamingo and I have a bit of a problem. Please don't separate and act together. I have to do some other things. Xihen said to the girls. What's going on? Are you going to abduct another little sister again? Nami said looking at Xihen. Hee. Xihen also smiled without saying it clearly, but just by looking at the smile, he knew that Nami was right. Chapter 110. Robbery and Murder. When Xihen landed on Dressrosa, he discovered that there were many people staring at him in the dark, but they only stared and did not dare to do anything. Xihen left with peace of mind. After all, the entire island was under his surveillance. If Hancock and the others were in danger, Xihen could arrive as soon as possible. After leaving, Xihen also immediately went to the place where Sugar and others were hiding. This was a building in the center of Dressrosa. There were many guards arranged around the building, including all the cadres hiding there. Keep Sugar close by to protect them. Doflamingo has also been staring here, and he will not let down his guard until Xihen leaves Dressrosa. Young master, that guy Xihen is here. When Xihen just landed on the roof of the building where Sugar and others were, Trebol immediately reported to Doflamingo. Stop him. Doflamingo immediately rushed out of his room and rushed in the direction of Sugar and others. Just as Xihen was about to take action, 4 people rushed towards Xihen from 4 different directions, namely Pika, Diamante, Trebol and Doflamingo. Xihen, what are you doing? Doflamingo stretched out his right hand and slashed 5 transparent silk threads towards Xihen's body. Xihen dodged it sideways. The attacks of the other 3 were also dodged by Xihen. 4 people completely missed. You're in your 40s, how can you be so restless? Xihen said with a smile after seeing Doflamingo. I never provoked you out of kindness. Doflamingo looked at Xihen and said. If you don't provoke me, I can't provoke you. Xihen raised the corners of his mouth and smiled at Doflamingo. This made him very angry. What's the point? I have killed all the celestial dragons, and now you are the only celestial dragon left in the world. How do you know? Doflamingo Night Vision was confused. It should be impossible for anyone to know about this. Then don't worry about it. I just want to take away Sudang and the others. If you don't stop me, I will spare your life. Do you think you are speaking human language? Doflamingo clenched his fists and said. Advertisement. Then I'm sorry. Xihen punched directly and broke the roof. The entire roof collapsed instantly. Xihen also entered the building. Sugar and others were also shocked. There were members of the Don Quixote family around them. Other cadres are guarding. But before they could take action, the three of them disappeared. Where are the people? Dellinger was startled, but he still rushed towards Xihen. The horns on his head seemed to knock 2 holes out of Xihen, but Xihen stretched out his hand and stopped him directly. His head was crushed in an instant. Dellinger. Gladius was frightened when he saw this. Unexpectedly, Dellinger was killed in an instant. His ability exploded in a large area. If used here, he would hurt his own people. 10,000 tons of hell. Mahabezi's fat body jumped into the air, and then he aimed at Xihen and fell down towards Xihen. Almost no one could block the tens of thousands of tons of gravity. The people of the Don Quixote family also retreated far away, for fear of affecting themselves. Die. Mahabezi shouted as he landed on Xihen. Nani. The next moment, the expressions on everyone's faces froze, and Xihen stretched out a hand to block Mahabezi and lifted him in the air. Boom. The ground under Xihen's feet also collapsed with a bang. That's it, Xihen said disdainfully, then grabbed his clothes and threw him to the ground. Then he raised his right leg high and hit Mahabezi with his kick. This is called Megadon Flying Kick. As soon as Xihen finished speaking, Mahabezi's body made a crackling sound of bones breaking, and then the bones and flesh were directly exploded into minced meat. A large pit appeared on the ground, and even the entire Dressrosa. It shook. Ah, what's going on? What happened? When the residents of Dressrosa saw this, they ran away and watched from a distance. Xihen is making a big fuss again. Gion said, looking in the direction of the sound. Advertisement. I really don't know how beautiful a woman is to make Xihen so noisy. Nami also said unhappily. It is definitely impossible to say that she is not jealous. Saltpeter. Upon seeing this, Pika also dived into the ground, and then transformed into 8 rock tentacles, surrounding Xihen like an octopus, and then 8 rock arms stabbed Xihen at the same time. Xihen stood motionless, but Pika's rock arm stabbed into Xihen's body and shattered into pieces. Xihen grabbed Pika's body, and then hot lava flowed out of his hand, and Pika screamed when it was hot. Yelling. The entire body disappeared in the hot lava. Pika. Doflamingo felt very distressed when he saw his family being killed by Xihen one by one. His back molars were really broken. Are you still fighting? Xihen looked at Doflamingo and asked. After all, he was the one who was looking for trouble first, so he could still give them a chance. Let him go. Doflamingo also knew that he and others could not be Xihen's opponents, so he could only yell with gritted teeth. But Dover. Trebol was furious when he heard this. He looked at Dover. How could he make such a big fuss in Dressrosa, kill so many cadres and rob so many people, and still be safe? The reason for leaving. Let him go. Doflamingo shouted again, and the cadres could only move their bodies silently to make way for Xihen. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Xihen also smiled, then spread his wings and immediately came here, aiming directly at the sword fighter arena. He rushed in and took Rebecca into the space. Too much bullying. Seeing Xihen destroying the arena again and robbing people inside, Doflamingo really couldn't stand him anymore and directly released bird cages to surround the entire island. The worst possible outcome would be to die together. Abandon Dressrosa. Let's go. Doflamingo said to everyone, and then walked towards the edge of the birdcage. The cadres followed behind without saying a word. After all, Dressrosa is their life's work. Ah. They were very reluctant to give up Dressrosa like this. What's going on? Nami and others also looked at the birdcage over Dressrosa, feeling a little panicked. Look over there. Hancock pointed to the edge of the island not far away. The silk thread of the birdcage directly cut through the island. If this continues, the entire island will be destroyed by this birdcage. We're almost there. Reiju shouted, pointing at the boat. Chapter 111. The motive is to rob someone, but the result is to become a king. This is looking for death. Xihen also looked up and saw the birdcage. Xihen also knew that the birdcage could only be stopped by killing or defeating Doflamingo, so after seeing that the ship was about to be destroyed, he rushed there as soon as possible and was about to escape. Next to Doflamingo. Before they could react, Doflamingo's chest was pierced by the dragon's roar. Doflamingo stared at the knife on his chest with wide eyes, and immediately started repairing his heart with the thread fruit. How could Xihen give him the chance? I asked you to fix it for me. Xihen quickly swung his knife and chopped Doflamingo into square pieces of meat and scattered them on the floor. Then Xihen's figure disappeared. Without even seeing Xihen's figure, the Don Quixote family members all fell to the ground and the birdcage was unlocked. The entire Doflamingo pirate group cadres all died in Shishi. Mark's men. Gone. Gion and others also looked into the sky and said. It seems that is the ability of Doflamingo, and it was probably solved by Xihen. Hancock said. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates. Dad, Ace's life card. Marco ran up to Whitebeard holding a life card. Everyone heard and looked. Ace's life card was almost burned out. Contact Ace quickly, Whitebeard said immediately after seeing this. I beat Dad, but I can't get through. Marco shook his head and said. Could it be that he was defeated by that boy Teach? Josie also said worriedly. Since the fact that Blackbeard became a Shichibukai did not appear in the newspapers at all, and no one knew about their break into the deep-sea prison, no one knew that Ace had been sent to Mariehoya by Blackbeard. Kids, follow the direction guided by the life card and find Ace. Whitebeard shouted to everyone. Okay, everyone shouted in unison. Dad, there's a boat, it's the red-haired Shanks. At this moment, someone from the observation deck shouted to the bottom. That red-haired brat, why are you here again? Whitebeard muttered to himself when he heard this. He had only been here once not long ago and asked himself to call Ace back. Now that something happened to Ace, would it have anything to do with him? Bar. Advertisement. Let him come, Whitebeard also said. Yes, old rules, newcomers and weak ones go to the cabin. Marco also shouted to everyone, and everyone got busy. Soon Shanks came to Whitebeard's ship. What's wrong? Red-haired boy. Whitebeard sat on the chair and looked at Shanks and said. I came here to discuss the alliance with you. Shanks said looking at Whitebeard. Unite. Union for what? Whitebeard also asked in confusion. Unite to deal with Xihen. Hula la la la. Deal with Xihen. I have no conflict with him, why should I join forces with you to deal with him? Whitebeard also laughed after hearing this. Xihen has disturbed the world into chaos, and the new world cannot tolerate his existence. Shanks said. Forget it, I don't have the heart to care about him. I have other things to do. If you don't have anything else, just leave. Whitebeard waved his hand and said. He knew Xihen's strength very well. Since Shen Yunshi he didn't provoke him, so why did he take his family to die? Ace has been captured by the world government. Upon seeing this, Shanks had no choice but to take out his trump card and said to Whitebeard. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What do you mean? Whitebeard looked at Shanks, his eyes focused. Blackbeard captured Ace and exchanged him for the name of Shichibukai. Then the name of Shichibukai was cancelled, and Blackbeard died in the deep-sea great prison. Shanks said. Where did you know that? Whitebeard asked with a frown. I have an informant in the world government. These things have happened recently, and there seems to be someone on the Five Elders. I don't know who this person is. If you want to save Ace, the current plan is to join forces with the world government. Let's destroy Shen Yunxian together. Advertisement. How can you be sure that the world government will cooperate with you? Marco also asked after hearing this. The world government has suffered heavy losses because of Shen Yunxian. Now there are 4 emperors who want to deal with him together with them. They are naturally willing, Whitebeard said. It's just, compared to going to war with Shen Yunxian, the risk of going to war with the world government seems to be smaller. Josie, a man with strong limbs and a simple mind, can figure out the pros and cons. Everyone was silent after hearing this. As long as you agree, I will go to Big Mom and the Revolutionary Army. Then it will be feasible for several forces to work together to destroy Shen Yunxian. Shanks saw them wavering and said immediately. It's impossible for the Revolutionary Army to cooperate with the world government. Whitebeard said after hearing this. When facing the most evil people in the world, their camp will be unified, Shanks said. If the forces from all over the world unite together, it might still be possible to destroy Shen Yunxian. However, I really have nothing to do with that kid. Is there any need to take action against him? Whitebeard didn't say anything at this time, thinking in his mind that this could indeed rescue Ace as quickly as possible, but first the world government had to agree to the alliance. Let's do this. As long as the world government releases Ace, I can join forces with you. Whitebeard said after thinking about it. Got it. Shanks nodded, then jumped off the boat, preparing to go to Mary Joa before heading to Cake Island. Xihen also directly replaced the flag of Dressrosa with his own. After Sugar was imprisoned in the space, he was no longer in the scope of this world. The fruit's ability was also released, and everyone who became a toy. Changed back to normal. What Xihen did was also spread by word of mouth, and after the toy turned into a human, they also knew that the person Xihen rescued was the princess of Dressrosa. Under the misunderstanding, their understanding of Xihen was also wrong. He thought that Xihen was here to save the country, so after a while, Xihen became the hero of Dressrosa. This gave Xihen a headache. There was an extra country inexplicably. Who could manage it? Rebecca and Violet would definitely not be left behind. Just when Xihen had a headache, he tried to King Ku stood up and said that if Violet and the others were willing to go with Xihen, he would help Xihen manage the country. But now Violet and the others don't know what happened outside. After hearing what King Liku said, Xihen had no choice but to rush into the boat first and showed a smile. Want to know what happened next? Chapter 112 Tribulation Field. After everything is over, Xihen released Rebecca and the two, and they were naturally willing to go with Xihen. Seeing that Rebecca insisted on going with Xihen, and Violet followed, Rebecca's father Cyrus he had no choice but to agree. Even if he didn't want to, he was no match for Xihen. However, the sugar was still too small, so Xihen couldn't get rid of it, so he had to wait until he could think of a way to make the sugar larger. In the following days after defeating Doflamingo, Dressrosa ushered in carnival and feasting. It's just a 3-day and 3-night party. It seems that everyone is very happy that Doflamingo can be defeated, especially because the family is finally reunited. Most of the toys are pirates and have no intention of causing trouble in Dressrosa. After all, this is Xihen's territory now. It wasn't until a week later that Xihen received a call from 5 elders when he was about to leave Dressrosa. In other words, Shanks has united with Whitebeard, and now he wants to unite with the world government to deal with me. Xihen couldn't help laughing when listening to the report from the 5 elders. Yes. The bald 5 elders nodded. Where's Ace? It's locked up in Mariejoa. Drag it out, start a live broadcast, and cut it directly. Ah, in that case, I'm afraid Whitebeard will kill Mary Joa, you. Upon hearing this, the bald 5 elders still hoped that Xihen would come if there was a war. Don't worry, I will definitely not let him leave the new world alive, but it seems there are more interesting ways to play. After Xihen thought for a while, he smiled and told the bald head something. After hanging up the phone, Baldhead went to do it a day later. The call from Baldhead went directly to Whitebeard. Who is it? Marco answered the phone and asked. Advertisement. I'm looking for Whitebeard. The 5 elders were very humble to Xihen, but they were very tough to Whitebeard and said in a cold tone. Who are you? Marco also said after hearing this. I represent the world government. Baldhead said. After hearing this, Marco thought for a moment and handed the phone bug to Whitebeard, but the phone bug seemed very small in Whitebeard's hands. Hello. Whitebeard also heard the conversation between the two. I am Whitebeard. We received the red-haired joint invitation, but we don't agree. Portkas D. Ace is indeed in our hands now. If you kill the red-haired Shanks, we will send him back. Baldhead said directly. The beard explained the purpose of the visit. After hearing this, Whitebeard stopped talking, and his face became gloomy. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates were also frightened by Whitebeard's current reaction, and his conqueror's domineering energy was revealed unknowingly. How? After a moment, the bald head asked. Pirates are also kind and righteous, you be ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Then I understand what you mean. Turn on the live broadcast in 2 minutes and get ready to watch Porcas D. Ace be beheaded. The bald man hung up the phone after saying that. A-hole. Whitebeard was so angry that he crushed the phone bug. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates also heard the contents of the phone bug. Everyone fell silent. The red-haired man's original plan to save Ace failed instead. Became the catalyst that prompted Ace's death. No one turned on the live phone bug. After all, no one wanted to watch Ace die with their own eyes, and 2 minutes, let alone going to Mary Joa, might not be enough time to turn on the phone bug. Dad. In the end, Marco spoke first, looking up at Whitebeard. Turn on the live phone bug. Whitebeard said with clenched fists, at least sending Ace off for the last time in this way, and then went to Mary Joa to avenge Ace. Marco also nodded and quickly brought the live phone bug. The picture in the phone bug was none other than Malinbando. At this time, Ace was already kneeling on the execution platform. Garp was sitting next to Ace, surrounded by reporters. Executed by the Warring States period. Ace. Everyone looked at Ace and clenched their fists. Next, we will begin the execution of Porcas D. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Before that, we have to reveal his true identity. He is the so-called One Piece Gal D. Roger. Son. Warring States shouted with a loudspeaker phone. The reporters who were taking pictures were also very shocked and quickly recorded this big news. Advertisement. That's enough, let's start the execution. Warring States said. Then, 2 executioners came up from behind the execution platform, holding long knives and placing them on Ace's neck. Some people in the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help but cry. Luffy and others are also watching this live broadcast. Luffy is almost dying of anxiety, but he has just entered the new world. Now his ship has no coating, and there is no way to go back to the first half of the Grand Line. He can only grit his teeth and do it. In a hurry. Execution. Warring States waved his hand and gave the order. The 2 executioners also raised their knives and were about to chop them on Ace's neck. Ace. Luffy shouted without holding back, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates could only stand and watch, not knowing what to do. Ace. Whitebeard stood up from the chair unconsciously and gritted his teeth. You stupid son. Just as 2 long knives also cut off Ace's head, 2 thunderbolts fell from the sky. The 2 executioners fell to the ground and Ace opened his eyes. A black shadow appeared in the air with a pair of wings behind it. The next moment, it appeared in front of Ace and cut off his sea-floor stone handcuffs. Xihen. UB*********** D. Warring States and Garp saw it was Xihen and immediately made preparations for battle. But Xihen had no intention of fighting with them, so he left as soon as Ace was mentioned. Xihen's series of operations stunned everyone present. The reason why the bald 5 elders had to wait a day before calling Whitebeard was to wait for Xihen to arrive at Malinbando. Xihen. When Luffy saw Xihen save Ace, his eyes widened and he bared his teeth and smiled. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates were also very happy. Xihen. Whitebeard was also shocked when he saw Xihen rescued Ace. He felt an inexplicable guilt in his heart. He had to deal with Xihen together with the red hair just now, so he still had to deal with it. After abandoning Ace, Xihen rescued Ace in a blink of an eye. I am really not a human being. Whitebeard thought in his heart. Do you want to leave like this? Kizaru's figure appeared above Shihen's head and kicked him down at the same time. Xihen just raised his hand to block Kizaru's kick. Were you just paid? Chapter 113 Meeting Whitebeard, the final historical text. What are you talking about? Huang Yuan was full of questions after hearing Xihen's words, not knowing what he was talking about. Xihen also directly grabbed Kizaru's feet and threw him down, then disappeared into the air. There is no need for Xihen to start a war with Marine now. After all, they are all Shihen's subordinates now, and it is very convenient to have them help with things. Xihen's actions this time are not to please Whitebeard, but out of spite. Since you, Whitebeard, want to join hands with Shanks to deal with me, and the bargaining chip is to save Ace, then I will help you save Ace, and then join forces with you to fight against Shanks. See if you, Whitebeard, are willing. Xihen's move was purely to disgust Shanks. If the plan went well, both of them would suffer losses, while he watched the show from the sidelines. After learning the location of the Whitebeard pirates from the 5 elders, Xihen immediately rushed over with Ace. Hey, why are you saving me? Ace, who was being carried by Xihen, smelled it on the way. Leave me alone. Xihen directly sealed Ace's mouth with a wooden bar. Although Ace was able to break free, he was wise and did nothing. At full speed, Xihen quickly arrived at the Whitebeard pirates' Moby DK. Bump. When Xihen landed on the Moby DK, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates were shocked, but when they saw that Xihen was bringing Ace, they relaxed their vigilance. From Marineland to New World, is it so fast? Marco looked at Xihen and muttered to himself. He also has wings and can fly fast, but no matter how fast he is, he can't be this fast. Leave it to you. Xihen patted Ace's shoulder and said, while removing the restraints on Ace's mouth. Dad. Ace also walked up to Whitebeard with his head lowered. Not only did he not catch Blackbeard when he went out, but he almost caught him. He was indeed a little embarrassed. Thank you, kid. Whitebeard looked at Xihen and said, although he knew that the other party was very strong, for Whitebeard. Let's cooperate and destroy Shanks. Xihen also directly explained his purpose. Hoo la 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 la, what kind of hatred do you two have? Whitebeard also laughed when he heard this. Advertisement. There's no such thing as hatred. It's just that if he wants to destroy me, I will destroy him. Xihen looked at Whitebeard and said, and at the same time thought to himself, I unilaterally robbed his daughter, because it doesn't count that I have hatred for him. Bar. I may not agree. After all, I have promised Shanks to unite with him. You saved Ace. The best I can do is turn a blind eye to the two of you and not unite with anyone. Whitebeard said after hearing this. Really, that's such a pity. Xihen also nodded when he heard this. Want to have a banquet together, kid? Whitebeard nodded and said. No, let me ask you one more thing. Tell me about it. Have you got the whereabouts of the guiding historical text? To reach Ravdru, if you only rely on the cruise system of the Modifier, you can only know it by approaching Ravdru. You still need to obtain 4 pieces of guiding historical text before doing so. One is on Zoe Island, one is on Big Mom, one is on Kadona, and the last one is unknown. Maybe Whitebeard will know. You even know this. Whitebeard was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect this kid to know all this. Can you understand the text of history? You don't have to worry about this. As far as I know, Elbaf seems to have a piece of Giant Island. After thinking about it, Whitebeard decided to repay Ace's favor and told Xihen the whereabouts of the guiding historical text, which happened to be Xihen's only his whereabouts are unknown. Little did they know that Whitebeard's move saved the lives of his entire group. If he hadn't revealed the whereabouts of the historical text to make Xihen happy, Xihen would have killed them all just with those 2 sentences. Thank you. Xihen nodded and immediately left the Moby DK. Dad, with that guy's temperament, I'm afraid Elbaf will not be saved. Marco said worriedly when he saw Xihen leaving. Elbaf is the territory of the red-haired guy. Huh, he thinks I don't know that he wants to use Ace to make me and the red-haired lose both sides. By then, neither party will be happy. Instead of doing this, it is better to let them solve it on their own. Whitebeard also looked at Xihen's leaving figure and said. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Sure enough, Dad had the foresight. Advertisement. This is the first time I saw Shen Yun Xihen. I didn't expect that the real person looks relatively immature, although his eyes are very murderous. Jinbei also came out of the cabin and said. To be able to have such strength at this age must have gone through very hard training. Beasta also sighed.
Xihen. Yes, the modifier becomes invincible in just 1 second. It's been so hard. After leaving the Whitebeard pirates, Xihen naturally returned to his ship immediately.
When Xihen left 1 day ago, Xihen's ship had already set sail. Xihen only had to follow the direction of the record pointer and chase after it. After all, there was a navigator named Nami on the ship, so he didn't have to worry at all. Soon, Xihen returned to the boat, and the other girls were doing what they were supposed to do. Only Hancock quickly ran to Xihen's side and asked Xihen what he was doing, if he was tired, and if he wanted a massage. Sure enough, you are the best. Xihen also kissed Hancock on the head and smiled, which immediately made Hancock very shy. Later, Xihen also told Hancock about what he went out to do. Then are we going to Elbaf next? Hancock nodded and asked. No, our next location is Zuowu Island. Xihen's modifier has already shown the next destination, and the moving island is near them at this time. Zuowu Island, I seem to have heard of it. It seems to be a moving island inhabited by the Longhair tribe. It is difficult to find. Don't worry, I already know the location of the island. Xihen touched Hancock's head. Nani, what is that? At this moment, Yuta from the observation deck pointed forward and shouted. Everyone walked out of the cabin and looked in the direction Yuta pointed. I saw a column of water rising into the sky, reaching straight into the sky. Rising current, Nami shouted looking at the water column. This was what she and Luffy used when they went to Sky Island. Although it looks very similar, that one is not an updraft. It is Zou Island. Zou Island is a very huge elephant. It sprays water on its back every day. Judging from the distance, it should take 2 days if we walk slowly. Let's go directly, Xihen said and let the boat float and flew towards Zuowu. Chapter 114. Log into Zou Island and share the devil fruit. The flying speed was very fast, and everyone quickly saw Zuowu. Wow, it's so big. Is this an elephant? That's outrageous. Our boats are not as big as his feet. Everyone was shocked when they saw the elephant owner. They really didn't expect such a big elephant to exist in the world. Although I was mentally prepared, I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Xihen also nodded and said, then floated the boat and flew towards the elephant owner's back. Soon he came to the elephant owner's back and put the ship took in its own space. After Xihen landed on the island, he immediately began to observe, and found that there were many pairs of eyes around them staring at them, but Xihen was too lazy to pay attention to them, as long as they did not hinder him. Later, Xihen found the red historical text hidden deep in Elephant Island. Found it, let's go, Xihen said to the girls, and then led the way. In other words, this place is no different from other islands. Gion said, looking around. Is this really on the back of an elephant? You can't feel any shaking at all. Yuta also looked around curiously. She hadn't seen these novel things outside for a long time. Probably because it's so big, it's very stable. Reiju said. Are they the fur tribe? Perona suddenly pointed to the jungle and said. The fur tribe who was discovered by Perona also ran away quickly. Where is it? When others looked there again, no one was there. What does it look like? Nami asked curiously. It's an animal that walks upright. Perona thought for a while and said. Murloc, Shirahoshi said after hearing this. Advertisement. It's not. Oh, it's this, how to explain. Perona didn't know what to say. And Perona is also lazy. What is outside now is her spirit body. Her body is in Xihen's space. It is very convenient for her to float around. I'll see you there, Xihen said to everyone. They have been targeting us since we landed on the island. Hancock also said. I have seen the fur tribe. The commander of the Confederate Army in the Revolutionary Army was a fur tribe. His name was Lindbergh. Except for their appearance, they are almost the same as humans. The only difference is that whenever night falls and there is a full moon, they will become moon lions, and their abilities in all aspects will be enhanced by then. Kurla told everyone. That's it. Everyone nodded. Stop. At this moment, a circle of fur tribesmen around Xihen and others rushed up and surrounded them. We are the Zuowu Island Musketeers. Who are you and why are you on the island? A lion headed by the leader pulled out a western knife from his waist and pointed at Xihen and shouted. In addition to Sicilian the lion, there is Madara Marchiovani and Consuelo the fox, as well as Wanda the BCH and Garlot the rabbit. They are all standing, wearing clothes, and are no different from humans except in appearance. Is this the fur tribe? Yuta also looked at them with interest. We'll just go and find something. We won't do anything to you. Xihen looked at them and said. Wanda also took out the wanted notice and flipped through it. When she saw Xihen's wanted notice, she was stunned for a moment, and then quickly showed it to Sicilian. Sicilian's expression changed when he saw Xihen's unlimited wanted notice. Seeing this wanted order, they also knew that Xihen was definitely a very dangerous person. Although they had not seen any live broadcasts or reports about Xihen, this wanted order was enough to explain everything. I'm afraid we can't let a dangerous person like you come to the island. Sicilian looked at Xihen and said. I don't mean to hurt you. I told you to just find something and leave. Xihen said with a frown, already a little impatient. Why don't you tell the Duke first? Giovanni whispered to Sicilian. It seems that the other party has no ill intentions. The main reason is that the people behind Xihen are all beauties. Perona and Shirahoshi are still very cute, and there is no hint of any malice. Please wait here for a moment. Sicilian thought for a while and then looked at Xihen. Advertisement. Xihen also nodded. Garrett, go inform the Duke. Sicilian immediately handed the wanted notice to Garrett. The little rabbit looked very cute now, but Xihen was still a little dissatisfied with such an interracial animal. Although Shirahoshi it's not human, but it's still related to human. Garrett also took the wanted notice and nodded and ran away. Everyone just stood there and looked around. Perona flew into the forest, as if she was sightseeing. There are a lot of fruits that I have never seen before. Really? Let me see if I can eat it. Baby 5 and Yuta also ran over after hearing this. They had never seen it before. Several other girls were studying flowers and chatting. The members of the musketeers looked at them and each other, and indeed there was no sign of any malice at all. Xihen conjured a box out of thin air, which contained various fruits, most of which were devil fruits. Speaking of which, Sugar and the others were still on the boat and were unwilling to get off, still a little shy. Xihen didn't care about anything and released Rebecca, Violet and Monet. Xihen was going to think of a way to see if she could extract the fruit from her or make her a little friend. Return to normal age. By the way, the modifier hasn't released a task for a long time. Thread fruit, stone fruit, sticky fruit, ton fruit, floating fruit, water fruit, art fruit, exploding fruit, turning fruit, this trip to Dressrosa is full of goods. Do any of you want to eat devil fruits? Xihen said looking at the girls. What is the fruit of art? Reiju asked. You can turn anything into a work of art of your own imagination, including people. Then that person will lose the ability to fight. Xihen used a modifier to investigate and said. I like it, can you give it to me? Reiju said after hearing this. Of course. Xihen nodded and gave the artistic fruit to Reiju. Does anyone want the others? Rebecca, why don't I give you this flying fruit? Diamante has been in the arena for a long time, so you should be familiar with this fruit. Yeah, Rebecca nodded, came to Xihen and took the devil fruit. They didn't want any other fruits in Gion. Although they wanted to give one to Nami, there really wasn't anything suitable for her, so Yuan ate all the fruits except the disgusting sticky fruits. The sticky fruits were burned directly with lava. Dropped. I'm still surprised to see you eating so many devil fruits again. Gion looked at Xihen and said, Monet and the others were also shocked just now. Chapter 115 The Fur Tribe is exterminated, Robin's cry for help. Seeing Xihen and the others dividing the devil fruit, Sicilian and the others were also confused. After a while, a big white dog with sunglasses riding a huge crocodile ran over and stopped next to Sicilian and the others. Your Majesty the Duke. Several people also quickly said hello to Duke Inarashi. Yes. Inu Arashi nodded, then jumped off the crocodile and came to Xihen. Inu Lan still had his leg broken. Are you Shenyun Xihen? Exactly. Xihen nodded. I heard from Garrett that you are looking for something. What is it? Inu Arashi nodded and asked. The red one is the text of history. Xihen looked at Inu Lan and said. When he heard that it was the text of history, Inu Lan was obviously stunned for a moment, and his eyes changed when he looked at Xihen. That kind of thing, we don't have here. Anuarashi quickly adjusted his mood and said. In the whale forest, there is a cave under the whale, and the historical text is there. Xihen directly pointed out the location of the historical text. What? What cave? Is there a cave there? Anuarashi said, looking at several people. No, no, Sicilian and others shook their heads. Quote. Don't challenge my patience anymore. Xihen looked at several people and said, his eyes already full of murderous intent. If they continued to be verbose, Xihen would be rude. Looking at Xihen's eyes, Inu Arashi's eyes also changed. After all, he is not a coward. In addition, he does not know Xihen's true strength. He has not read any reports about Xihen, so he is also preparing to fight against Xihen. I've already said, we don't have that kind of thing here. Anuarashi still looked at Xiang and said. Before he finished speaking, Anuarashi turned into a blood mist, and then Sicilian and other members of the musketeers also it turned into blood mist, all caused by Xian's conqueror's domineering spirit. It's so long-winded and a waste of my time. Xihen said disdainfully, and then walked towards the whale forest. Advertisement. It ended up like this. Nami also had a headache seeing this situation, and the girls quickly followed her. They were mentally prepared for things to turn out like this. But they never expected that Xian's conqueror's haki just killed Anuarashi and the others. The entire island was within the range of Xian's conqueror's haki just now, which means that Zuowu will be an uninhabited island from now on. It was also to prevent anyone from coming out to block the road again. Anuarashi. If I had known what he wanted, I would have given it to him. Several people soon arrived in front of the historical text. This is the historical text. Rebecca said, looking at the historical text. It's strange, the historical text is not in this color, right? Nami said after seeing the historical text. The ordinary stone color records the historical text that has been blank for 100 years. There are 4 red historical texts, which are called road sign historical texts. Each red road sign historical text records an island and the junction of 4 islands. This is the location of Raftru. Xihen explained to Nami. That's right. Nami also nodded. Xihen also used a modifier to translate the historical text, and then collected the historical text into his own storage space. It didn't matter which island was recorded on it. What was important now was to collect the 4 pieces of historical text first and move to the next island. It's Cake Island. Let's go, Xihen said to everyone, and everyone nodded. After walking out of the cave, Xihen took out the boat. After everyone boarded the boat, they flew directly away from Zuowu Island and headed towards the next place on the record pointer. As for when the fur tribe was exterminated, it would probably be a long time before anyone discovered it. Bulu bulu bulu. Bulu bulu bulu. Just when Xian's boat landed on the sea, the phone rang. Xian immediately answered the phone. Hello. Xihen, I'm Robin. Robin's voice on the other end of the phone sounded very anxious. Advertisement. Well, it's me, what happened? Help us. We've met the general, Aokiji. Robin shouted. Where are you now? Xihen nodded and asked quickly. Punk Hasset. Hold on, wait for me. Xihen immediately hung up the phone. You guys keep sailing, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Xihen flew out and rushed to Punk Hasset at full speed. The approximate location was just from its near where he came from on Fishman Island. As long as he gets close, Xihen can find it. It took less than an hour for Xihen to arrive at Punkasat. There was no battle between Akainu and Aokiji at this time, and it was still a very normal island. Punk Hasad used to be a green island with the reputation of treasure house of life. Later, marine scientist Becca Paku and world government personnel built a laboratory on the island and brought some prisoners from the prison to the island. Used as white mice for human experiments. Later, due to the failure of Becca Paku's chemical weapons experiment on this island, 2 of the original 3 research institutes were blown up, leaving only 1. The toxic substances completely took away all the life on the island, making the island a desert island, surrounded by poisonous gas and uninhabitable. Although the outside world blamed Bakapaku for the accident, the real mastermind was actually Kesar Curran. Bakapako took the blame for Kesar. The government personnel who decided to evacuate all employees cruelly abandoned the human experiment equipment, prisoners, and blocked the area as a controlled area with no navigation. In order to escape the poisonous gas, the surviving prisoners hid in the only research institute that was not bombed, but they became hemiplegic due to inhaling excessive poisonous gas. The toxic substances on the island later disappeared due to Caesar's experimental plan, and this experiment was to turn the toxic gases on the island into salamander fruits, which were controlled by Caesar. So in fact, the ability of a weapon to use the devil fruit is not because the weapon has eaten the devil fruit, but because the devil fruit has eaten the weapon, or uses different methods according to different situations. These poisonous gases are caused by eating the poisonous gas using devil fruit. Caesar pretended to be kind and equipped the prisoners with scientific legs to replace their immobile lower bodies, and took them all into his subordinates. Later, he also took in all the T-beard pirates who were on the verge of being destroyed and drifted to this island. Although Caesar's purpose is to obtain more experimental subjects, but the uninformed prisoners, T-beard and others blindly worship Caesar as a savior. Until now, Caesar is still conducting experiments on this island, but the experiments have turned into research on artificial devil fruits. Xihen flew high in the sky, looking for Luo Bing and others everywhere. That guy Aokiji didn't show up at Ace's execution scene. It turned out he was here, but what was his purpose here? Chapter 116 Take away Robin, the scattered straw hats, and the enlarged sugar. When Xihen found Luo Bing, they were in front of the research institute. Luffy had a pink dragon wrapped around his body, and the 2 of them had been frozen into ice sculptures. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates fell to the ground, only Zoro was still holding on, and Robin was protected by Zoro. Ghost Energy. 9-sword style. Zoro had already used his trump card at this time, formed 3 heads and 6 arms, rushed towards Aokiji, passed directly through Aokiji's body, and the slash was completely missed. They were now unarmed and domineering. How could he be Aokiji's opponent? How could this happen? Zoro finally glanced at Aokiji unwillingly and fell to the ground. Come with me, Nico Robin. Aokiji looked at Robin and said. What did you fart? Xihen fell from the air at this time and stood in front of Robin. As long as Robin was not injured, it didn't matter what happened to the others. Xihen. Seeing Xihen, Aokiji also stopped where he was. Why are you here? Xihen. Robin also hugged Xihen's arm in fear. Don't worry, I'll be fine once I'm here. Xihen said to Robin, and Robin nodded. Then Xihen used rock berries to circle around Luffy and unfroze him. He and the pink little dragon also fell to the ground and passed out. Xiaolong gradually turned into a person. Damn, this kid. Xihen took a look and saw that this kid was Momonosuke. Then a lava swallowed up Momonosuke, leaving him with no ashes left. Momonosuke must die, no matter what. Aokiji was a little confused when he saw Xihen's operation. They were protecting this kid just now. Why did Xihen kill him as soon as he came? You want to save them? Aokiji looked at Xihen and asked. I only save Robin, Xihen said looking at Aokiji. I see. Aokiji nodded. With you protecting Nico Robin, it is indeed the safest. Advertisement. Why did the general appear here? Xihen asked, looking at Aokiji. Of course it's to get rid of the Straw Hat Boys. They made a big fuss on the Judiciary Island. If you hadn't made a big fuss on the Sabaody Islands, they would have been dead long ago. That's up to you. Xihen nodded, and then pulled Robin to leave, but Robin grabbed Xihen's arm, saved Luffy and the others. After all, Luffy and the others also rescued Robin from Justice Island, and Robin would not leave them alone. Did you hear that? Xihen also stopped and looked at Aokiji. Understood. Aokiji nodded, then turned around and left without any hesitation. He knew very well that he was no match for Xihen, and there was no need to risk his life for the Straw Hats. Later, Xihen also used the power of the life fruit to treat their injuries. The life fruit can not only give people eternal life. In just an instant, everyone's injuries recovered as before, including Momonosuke, who was melted by Xihen. Who let you live? Xihen directly struck with lightning and struck Momonosuke into pieces. Do you have a grudge against him? Robin asked looking at Xihen's behavior. That's someone else's fruit ability, planted here as a spy for you. Xihen said directly. I see. Robin also nodded, relieved to see that Luffy and the others were fine. They will wake up soon. Can you follow me? Come to my boat. Xihen looked at Robin and said. Robin looked at Luffy, then at Zoro and the others. Yes, if he continues to stay here, he will continue to cause similar troubles to Luffy and the others. If he follows Xihen, this kind of thing will not happen. I think afterwards, Robin also nodded. Xihen took Robin and left without bothering to explain anything to Luffy and the others. With their current strength, if they continued to venture into the new world, they would be annihilated in a short time. After Xihen left, a person walked out of the laboratory. Maybe he couldn't be called a human anymore, a transformed person. Advertisement. It was Shang who slapped Luffy and the others in the coma, and sent them out and scattered them all over the world. Luffy went to the Sabaody Islands, the entrance to Rayleigh's Tavern, Zoro went to Hawkeye's Castle, Sanji went to the Transvestite Island, Usopp went to the Broadcasting Islands, Lola went to Weather Sky Island, and Chopper went to the Bird Kingdom. Brook was sent to Namakra Island, and Frankie went to Mechanical Island. But probably, during the time they were practicing, Xihen might have become one piece. In order to make Robin more comfortable, Xihen also took Robin into his own space and returned to the ship as quickly as possible. When Xihen let Robin out, Nami's eyes also lit up. Robin. Nami quickly ran to Robin's side and threw herself into her arms. After all, the two good sisters hadn't seen each other for a long time. Nami, long time no see. Robin said as he hugged Nami. Looking at this scene, Xihen also made some calculations in his mind. By the way, Xihen, where did you send me just now? Why is there a child inside? Also, that red historical text, what is that? Can you let me see it again? Robin hugged him. Nami looked back at Xihen and asked. Okay. Xihen nodded. As for the child, it was naturally sugar. Xihen also explained to Robin about sugar. In that case, I remember that you are not a sensen fruit-capable person. Sugar's body was unable to continue to grow because she ate the childlike fruit when she was 10 years old. Then you use the sensen fruit's ability to quickly provide her with nutrients, and her can't the body continue to grow. Robin said to Xihen. You are so smart. Xihen happily grabbed Luo Bing and took her into the space to study the historical text. Then she came to one of the empty rooms on the ship and put the sugar out. UB asterisk 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 D. Look at me turning you into a toy. As soon as sugar came out, she stretched out her hand to Xihen. Xihen quickly tied up sugar with the power of the thread fruit, tied her hands, and hung her up. Stand up. You may not be big, but you have quite a temper. Xihen said, looking at Sugar. If you can, let me go. Sugar's two little legs were kicking in the air, looking really cute. I'll let you go later. Xihen said with a smile, and then used the power of the sensen fruit to start providing nutrients to Granu's body. Granu's body also grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and slowly turned into what she should look like at her age. 22-year-old Sugar is quite attractive. Chapter 117 Modifier returns. The voyage in the next few days became more lively as more people joined in. Now it can be said that all the women on this ship are his own women. Why do you say that? Because there is Robin, who is not considered his woman. Dee. Modifier upgrade completed. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, the sound of the long-lost modifier sounded in Shihen's mind. Xihen also saw the modifier in his mind. It had changed from an old-fashioned computer to an LCD screen. You guy, you just upgrade when you upgrade without saying a word. Xihen thought in his mind. After this upgrade, the rewards will be richer and the tasks will be more diverse. Dee. Tasks are distributed. Strategy mission. Defeat Nico Robin. Mission reward. Modification points x2, lottery x2. Combat mission. Defeat 4 emperors. BIGMOM. Mission reward. Modification points x4, lottery x4. Good guy, the rewards are indeed more generous. Before, there was only one modification point. Xihen thought as he looked at the reward, but it would be useless for him to make so many changes now. After all, how could there be anyone in this world who could be his opponent? However, the lottery is still worth looking forward to. You must know that Reiju was obtained in the lottery. Maybe you will get more women in the lottery. That is the most worth looking forward to. Just do it. Xihen immediately got in front of Robin, who was sunbathing on the lounge chair next to the swimming pool at the stern of the ship. It's pretty dark to begin with. Is it okay if you continue to be so tan? Question mark. QG. Plus. %. What are you doing? Xihen asked as he approached Robin. Read a book. Robin said, raising the book in his hand. Well, how is the study of the historical text? Do you understand everything? Xihen sat on the recliner next to Robin and found a topic to talk about. This time Xihen planned to use normal means to conquer Robin, which can be regarded as pass the time while sailing. Of course I understand. It records the location of a certain island. If I read it correctly, that island is called the Beehive. Robin closed the book and said. Yeah, Xihen also nodded. He was stunned for a moment when he saw the name, but then he thought that this place called the Beehive was originally supposed to be Blackbeard's base after he became the 4 emperors, but now Blackbeard is dead, and I don't know what is happening on that island now. Advertisement. There is a map of the Beehive in my room. Do you want to take a look? Xihen said. Okay. Robin smiled, put the book on the small table aside and stood up. Xihen also stood up and led the way. Xihen, I'm hungry, Kurla shouted to Xihen in the swimming pool. Baby 5, bring some delicious food to Kurla. Xihen shouted towards the kitchen. Okay. Baby 5 quickly responded. Xihen took Robin to his room. As soon as he entered the room, before Xihen could say anything. Dee. Robin's favorability. 100%. Obedience 100%. Mission completed. Reward. Modification points x2. Lottery x2. Obtained. Close black lens bracket. At the moment when Xihen and Robin were meeting, the modifier also made a sound. It seems that as long as the strategy is successful, not only the favorability level, but also the obedience level will be directly filled up. It is really a very good function. The red-haired pirates. Boss, there's a call from Whitebeard saying that they won't join forces with us anymore. What do you think we should do? Lakelu said to Shanks. Now Shanks is also a little worried. He really didn't expect that such a mess would happen if he went to join the World Government Alliance. Instead, he advanced Ace's execution and asked Xihen to save Ace. Make a mess of your own union. Why did the world government want to execute Ace? And Shen Yunxian immediately appeared at the scene. Beckman smoked a cigarette and looked at it and thought, is there a connection between them? Otherwise, why would he appear there to be executed? Even we don't know about it. It is possible. Shanks also nodded. For today's plan, only Charlotte Linlin is left among the 4 emperors. The hatred between them is nothing, and the world government can't count on it either. There is only one way left. Revolutionary Army, Jesus said. Yeah, Shanks also nodded. The Revolutionary Army. But one of them, Kara, is a member of the Revolutionary Army, and his relationship with Shen Yunxian seems to be, so it's hard to say whether they can agree. Beckman said. Anyway, let's go take a look first. Shanks also sighed, and everyone felt helpless when they saw Shanks like this. Advertisement. When did the red-haired pirates ever get so angry? He was misunderstood by Yuta and even stabbed. They had watched their daughter being defiled since she was a child, but they still had no way to deal with that person. They want to unite, but there are so many situations that they can't even find a helper. Let's go. I know a stronghold of the Revolutionary Army, in Port Lothar Bay, on the Grand Route. Beckman then said to everyone. Everyone also nodded and began to unfurl the sails, preparing to turn around and head to Port Rotor Bay. After Xian's side was tidied up, he also started to allocate modification points. First of all, the first modification point is to directly modify Shirahoshi's fishtail into human legs. This is much more convenient and there is no need to transform into a snake yourself. Then he added another modification point to his speed. Although with his current strength, speed is not very important, but there is no harm in it. Then came the draw. Xihen was also very curious about what the rewards would be after the modifier was upgraded, and immediately started the lottery. The lottery interface was no different from before. There were 5 big boxes. Xihen randomly selected the 3rd box from left to right. A woman. Xihen clasped her hands together and prayed to the box. Then, I saw a burst of white light emitting from the box. White. Nice. The white light represents people. Dee. Congratulations to the host, you got, Nefertari. Vivi. The replica is exactly the same as the original body, the memory is exactly the same, the favorability is 100%, and the obedience is 100%. Close black lens bracket. After the modifier finished prompting, Vivi, flashing with holy light, appeared next to Xihen. Hello, master. Vivi lay on Xihen's lap, raised her head and said sweetly. Xihen could tell at a glance that this Vivi was the Vivi from the period 2 years later in the original work. Hello, little princess, Xihen smiled. Master, it's time to eat. At this time, Baby 5 knocked on Xian's door and called Xihen to eat. Chapter 118. A big plan to fill the cabin. When Baby 5 brought Vivi to the restaurant, Robin and Nami were also very surprised. How did Vivi appear here? And this Vivi also has all the memories. Naturally, she chatted fluently with the two of them, and was even very scared of Robin. After all, Robin quietly got on the ship after Vivi got off the ship. After Nami's explanation and introduction, Vivi gradually integrated into the atmosphere of the ship. However, as more and more people were on the ship, Baby 5 was really too busy cooking alone. It lasted almost a whole day. If you plunge into the kitchen, you won't be able to get out. At this time, Xihen held the second lottery, which just relieved Baby 5's burden. A flash of white light. Dee. Congratulations to host, you got, Vinsmoke. Sanji replica, close black lens bracket. FKU. Xihen yelled, wanting to smash the modifier directly. If Sanji showed up, Xihen would definitely strangle him to death and let Sanji get on his ship. Then what would he do? Don't you want to be happy until you die? You're just kidding. Congratulations to host, you got. Jessica, Marine G8 Fortress Jonathan's wife, young and unmarried version. Replica, with 100% favorability and 100% obedience. Close black lens bracket. Quote. Xihen also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He didn't expect that the upgraded system would actually become naughty. However, what the system said was not wrong. Sanji and Jessica both had yellow hair and were good friends. As a chef, it can be said that Jessica is simply the female version of Sanji. Jessica also appeared in front of Xihen. It must be said that the middle-aged Jessica was very attractive, let alone the current young version of Jessica. Hello, master, is the familiar opening line again. Hello, it was that familiar smile again. After that, Xihen took Jessica to dinner. Although everyone had finished eating, Baby 5 still thoughtfully left a portion for Xihen, and Xihen also introduced Jessica to everyone. Baby 5 was happiest when he heard that Jessica was a chef. Now he could finally relax a little. The most important thing was that he finally had time to ask for rewards from his master. Where did you get all this? Why are you all in a group? Perona looked at Xihen and asked. Yeah, how did Vivi get here? You didn't seem to get off the boat, right? Nami also asked. Advertisement. Hey, that's a secret. Xihen scratched the tip of Perona's nose, but it was all empty. You girl will enter the spirit state after eating. Yes, this is much more convenient. Perona said with a smile. I'm just lazy. Xihen also rolled his eyes, and then started to eat. Although there are fruits, Xihen can skip eating, but people live, especially men. Isn't it just for delicious food and beautiful women? Nami, Hancock, Gion, Baby 5, Kurla, Reiju, Leaf, Shirahoshi, Perona, Uta, Monet, Sugar, Rebecca, Violet, Robin, Vivi, Jessica. Xian's plan to fill 50 cabins has been completed 1750. It's still far from the goal of 50 people. Of course Xihen is not satisfied with the status quo. But the next stop is Cake Island. By then, you can add a large number of people to your ship, such as Pudding, Smoothie, Garrett. It seems that these are the only 3. All the others are disabled. As long as the 3 of them are kidnapped on the ship, Xihen can keep them as they are now forever. There is no need to worry about whether they will become disabled in the future. In this way, there will be 20. If you kill Bigmom as soon as possible, you can still get 4 draws, and maybe you can draw 4 beauties by then, hehe. Xihen couldn't help but smile as he thought about it. That guy is scheming about other people's girls again. Gion, who was drinking coffee after dinner, said to Hancock beside him. Really, Xihen has a silly smile, but he's still so handsome. Hancock kept supporting his head with both hands, not looking away from Xihen's face for a moment, and he was still blushing. You are really hopeless. Gion looked helplessly at Hancock's appearance. That's right. Xihen suddenly slapped the table and stood up, startling the girls who were still in the restaurant and almost spilling Gion's coffee. What's wrong? Kurla looked back at Xihen and asked. Yeah, what happened? Shirahoshi also poked his head out of the aquarium and asked. It's okay, it's just that I suddenly figured out something. You can continue to play with you. Xihen said and ran out of the cabin and returned to his room. Advertisement. Aren't you ready to eat? Master. Baby 5 looked at Xihen's back and shouted, but Xihen had already left the restaurant. On the observation deck, Wu Ta looked at Xihen in a hurry and looked puzzled, and then started singing a relaxing song, although he didn't know what Xihen was anxious about. After Xihen returned to the room, he took out his phone and called 5 elders. Lord Xihen, your orders. The 5 elders answered the call immediately, although they didn't know who answered it. That's it, you arrange a ship of marines to come to Cake Island. Xihen said to the other end. Okay, is there anyone you want to go to? Remember it's a bit much. Xihen said first. Quick, paper and pen. The 5 elders also got busy, taking a long time of paper and pen. Sir Xihen, please tell me. In Marine, Tina, Dusky, Jessica, Khalifa and Stacy in World Government, and Little Sadie and Domino in Impel Down, let them be on the same boat, and other marines should not follow. Hen said to the other end of the phone. Yes, I understand. The 5 elders also looked at each other after hearing this. Although many of them did not know who they were, Khalifa and Stacy still knew, and Tina also knew that they were all world government with the beauties of Marine. Now they also know what the LSP Xihen wants to do. But Lord Xihen, this Stacy. The bald 5 elders seemed to have something to say, but couldn't quite express it. Stacy is a CP0 spy. She first appeared on Cake Island. She has short blonde hair and is pretty good, but her age seems a little off. But it doesn't matter, Xihen said. Stacy is a clone. Although she is no different from ordinary people, her actual age is almost over 100 years old. The ability to maintain her current appearance depends on her fruit ability. Clone. Who is cloned? Rocks Pirates, have you ever heard of them? Chapter 119 10,000 Kingdoms. Chocolate Island. Rocks Pirates, have you ever heard of them? Said the 5 elders. Well, the garbage pirate group was destroyed by Garp and Roger together. Xihen nodded. The 5 elders were also silent for a moment. If someone else had said that they were a garbage pirate group, they would definitely have criticized him, but it was Xihen who said this, and they really had no temper. This Tracy is the clone of a woman named Miss Barjin who was on the Rocks Pirates ship back then. 5 elders continued. Miss Ba Jin. Xihen thought for a moment, and a short old woman immediately appeared in her mind, claiming to be Whitebeard's favorite woman, and the guy who led Whitebeard to become the new Shichibukai 2 years later. Unexpectedly, young Shi was still a beauty. I know, then what kind of fruit power did she use to maintain her current status, and who cloned her? Xihen asked after nodding. It's an animal-type bat fruit, a fantasy beast type, and a vampire fruit. It was cloned by the young Vegapunk. 5 elders also told the truth. It is said that this fruit is owned by a man named Red Earl, but in fact it is a character that only appears in the One Piece game directed by Oda. This fruit does not actually appear in the feature film, so Strider Xihen, the person with the ability of this fruit, was not surprised at all. It's a really good ability. I know, let them do it. Xihen nodded and said. Yes. The 5 elders immediately responded. By the way, there is one more thing I want to report to you. The red-haired Shanks seems to have been in contact with the Revolutionary Army. I know. Xihen nodded. By the way, do you know where the former General Zephyr is? Zephyr. The 5 elders looked around and asked each other, and finally the bald 5 elders gave the answer. Zephyr is currently working as an instructor at Marine School. Huh. Xihen was stunned when he heard this. After thinking about it carefully, Zephyr quit Marine because the person who cut off his arm and killed many of his students joined Shichibukai. This person was also the so-called Whitebeard 2. In this world, Whitebeard 2 has not yet joined Shichibukai, and Zephyr has naturally not quit Marine. In this case, Zephyr has a student named Yin, let her come with Tina and the others. Advertisement. Yes. After 5 elders finished answering, Xihen hung up the phone. He doesn't know that since Akainu was killed by Xihen and Chadu became a general, Zephyr has been clamoring to get rid of Xihen. For this reason, even if he becomes a general again, he is willing to be tortured by the sad past every day. However, Sengoku still sympathized with the veteran and asked him to stay at Marine School honestly and not to bother him at such an old age. 3 days later, Xihen, there is an island ahead. Nami shouted to the observation tower above his head. Xihen was holding Yuta sweetly. Okay, I saw it. Xihen stood up and shouted, while the modifier also prompted the island information. Chocolate Island, the surrounding islands of Cake Island, is managed by Charlotte. Pudding of Wan Guo. The entire island is made of chocolate, including clothes, houses, floors, clocks, etc., everything. Close black lens bracket. This is Chocolate Island, Xihen said while looking at the island. Nani. Chocolate Island. Are they all chocolate islands? Yuta also stood up and hugged Xihen's arm, looking at the chocolate island curiously. Yes, the entire island is made of chocolate. Xihen nodded and said. Really, I think we should go take a look soon. Yuta said after hearing this. Okay, then let's hurry up. Xihen nodded, and then the ship flew up and arrived at the port at an extremely fast speed. Everyone, we've disembarked. Does anyone want to come down and take a look? Xihen hugged Yuta and jumped directly from the observation deck to the ground, and then shouted to the ship, everything here is made of chocolate. Really? Then I'm coming. Shirahoshi heard this and ran off the boat. Shirahoshi became even more attractive with legs. His long, white legs were swaying, and they could be adjusted in length freely. Xihen couldn't put it down. Advertisement. Then Hancock also came down. She naturally went wherever Xihen went. And me. Perona came down this time with her body sitting as a little ghost, presumably to eat chocolate. Are there any grapes on the island? Sugar, with short green hair, was lying on the side of the boat and said very cutely. She never left grapes, and she hadn't eaten grapes for a long time. Yes. When Xihen heard this, he also directly covered the entire island with his knowledge and found the location of the grapes. After hearing this, Shatang also followed. I'm with my sister too. Monet heard this and followed suit. Who else wants to come with us? Xihen asked, looking at the boat. We won't go, you go. Nami shouted to Xihen. Okay. He also nodded and took Hancock and the others off the ship. As soon as they entered the chocolate town, Yuta and Perona ran around curiously and saw many chocolate products. Even the fountain was filled with chocolate. Wan Guo deserves to be called Wan Guo. The surrounding residents are of all kinds, from all countries. The atmosphere on the island is also very good. The residents seem to be very happy. After all, they live in such a sweet place. All good. Xihen first brought Grand Sugar to buy grapes. For convenience, Xihen wrapped all the grapes into round shapes. Anyway, they would not spoil if placed in her own storage space. Grand Sugar took a basket of grapes and ate them. Both Yuta and Perona were already nibbling chocolate here and there. However, after Xihen arrived on the island, he was naturally watched by the Bigmom pirates, and he immediately reported it to Bigmom. Upon hearing this, Bigmom immediately took a boat to Chocolate Town, and told his men to keep an eye on Xihen. Xihen naturally knew everything. When Bigmom arrived, he could just kill her, complete the task of releasing the modifier, and get the modification points and the lottery. Xihen couldn't wait. After wandering around the island for a while, Bigmom's boat came from the other side of the island. Seeing Bigmom coming, everyone quickly dispersed. Those who should go home, and those who should hide, should hide. Although they live in 10,000 countries, but they are still very afraid of Bigmom. After all, the opponent is the ferocious 4 emperors. When Bigmom came to the island, Xihen already knew about it. Wu Ta and others also saw the reactions of the residents. After thinking about it for a moment, they knew who was coming. Sure enough, the next moment, Bigmom's huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 120 The Impossible is Possible. Mama, are you Shen Yun Xihen? Bigmom came to Xihen and others, looked at Xihen condescendingly and said. Who is this person? Why are you so polite and call me mom as soon as you come up? Yuta came to Xihen and said. 4 emperors, Charlotte, Linlin, that's her catchphrase. Xihen ignored Auntie and said to Yuta. Really? That woman takes advantage of her. Everyone calls her mom. Yuta smiled after hearing this. The aunt's face turned dark when she heard the conversation between the two. Shen Yunxian, what are you doing here? The aunt looked at Shen Yunxian and asked. Passing by, pick up the historical text of the road sign. After Xihen said this, he was ready to fight Auntie, but he didn't expect. That's it, then come with me, I'll take you to get it, mama. The aunt said so and laughed when she heard this. Huh, Xihen was also stunned when he heard this. Is the aunt so easy to talk? She must be farting. What's wrong? Don't you want to be a historical text? Auntie looked at Xihen and was stunned for a moment, then asked. Are you willing to give it to me? Xihen asked. Of course, it's useless if I keep that thing. The aunt said. Quote. I still want your 3 daughters. In order to complete the task of being a modifier, Xihen had to knock the aunt to the ground. Unexpectedly, she directly agreed to give the historical text to him, and Xihen did it in front of her. When she asked for something even more extreme, he didn't believe that someone would willingly give him his daughter, or all 3 daughters. Daughter. After hearing this, the aunt also thought for a while. Okay, only 3. Ah, Xihen took out his ears. He even thought he heard wrongly. Was she saying she only wanted 3? Only 3. I have 39 daughters, mama. The aunt smiled. It was not an angry smile at all, it was just, how should I say, very kind. Kind. In short, it was a very strange smile. Xihen couldn't understand it at all. If the aunt is so easy to talk to and doesn't offend Xihen at all, Xihen would be really embarrassed to take action against her. Not to mention she is also my future mother-in-law. Advertisement. It's okay to take them all away. The aunt saw that Xihen didn't speak, so she continued. That's not necessary. Xihen shook her head quickly. What is the situation with this aunt? Why is she willing to say anything? I want to eat your favorite dessert. Xihen immediately started to grab her food. I didn't believe she could agree to grab her dessert. Okay, come with me to Cake Island, mom. The aunt still smiled after hearing this. Okay, let's go. Xihen was not afraid of whether she had any tricks up her sleeve. Instead, she hoped that she really wanted to cause trouble. If she had a trick, he could kill her with peace of mind. After all, there are 4 modification points and 4 draws. I'll sail the boat by myself. You go first and I'll be there soon. Xihen said to the aunt. Okay. The aunt smiled and nodded, then turned and left. What's going on? Bigmom doesn't seem to be hostile to you. Monet looked at the aunt who turned to leave and said to Xihen. Yeah, let's go back and sail the boat first, to Cake Island. Xihen also nodded, then turned around and took the girls back to the boat, and flew directly with the boat to Cake Island to compare with Auntie's. The ship arrived at the port of Cake Island at a fast speed. A group of soldiers and the aunt's children immediately surrounded Xihen's ship at the port, and the situation was tense. Are you going to surround us and kill us? Hancock said, looking at the group of people around him. I can't see. I feel like they don't know what Bigmom means. Sugar shook her head and said. These people didn't even need Xihen to take action. Wuta killed them all in the time it took him to sing a song. Although they were surrounding them, they did not take action. A moment later, Auntie's pirate ship also stopped at the shore, and those who got off the ship were Auntie, Smoothie, and several Auntie's children. It's so fast. Come to the island, mom. After the aunt came to the shore, she said to Xihen and others on the boat, what are you all doing around here? Go away. The aunt waved her hand to her, said the children. Everyone looked at each other for a few times and then dispersed, but they did not dare to go far and hid not far away, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Let's go down and see what she is capable of, Xihen said to the girls, and everyone nodded. Those who should have weapons took weapons, and followed Xihen's more than 20 people, mightily, off the ship. If there's not much on the boat, I'll cause trouble for you. Xihen pointed at the boat and said to the aunt. Advertisement. Don't worry, if there's anything missing, just take my head. Katakuri, come here and guard the ship, don't let anyone get close. Auntie said with a smile, and then shouted to the side. A tall man wearing a black leather jacket and a scarf around his mouth immediately walked out from behind the house. He didn't say anything and just stood next to Xihen's boat. The aunt was also stunned for a moment when she saw Reiju getting off the boat. That woman looked very familiar. Are you, from the Vinsmoke family? Auntie looked at Reiju and asked. Reiju also nodded. Her current memory is that Germa 66 has just started contacting Big Mom, and has not yet reached the stage of marrying Sanji and Pudding. I saw you 2 days ago, why are you on his boat now? Or am I remembering it wrong? Auntie scratched her head and said, something was really wrong. You remember wrongly, please lead the way. Xihen interrupted the aunt and said. Okay. The aunt nodded, and then led the way. By the way, there will be a ship of marine arriving later. Please let them dock at the shore of Cake Island. Xihen said to Auntie, who also nodded without asking any more questions. By the way, do you want to eat dessert first, read the historical text first, or find my daughter first? The aunt asked back as she walked. I won't have any dessert. Let's read the history first. Xihen said helplessly. Okay, This way, Mom, Mom. The aunt nodded, and then turned a corner. Xihen looked at the route with a sense of knowledge. She was indeed looking for the historical text. This aunt really wanted to please. Can't do it yourself. But why exactly? Auntie shouldn't have this character. Even desserts are offered to me. Hiss, shouldn't it be? Xihen thought of something terrible and opened the modifier to check. Open black lens bracket Charlotte. Linlin, my favorability towards host is 100%. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 121 Strange Linlin, Yuta's singing. Open black lens bracket Charlotte. Linlin, my favorability towards host is 100%. Close black lens bracket. Holy shit. Real or fake? Don't you want my life? It's our first time meeting everyone, so please don't be so enthusiastic, okay? Xihen looked at the huge body leading the way. In his eyes, the aunt has changed, as if she is jumping up and down and very happy, like a little girl who is bringing her boyfriend home. Vomit. Xihen couldn't help but retched, and almost actually vomited. That's BIGMOM. When did she develop a crush on herself? In fact, when Xihen's first global live broadcast, when he defeated the 3 generals and killed Akainu, deposed Sengoku, and disabled Garp, Andy had already taken a liking to this extremely powerful man. She wished she could see Xihen soon and have a group of children with Xihen. With Xihen's bloodline here, my kingdom will definitely be able to flourish when the time comes. Soon, under the leadership of the aunt, everyone came to the place where the historical text was stored. This place has 2 floors. The historical text is placed on the 2nd floor. You can see it when you look up after entering the gate. There are also many people in this house guarding the historical text. The historical text is locked in an iron cage to prevent it from being stolen. This is the historical text of the road sign. The aunt pointed at the historical text and said, with her height, she almost broke through the roof, so she naturally pointed to the historical text easily. When the people around saw the aunt waving her hands, they also left wisely. Really give it to me? Xihen asked. As for emperors, there is no reason to go back on your word. Pirates are also benevolent and righteous, Mom, Auntie said with a smile. On the contrary, Xihen did not dare to accept it. Just in case. He was just in case. What if the aunt gave the historical text of this road sign as a dowry to herself? Are you sure it's for free? No strings attached. Xihen looked at the aunt and asked. Advertisement. I think Auntie is interested in Xihen, what do you think? Nami also quietly said to Robin from behind. I thought I was overthinking it, it turns out you had this idea too. Robin also nodded and said. Mom, just think of it as a greeting gift. The aunt said after thinking for a while. Not good. Definitely not good. Seeing the aunt's reaction, Xihen also murmured in her heart, but there was no reason to reject the historical text of the road sign that was given to her. Xihen immediately jumped up and directly stored the historical text into the storage space. Auntie was stunned for a moment when she saw such a large piece of historical text disappearing like this, but she soon returned to normal and had no intention of asking further questions. Xihen became even more panicked when he saw this. He knew only too well the power of modifiers. When the favorability reaches 100%, the modifier will be added. Women who fall in love with themselves will listen to themselves completely. Even if they don't have obedience, they will still listen. The existence of obedience only allows them to do things that Xihen wants them to do, but they are very resistant to it. For example, change into a maid outfit, play some interesting things, etc. By the way, which of my daughters do you want? The aunt asked immediately. This, right, scared Xihen with goosebumps all over her body. She usually said, right. Unless there was a little ambiguity or she wanted to win favor, she would only use the tone of, right. I remembered that I had something else to do, so I left first. After Xihen said that, he turned around and walked out of the house quickly, and everyone quickly followed, leaving behind a confused aunt. Ha ha ha, you must be scared, right? Yuta laughed at Xihen upon seeing this. Well, I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm not afraid that she wants to fight me, but I'm afraid that she, hey. Xihen said, not even daring to look back. When the girls heard this, they also jumped up and down. I originally thought that Xihen would attack a woman when he saw her, but I didn't expect that she would be frightened like this by a woman. Are you really going to leave? Auntie ran out of the house and shouted to Xihen and others, you don't want to eat dessert either. No. Xihen turned his back to the aunt and waved his hands and shouted. Quote. Stop joking, how could I let you leave like this? Unexpectedly, the aunt got angry when she heard that Xihen wanted to leave. It seems that her reverse scale has changed from dessert to evening mark. Although she likes Xihen, she also wants Xihen to follow her. How can she, Charlotte Linlin, be rejected? A burst of Conqueror's domineering power suddenly erupted all over Auntie's body. Seeing this, Xihen immediately used her own Conqueror's domineering power to resist to prevent the girls from getting hurt. Advertisement. If you had been like this earlier, I would be more comfortable. Xihen smiled when he saw this. As long as she doesn't act like that just now, I can kill her myself. Aunt Ma's soldiers also gathered around. Suddenly, the sound of musical accompaniment suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. It is recommended to pair this paragraph with UTA music, backlight, starting from 24 seconds, and follow the rhythm. Ha. He breathed out. Breathe. Inhale. Xihen. I won't allow you to leave like this. Napoleon. The ant took out Napoleon and rushed towards Xihen and others. However, when Xihen heard the singing, he was not moved at all. The unbearable memory in my heart is about to penetrate the sadness. When Yuta spoke, all of the people on Cake Island, including Auntie, except Xihen and others, fell into a coma and entered Yuta's fictional world. Then their bodies stood up unsteadily, their eyes still closed. The next moment they started fighting each other. Kill. During the fight, Yuta discovered that ordinary taxi pirates could not penetrate Auntie's body, but at the same time, in the fictional world. Katakuri also fought against the fictional Yuta, showing his great strength. Everyone attacked Yuta in the fictional world, but in this world, Yuta is absolutely invincible. Yuta easily dodged all their attacks in the air, and raised his hand to pin them down on the musical notes, including Big Mom and other generals. Yuta, who discovered Katakuri's strength, directly controlled Katakuri in the real world and used his weapon to pierce Big Mom's body and directly stab her heart. It's amazing, Nami and others said as they looked around. It turns out that Sister Yuta's song fruit is actually so powerful. Reiju said as he looked around in surprise. Yuta, don't kill the three of them. Xihen saw that not far away, Smoothie rushed towards Pudding and Garrett, and was about to chop off their heads. Xihen quickly said to Yuta shouted. After Yuta nodded, the bodies of Smoothie and the three others also collapsed and fell to the ground. The fighting continues. Xihen ran to tie up the three women and threw them into his storage space. Backlight. After a beautiful song, all the Big Mom pirates on Cake Island, including Big Mom, were killed. Chapter 122. Surrounding Cake Island, all the girls come to fight. I kind of know why Xihen blocked Yuta's mouth when she first saw her. Gion said, looking at the mess around him. The Cake Island just now still looks very beautiful. But it only took Yuta one song to make Cake Island a river of blood. The ground was covered with blood and broken limbs, making it a pure hell on earth. Sorry, I was a little scared. Yuta stuck out his tongue and clasped his hands together, saying very cutely. But in the eyes of the girls, the current Yuta is indeed not very cute. After all, I just experienced that scene. Didi. Combat mission. Defeat Charlotte. Lin, completed, received rewards. Modification points X4, lottery X4. At this time, Xihen's mind also reminded him. Although Auntie was not defeated by him, Yuta is also a Xihen person. It can be regarded as Xihen defeated Auntie, so he will naturally get the reward. Beautiful. Xihen also secretly said happily. At the same time, Xihen also discovered that his basket of fruits was all full, and even the fruits needed to be replenished. Having said that, if you use Auntie's soul fruit, what would it be like to give a soul to your own fruit ability? For example, the thunder and lightning made from the thunder fruit gives soul. The wooden golem of the forest fruit, the doll of the thread fruit, the shadow of the magma shadow fruit of the rock berry, etc. Auntie's Prometheus and Zeus seem to be made out of the sun and thunder. Having the soul fruit is almost equivalent to giving life and fruit abilities to anything. It is definitely a god-level fruit. Speaking of which, the nun who raised the ant seemed to be very good when she was young. Thinking of the soul fruit, Xihen also thought of that nun. If you want to, you can use the fruit of time and space to go back to the beginning and bring the young nun back. By then, not only would I have a beautiful woman, but I would also have a powerful soul fruit user. As for the young ant, although it may not be bad. Advertisement. But the way Auntie looks today really casts a shadow on Xihen. Forget it. People from the surrounding islands are coming over. Hancock said while looking at the port. Okay, leave it to me this time. Xihen nodded and said. No, since Sister Yuta has taken action, we also want to show off our skills. Gion said to Xihen. Yeah, I haven't moved my tibia for a long time. Kurla also nodded. Just in time to try out the new fruit's abilities. Reiju also smiled. Yuta, can you help us sing and cheer? Robin smiled when he heard this. No problem. Yuta nodded immediately. Baby 5 didn't say anything, but the smile on his face gradually became wilder, and his two arms turned into machine guns. It seemed that he was looking forward to the next battle. Perona lay directly on Xihen's back, turned into a spirit state, and floated in the air. Seeing that the girls were so willing to fight, Xihen didn't stop them. Violet, Nami, Shirahoshi, Jessica, Vivi and Sugar, whose fighting abilities are slightly weaker, will not participate in this battle. They all stand behind Xihen. The other women are also ready to fight. Kill. Avenge my mother. Avenge Katakuri Ni and the others. Kill them. A dense group of people rushed up from all sides of the port, at least 10,000 people. The leaders among them are all the remaining children of Big Mom, and the others are either the pirate group affiliated with Big Mom, or the subordinates of her children. Call. Yuta exhaled, and the music started to sound. I will help you reduce your enemies first. After Hancock finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Conqueror's domineering power enveloped the entire island, and more than 6,000 people fell to the ground and fainted. Hey, it's reduced too much. Baby 5 also started shooting and said to Hancock. Reiju rushed directly into the crowd, and with the blessing of her Germa 66, flew directly over, and then used the power of the art fruit to turn the crowd of people into dolls, unable to even hold weapons. Advertisement. Huck, back, back, back. Perona flew in the air, countless negative ghosts flew out of her hands, and a large group of people fell directly to the ground. I'm a waste. Does a person like me deserve to appear in the new world? I didn't even deserve to be born. I'm so ugly that I have no face to live. Wait, all kinds of negative voices came from all directions. Loyue. Gion pulled out Jinpyra and passed through the crowd. A group of people were directly chopped away by Gion. 5,000 blade karate. Kurla punched out, and the people in front of him were knocked away, especially the person at the front, whose stomach was deformed. Rebecca also skillfully used the ability of the Piao Piao fruit to turn the surrounding houses into light and fluttering paper-like things, and then threw them into the crowd, returning the houses to their original appearance, killing many people in one house. Including those who were knocked unconscious by Hancock's domineering force were also unlucky. Monet's battle made everyone around her tremble with cold, although her snow fruit was not as outrageous as Aokiji's frozen fruit, which could freeze people in an instant. But being cold all the time, isn't it a form of torture? Upon seeing this, Sugar went over to help and turned all the people who were frozen by Monet into toys. The people on Robin's side were even worse. Their necks were broken directly while they were still alive. This way of death was also very painful. Seeing how powerful everyone is, I really want to help, Shirahoshi said while looking at the people fighting. Unfortunately, she couldn't fight. Don't even think about helping. If you help, not to mention Cake Island, New World will be shaken. Xihen said to Shirahoshi, if all the Poseidons from all over the world gathered here, it would be okay. It scared people to death. Watching the fight between the girls, Xihen is also very happy to watch. She is indeed the woman she found. Even the fight is very beautiful. They are all so amazing. Vivi also said beside Nami. Yes, compared with them, we are still far behind. Nami also nodded. Although I have been practicing with Sister Gion recently, I don't understand what I see, domineering and so on. Isn't it easy to learn how to be domineering? Xihen smiled when he heard this, and then directly used the modifier to modify Nami's knowledge to max. Modify a lot, it's just a splurge, it's just fun. For a moment, Nami felt that her world was different. Strange, what's going on? This is the domineering power of seeing and hearing, Xihen said with a smile. Chapter 123 Fruit Sharing. Really? How did you do that? Nami's eyes widened as she felt that her senses were infinitely amplified and she could clearly perceive every corner of the Cake Island. Why can Xihen learn to be domineering in just one sentence? Moreover, this sensibility's domineering look is much more powerful than the one in Gion. Hehe, it's a secret, Xihen said with a smile. The remaining thousands of debris were quickly cleaned up by a few people. None of the people was injured. They were all sweating profusely, but with smiles on their faces. It seems that after not fighting for a long time, it is still very enjoyable for them to fight once in a while. It's great. Baby 5 got excited, put away his gun, and lit a cigarette. He looked very happy. Perona also returned to her body, but she still clung to Xihen and refused to go down. Xihen also smiled, and then used the power of the sensen fruit to push all the corpses into the sea starting from the feet. The Cake Island became clean again, and now only the last two things were left. One is to divide the fruit. One is waiting for Tina and the others. By the way, one more thing. Go back a few decades to find a nun. Soul fruit, candy fruit, glutinous fruit, steaming fruit, hot fruit, mirror fruit, biscuit fruit, eating fruit, book fruit, cream fruit. This trip was fruitful again. In addition to the soul fruit, there is another fruit that is also quite outrageous. Book fruit. This fruit can create a blank book, and then you can use the blank book to inhale anything and take people into the world of the book. As long as you enter the world of the book, everything will be controlled by the person with the fruit ability, similar to Yuta's song Fruit Space. But the weakness is also obvious, that is fire. It can be cracked as long as there is fire, but Yuta's cannot be cracked in any case, unless there are 2 or more 4 emperors attacking the same position at the same time, but there are not so many 4 emperors in this world. Advertisement. Does anyone want these? I can save the person who eats the fruit today from the side effects of being afraid of sea water. Xihen looked at the fruit and said to the girls, and told them about the functions of these fruits. I want that book fruit, Nami said immediately after hearing this. With the book fruit, it would be much easier for her to draw sea charts, and she could also see the nautical world she painted in the book. Okay, Xihen nodded, then handed the shushu fruit to Nami, and used a modifier to modify Nami so that after eating the fruit, she would not be afraid of sea water. I want that chichi fruit. As a qualified chef, Jessica naturally also focused on the chichi fruit. Xihen also nodded and handed the chichi fruit to Jessica. Jessica usually only cooks on the boat and is unlikely to encounter danger, so Xihen has no side effects of modifying the fruit. I want that mirror fruit. As an intelligence expert, Kara naturally likes this fruit. With the mirror fruit, wouldn't it be easy to collect intelligence? Although she doesn't need to collect any intelligence now. Okay, Xihen handed the mirror fruit to Kurla, avoiding side effects for her. After all, Kurla was taught by a mermaid. In the sea, her fishman karate can be used to its fullest potential. If I didn't eat the childlike fruit, I would like to eat the candy fruit. Sugar said while looking at the candy fruit. Of course, Xihen directly modified it so that Sugar could eat unlimited fruits. Now you can eat unlimited devil fruits. Xihen held Tang candy in front of Sugar and said. Really or not? Sartang was also stunned when he heard this. Of course, I can't possibly kill you. Xihen said with a smile. Okay. After hearing this, Sugar didn't hesitate anymore and directly took Tang and ate it. Sure enough, nothing happened. You are such an amazing person. Nami also complained. In one sentence, you can learn to see and hear colors. One sentence can save them from the side effects of devil fruit. Now, with just one sentence, Sugar can eat devil fruits at will. Everyone was already accustomed to Xihen's strange abilities and didn't ask any more questions. At this point, Xihen's 4 modification points have been used up. Does anyone want anything else? Xihen asked, looking at everyone. I want that steaming fruit. Vivi said to Xihen. Transpiration fruit. That won't work. Xihen shook his head upon hearing this. Advertisement. The transpiration fruit is the fruit that can summon a demon to fight with him. The demon is a man. How could he allow other men to board the ship? Not even devil fruits. Then, Nuo fruit. Seeing Xihen's refusal, Vivi naturally knew what Xihen was thinking. In fact, what she wanted to consider when she wanted the transpiration fruit was that the transpiration fruit could summon helpers, so that she would not delay Xihen's retreat. Okay, but we can't avoid the side effects now. Let's wait until next time. Eat it first, and then be careful not to fall into the sea during this period. Xihen nodded, handed the fruit to Vivi and said. Okay. Vivi also nodded and took the Nuo fruit. No one wanted the other fruits, so Xihen ate them all. However, the cream fruit and the steaming fruit were of no use to each other, so Xihen destroyed them directly and ate the soul fruit, hot fruit and so on. Fruit and biscuit fruits. Afterwards, everyone returned to the boat, and Perona was finally willing to get off Xihen's back. After taking Robin into the space to study the historical text, Xihen also walked into the cabin to do some business. By the time Xihen came out again, it was already time to have dinner. There are also 3 new little sisters on the dining table. As for what happened in the cabin, only they know. Smoothie's long legs couldn't fit on the dining table at all, so he had to sit on the sofa on one side and prepare a table by himself. After Xihen had eaten, he left first, returned to his cabin, and then started the lottery. What are the 4 lottery opportunities? Xihen was caught off guard and said impatiently. For the first time, Xihen chose the far left. The box emits a burst of dazzling blue light, and when the light ends. Congratulations to host. Obtained. Modification points x2. Xihen was also speechless for a while. This thing was indeed of no use to him now. But I had no choice but to use a little bit to first eliminate the side effects of Vivi's fruit ability, and then use another little amount to eliminate the side effects of sugar. Then the second draw began. This time I chose the second box from the left. As the box shook, a white light flashed. Chapter 124 Carmelite. Congratulations to host, you got Kaya, adult version. 100% replica. When the white light dissipated, the modifier prompted. At the same time, Kaya appeared in front of Xihen out of thin air. Hello, Master Xihen. Kaya hugged Xihen's neck and smiled sweetly. The consequences are self-evident. After that, Xihen called Nami and took Kaya out to introduce him to others. After all, Nami was the only one present who knew Kaya. And not familiar with it. On Xihen's side, the lottery continued. In the third draw, I chose the box on the far right. As the box shook, a burst of golden light emitted. Congratulations to host, you got a set of golden armor. Can be directly exchanged for cash. FKU. Gold and cash are the most indispensable things for Xihen. Wearing gold armor would be too stupid. If he really wears it, he will be laughed at by Nami and the others. I had to change it to cash. But when it comes to gold, Xihen thinks of another person. The Bakara from the Golden City in the movie is a user with the lucky fruit ability. Even if he can't get her, he must get her fruit. Etc. I directly use the modification point to change my lucky value to max. Isn't the lottery just random? Xihen slapped his forehead. Unfortunately, the 2 modification points just now have been used. He can only wait for the next time. Shaking his head, Xihen started the last draw. The box in the middle didn't look pleasing to the eye, so Xihen chose the second box on the right. Come on, come on. Xihen put his hands together and began to bow to the screen. The next moment, the box flashed with white light. Congratulations to host, you got Allegia 18-year-old young version. 100% replica. Ouch. Xihen's eyes also lit up. Allegia, advertisement. Robin's mom. And it's a younger version than Robin. The next moment, Allegia, clad in holy light, appeared in front of Xihen, doing the same thing as Kaya. Hello, master, Allegia said while hugging Xihen's neck. When Robin saw Allegia, he hugged her and cried. Although Allegia is 18 years old, she still doesn't know that Robin is her daughter. But she knew just by looking at Robin's appearance that Robin was 100% her daughter. And Xihen also told Robin that this Allegia was rescued from a long time ago, and she didn't know Xihen at that time, so she fulfilled her previous lie. Of course, Robin didn't care what time it was Allegia, as long as it was her mother. After finishing everything that should be done, Xihen also activated the ability of the time and space fruit. Passing through the green black hole, we arrived 100 years ago. This was the time when Sister Carmel was young and beautiful, and it was also the time when she was cooperating with the world government and had just sneaked into Elbaf. When Xihen came to Elbaf 100 years ago, there was a house in front of him, and a group of children were running around, especially the huge giant children who were the most conspicuous. Slow down, run slower, don't get hurt. Sister Carmelite was shouting to the children from the side with a gentle look on her face. But in fact this is all her disguise. What the Carmelites actually did was adopt babies and sell them to the world government. Some of these babies were trained to become world government elites, while others became experimental mice. The Carmelites profited from this. At this time, the aunt was not even born yet, and the nun was only in her 20s. This is Elbaf. Xihen looked around. It was no different from ordinary islands. If it were different, it might be the big houses in the distance, which were almost 100 times the size of ordinary houses. Speaking of which, that piece of historical text. Xihen suddenly remembered that Whitebeard had told him that the last historical text of the road sign was in Elbaf, but he didn't know if Elbaf had it now. Xihen immediately released his domineering energy and began to search for the historical text. But it turned out not to be. Advertisement. But many giants were found on the island, probably more than 100 in number. For the giants, this number is already quite a lot. It seems that the historical text of the road sign has not been transported here yet. After thinking about it for a while, Xihen ignored it. It is more important to complete the goal of coming here first. It's time to eat. Carmel clapped his hands and shouted to the children. Before the children could respond, Carmel suddenly disappeared from their eyes. This was the speed after Xihen modified his speed to max. It was so fast that they couldn't see clearly. Carmelo had already been tied up and thrown into the system. Xihen ran directly into the woods. After finishing what should be done, Xihen also captured Carmel. It's just that I don't know if Linlin will have no one to adopt him after he takes Carmel away, and Linlin will not be able to obtain the soul fruit. Then there will be no future for Emperor's Bigmom, right? Then, bring back a Carmelite yourself. Wouldn't it mean that Smoothie, Pudding and Garrett would be lost? This business is such a loss. Just stay in Elbaf, I will come to see you at any time. After some thought, Xihen said to Carmel. Although Carmel was reluctant to give up, he could only nodded and agreed. After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, Xihen left. In fact, for the Carmelites, if Xihen wanted to, he could travel through the space in seconds. This means that Xihen can be by Carmel's side every minute and every second, and Carmel cannot notice it, only Xihen knows. Just when Xihen returned to his own time and space and inside the cabin, the modifier suddenly rang. Congratulations to host, for completing the hidden mission. Close black lens bracket. What hidden mission? Travel through time and space to catch women. Xihen was also confused, but when the modifier displayed next, Xihen was shocked. Congratulations to host for completing the hidden mission. Guide, 4 emperors. Big MOM. Reward. Modification points. Who is the target? Xihen was so frightened that he almost jumped up. Who is the target? Do you think I'm crazy? Aren't all Bigmom dead? Xihen felt a chill just thinking about it. But no matter how Xihen asked the modifier for an answer, the modifier remained silent as if dead, which made Xihen very worried. What the hell? Chapter 125 All, historical text. Xihen's CPU is running like crazy. I traveled through time by myself and didn't do anything. I only dealt with the Carmelites. So, what is the relationship between Carmelites and Bigmom? The only thing they have in common is that they are both soul fruit ability users, right? On her 6th birthday, Bigmom ate too much and forgot herself. When she opened her eyes again, she gained the ability of the soul fruit, and the children of the Lamb's house and the Carmelites disappeared. I still remember that in the previous life, it was basically said that it was Bigmom who ate everyone, including the Carmelites, to gain the ability of the soul fruit. But Xihen clearly remembers. The children had no clothes left, and when Carmel disappeared, her clothes were still on the ground. Besides, even though Linlin had strange powers when she was a child, she did not have 3-color domineering and other fighting skills. Let me ask, no matter how strong Linlin is, how can he be the opponent of Carmelite who possesses the soul fruit? Will Carmelite be eaten by her like that? After some brainstorming and using the system, Xihen can basically confirm that Bigmom and Carmelite in this time and space seem to be the same person. The Carmelites adopted Linlin in order to sell him to the world government. A weird kid like Linlin must be worth a lot of money when sold. But later, Linlin suddenly went crazy and ate all the children, and Carmelite discovered that Linlin's ability could not maximize her interests if she just sold it to the world government. So Carmelite had an even crazier plan. That year, Carmelite, who was already in his 40s and almost over 50, needed a younger body because he was looking forward to meeting Xihen again. Linlin is undoubtedly the most suitable, young and highly qualified. So she used the awakening ability of the soul fruit to transform herself into a spirit body and enter Linlin's body. From then on, she became one with 2 souls. Due to the side effects, Carmel fell into a brief slumber. As a result, Linlin was later bewitched by Long Bread, a person with the ability to eat fruits, and followed Long Bread. Advertisement. When Carmelite woke up again, 10 years later, Linlin had become a big fat man. As soon as Carmelite took away the control of the body, he started to lose weight for this body, so as not to become so fat and ugly when he met Xihen. Over the next year, Carmel lost weight while sailing. Met a man, Rocks, on the sea. At the invitation of Rocks, he joined the Rocks Pirates, along with young Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, Shiki the Golden Lion, John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe. These people are all great pirates who are now famous in the world. Of course, they didn't have titles like 100 Beasts and Golden Lion back then. Carmelo joined the Rocks Pirates and began his journey to find Yuan. But a few years passed, and Carmelite saw no trace of Xihen at all. Until the Rocks Pirates were destroyed and disbanded. Captain Rocks was killed, and the other crew members left one after another and started their own voyages. Carmelite was no exception. Fast forward more than 10 years, and the Carmelites have fought their way to the position of 4 emperors and have the title of Bigmom, but there is still no whereabouts of Xihen. As a result, Carmel became depressed and could not sleep. Charlotte Linlin took over the body again and began to build her kingdom. So when the modifier talks about completing the hidden mission, strategy for Bigmom, it actually refers to Carmel. Because when the task about Linlin was released before, the modifier would say, Charlotte Linlin. That's why when I first met my aunt, her favorability towards me was 100%. Carmelo also woke up at that time, but seeing herself like this, she didn't dare to recognize Xihen at all. But when Xihen was about to leave, she became angry. What she had waited for 100 years was that Xihen turned around and left without hesitation. Even if the favorability is 1000%, it will not be worth the 100 years of waiting. So the Carmelites took action against Xihen. Advertisement. But unexpectedly, he was easily defeated by Yuta's song. This is the life of Carmelite after he met Xihen. When Cup was about to be completely abolished, Xihen finally figured it out and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the person he captures is not Charlotte Linlin, he will be relieved. Now Xihen also has a way to get Carmel without letting Smoothie and the others disappear. He returned directly to Elbaf 100 years ago, completely copied a Carmelite, and brought her back 100 years later. As for the original Carmelite, let her experience that life. After struggling all night, it was almost dawn now, so Xihen directly pressed Carmel down and simply stopped sleeping. Cabin filling plan. 50/23. The next day, when Xihen introduced Carmel to everyone was already not surprised. Although Carmel is not a good person, she will not have any bad intentions on Xihen's ship. Instead, she can become Xihen's strategist. In the next few days, the news that Xihen occupied Cake Island and killed the entire Bingmom pirate group somehow spread throughout the world. But no one would call Xihen the name of 4 emperors, because Xihen is more than 4 emperors. Some people have even begun to call Xihen One Piece, but it has never been called One Piece since it has not reached Lovedrew. In addition, Xihen found another piece of historical text on Cake Island. It turns out that Big Mom has a road sign historical text and a historical text recording the official history. There is also a piece of history that was originally brought by Jinbei when he surrendered to join Big Mom. Now that Big Mom has taken over Fishman Island, naturally there is no such piece of history. The text is over. But that piece of historical text had already been taken away by Xihen when he and others went to Fishman Island, as well as the piece of historical text in the Forest of the Sea, Joey Boy's confession book. So now Xihen has 2 pieces of historical text for road signs and 5 pieces of general historical text. She has already read the other 4 general historical texts, 2 on Alabasta, 1 on an island Robin passed by when she was a child, and 1 on O'Hara. An ordinary historical text has a total of 26 yuan. Now it is equivalent to 9 yuan, but there is still a long way to go. Robin and Alvia also entered Xihen's storage space to study the newly acquired historical texts. Speaking of ordinary historical texts, there are 9 important ones. As for how important they are, Xihen doesn't care.
4 SM Chapter 126-31, 50. In fact, if Xihen wants to know what happened 800 years ago, he only needs to ask the 5 elders. But Xihen was not interested in this. If he wanted to, he could just travel back 800 years and know everything. But Robin and Olvia are different. Their purpose is to reveal the missing 100 years with their own hands, and then tell the world. While letting the world know the truth, let people know what O'Hara paid for this. This is their obsession and their dream. Xihen will not hinder their dreams, nor will they fulfill their dreams in a way they don't want. So this method of collecting historical texts from around the world was used. It can be regarded as helping them realize their dreams. 3 days later, a warship slowly stopped on the other side of Cake Island. Why do we come here? Dasky looked at the deserted Cake Island and asked, isn't this place already occupied by Shenyun Xihen? The combination this time is also very strange. Tina has a bad feeling. Tina, as the leader of this operation, stood on the bow of the ship with her arms folded, looking at the Cake Island. There are people from world government, people from Impel Down City, there are even students who are studying, and there are a lot of girls. Was ordered to come to Shenyun Xihen's territory. It gave Tina the feeling that they were gifts from the 5 elders to Xihen. What is the mission? Stacy asked Tina while sitting on the deck holding a cup of coffee. Opposite her sat Khalifa, who was wearing black stockings. I didn't say, just let us come here. Tina looked back at Stacy and said, she only knew that Stacy was from the world government, but she didn't know what her specific position was. Originally, Tina thought she would know the mission. Yeah, there's a smell of blood. A long-legged woman with twin ponytails and a pink leather jacket and bangs blocking her eyes walked out of the cabin, made a strange moaning sound, looked at the cake island and said, "It's little Sadie." "Miss Sadie, please control yourself," said Domino, who was following little Sadie. "Are we here?" Yin also walked out of the cabin and said. "Why do you want me to come with you?" Jessica also walked out of the kitchen. It is true that no matter what period of time, Jessica will always be in the kitchen wherever she is. Now that Jessica is a wife, she is much more mature than the Jessica on the Xihen ship. Advertisement such a combination of 8 people does seem very strange. Before Tina could answer Yin's words, Xihen appeared in front of them. When everyone saw Xihen, they all made preparations for battle. Khalifa and Stacy also stood up quickly and stared at Xihen. Shenyan Xihen. Dasky looked at Xihen and even trembled a little. After all, this guy is really scary. Were we discovered before we even got to the island? What on earth did the 5 elders send us here for? Tina tightened her gloves and threw away the cigarette in her mouth. Xihen looked at the beauties on this boat and nodded with satisfaction. Then, before they could react, countless armed and domineering branches appeared on the deck, tying them all up. Although they had tried to avoid it, those branches had already predicted their every move. Then it was directly wrapped into a ball by the branches and put into the storage space by Xihen. After returning to the ship, Xihen also made a bold and extremely happy move. Cabin filling plan. 50/31. After the number of partners increased, Xihen's next voyage plan also began. The island we are about to go to is Wano country, which has the 3rd historical text of the road sign, and Onigashima, where Kaido is located. Although the country of Wano is currently in a closed state, it is not a trivial matter for Xihen's flying ship. What did you say? The 5 elders sent them to Cake Island. At the same time, Smoker was throwing a tantrum in Sengoku's office. It's true that anyone can make a scene in Sengoku's office these days. Dasky is her subordinate, and Tina is his childhood sweetheart since childhood. The relationship between the two is not ordinary, so both of them were sent to Cake Island. Yes, when this order was issued, Cake Island had not yet been occupied by Shenyan Xihen. Who would have known that something like this would happen? Warring States also said with a headache. But, why would the 5 elders give such an order? Smoker shouted after hearing this. Forget about Tina, almost everyone in Marine knows such a beauty. But as for Dusiki, she has been following him in an inconspicuous place like the East Daxia Sea. How could the 5 elders know her name? I don't know. There are also people from world government and Impel Down City who went together. Now that I think about it, they are all pretty women, Warring States said. Advertisement. In fact, he didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after learning that Xihen had occupied Cake Island, he felt vaguely that something was not right. The same thing happened with Ace last time. The 5 elders seem to be secretly making some deal with Shenyan Xihen. It's true that Shenyan Xihen hasn't caused trouble to Marine and world government for a long time. I'll go find them. Smoker slapped the table and prepared to leave. Stop. Sengoku immediately shouted to Smoker. Who do you think the 5 elders are? Can you meet them if you want? Sengoku also stood up and shouted to Smoker. Even if I can't see you, I still want to see you. Even if I have to break in, I still want to see you. Smoker turned around and said. I can't even see the 5 elders now. They're no longer in Mary Joa, Sengoku said. Until now, Sengguo's body is still wrapped in bandages. The wound made by Xihen's knife at that time would ooze blood from time to time, and it was already a lifelong pain. There is no suitable candidate in Marine to take over the position of Fleet Admiral at this time. Instead of looking for the 5 elders, you should contact Tina and the others first to see what their current situation is. If they haven't arrived at Cake Island yet, ask them to withdraw immediately. Warring States then sat back and said. The wound just now broke again. Seeing Sengguo's appearance, Smoker also sighed. I understand. Smoker walked back to the room, took out the phone and dialed Dasky's number. Blue brew blue, blue brew brew, brumubub, kacha. Hello? Dusky? The phone rang for a long time and finally got through. Smoker asked immediately. It's me, Colonel Smoker. Dusky's voice came from the phone. You. Before Smoker could speak, a strange voice came from Dusky's side. Dasachi-chan, stop calling, come and play together. Tina's voice came from the other end of the phone, and there was a faint hint of Xihen's voice. Smoker's face turned dark immediately. Chapter 127 Shanks Road, to, job hunting. 3 days later, the red-haired pirates arrived at Port Roder Bay. When the ship just docked, Northern Army Commander Karas appeared at the port and stood in front of Shanks. Red-haired Shanks, what are you doing here? Karas said as he looked at Shanks. At the same time, many revolutionary soldiers on the island also came around with guns, surrounding the red-haired pirates. No harm. Shanks said immediately. I remember you were the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army. Shanks looked at Karas and said. Exactly. Karas nodded, his eyes still wary. After all, the opponent was the 4 emperors. Is Dorak here? Shanks asked next. The chief is not here. Karas shook his head. I have something I want to talk to him about. What's up? Unite against Shenyan Xihen, Shanks said directly. Before Karas could say anything, the surrounding revolutionary troops were startled and began to whisper. After all, not long ago, less than a month ago. They watched with their own eyes as Xihen destroyed the entire Vima's island by himself. That's a whole island. Some revolutionary soldiers were so frightened that they dropped their guns on the ground, and everyone looked at him. Hug. Sorry. The revolutionary soldier quickly picked up the gun, his whole body trembling. It's enough to see how much of a shadow Xihen left on them. After all, the Revolutionary Army's goal has always been to overthrow the world government and defeat the celestial dragons. And the goal they had worked hard for decades was achieved by Xihen in just a few minutes. How could this not scare them? Shenyan Xihen overthrew the rule of the Tianlong people and helped us, and Kara is also on his ship, so he is our ally. We have no reason to take action against him. Kara's also spoke quickly to break the awkward situation. Atmosphere. Let me talk to Dorag. I'm sorry, we don't want to have anything to do with Shenyan Xihen, please leave. Kara's immediately started to chase people away. Dorag has already told him that he must never have anything to do with Shenyan Xihen again. He was not afraid of Shenyan Xihen. Advertisement. Instead, the commander of the Eastern Army under him, Betty, that is indeed a beauty. What he is afraid of is that the next time he sees Shenyan Xihen, he will abduct Betty too. And Dorag also knew clearly that as long as he didn't provoke Xihen, there was no way he could take action against the Revolutionary Army. As long as Xihen is provoked, no one in the Revolutionary Army except Kurla and Betty can survive. Xihen also had to say that Dorag still knew a little about him. Shanks also frowned when he heard this. He thought that Dorag might reject him, but he never thought that he wouldn't even be able to see Dorag's face. The commander of the Northern Army in front of him must not be his opponent. But if he really takes action against them, let alone Xihen, he will most likely be destroyed by the Revolutionary Army before he goes to war with Xihen. After all, Dolog is not a vegetarian. Leaving aside Xihen, the one with the highest bounty in the world is Dorag. Boss, what should we do now? Lakilu whispered. How to do it? I still want to know how to do it, Shanks thought in his heart. Seeing that Karaz's attitude is also very determined, it is very likely that the Revolutionary Army already knows that he and others are uniting with others everywhere. It seems that the path of the Revolutionary Army is really dead. Let's go, Shanks finally said. Then he turned around and got on the boat, and everyone followed him. Karaz was relieved when he saw this. Although the opponent would definitely avenge them if they took action on Dorag, he was definitely no match for the red-haired Shanks, and he would probably die here today. There is actually no harmony within the Revolutionary Army now. There are many voices saying that since the Tianlong people have been exterminated, does the existence of the Revolutionary Army have no meaning? This made everyone panic, and for a time they thought that the Revolutionary Army was going to disband. Only the military commanders knew that Dorag was planning a big war. Just as the red-haired pirates were about to leave, a man jumped from the island to Shanks' ship. Sob. Wait. Sabo came to the bow and called Shanks and others to stop. Shanks and others had already noticed that someone was approaching them, and turned back one after another. Advertisement, Sob. Karaz was also startled when he saw the visitor. What was Sabo doing? Isn't that the Chief of General Staff? Should he agree to join forces? If it's true or false, then wouldn't we be miserable? Everyone in the Revolutionary Army panicked when they saw Sabo boarding the ship. I am the Chief of General Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Sabo first introduced himself to Hongfa and others, and then said, I can help you persuade the chiefs to unite. Oh, Shanks was also stunned when he heard this. The reaction of the Northern Army commander just now was obviously inspired by Dorag. As the Chief of Staff, this guy wouldn't know Dorag's instructions. Could it be that he has a personal grudge against Shenyan Xihen? Shanks really guessed it right. Sabo still clearly remembers what happened on Haiyai Island at that time. If anyone in the Revolutionary Army hates Xihen the most, it must be Sabo. I'll take you to see the chief, you're the only one coming, Sabo said, looking at Shanks. Okay. Shanks also nodded. Then the red-haired pirate's ship temporarily docked at the port, and Shanks followed Sabo off the ship. Prepare the boat, Sabo said to the Revolutionary Army after coming down. Yes. The soldier nodded immediately and ran to prepare the boat. Sob. The chief has already given the order. Karaz pulled Sabo aside and said. I know, but Shenyan Xihen really needs to be eradicated, and Kurla still doesn't know why he went with Xihen, and there are so many women on his ship. I don't believe they are all voluntary. They must be. What tricks did Shenyan Xihen use? Sabo said. Nonetheless, now is not the time for us to interfere in these matters. You don't know what the chief will do next, Karaz said anxiously. Don't worry about this, Sabo said and walked away from Karaz. It was also at this time that the revolutionary soldiers brought the boat over. Sabo took Shanks on the boat and left here. Karaz looked worried, but it was useless. After all, Sabo only listened to Dorag. He could only call Dorag quickly and ask Dorag to make preparations. After learning the news, Dolog took a boat directly from his island and took a brand new phone bug. Now he is the only one in the family who can contact others, and no one can contact him. Chapter 128 Kaido's Baby. Xihen was watching the girls practice their fruit abilities. Xihen's current fruit abilities are countless. Sensen fruit, snake fruit, bat fruit, laser fruit, life fruit, time and space fruit, line fruit, thunder fruit, rock fruit, shadow fruit, water fruit, electromagnetic fruit, floating fruit, stone fruit, ton press fruit, bursting fruit, rotating fruit, soul fruit, hot fruit, biscuit fruit. Each fruit is very explosive when picked out alone. What's more, if a person eats 20 devil fruits, even if he is a waste, he cannot be a weakling. Women on board. Sugar, childish fruit, candy fruit, Monet, snow fruit, Nami, shushu fruit, Vivi, Nanuo fruit, Robin, Wawa fruit, Tina, Lanlan fruit, Ain, retrograde fruit, Reiju, art fruit, Uda, song fruit, pudding, memory fruit. Jessica. Eat fruit, Perona, ghost fruit, smoothie, juicing fruit, Rebecca, flying fruit, Kurla, mirror fruit, Khalifa, soap fruit, Stacy, vampire fruit, Hancock, sweet fruit, Garrett, butterfruit. Viols. Staring fruit, Carmelo, soul fruit, baby 5, weapon fruit. This boat can sell at least 4.4 billion just by selling fruits. A bunch of fruits were played by them in a fancy way. If anyone is to say who attracts Xihen the most, it must be Khalifa. As soon as she takes off her clothes, she is covered in foam and slippery. Just looking at her makes people drool. Naturally, he had to kidnap her and torture her so much that Khalifa no longer dared to use her fruit ability in front of Xihen. There is another benefit after Ain gets on the ship. Just take the older ones and make them younger, such as Xihen, Hancock, Stacy, Smoothie, Khalifa, Viols, Robin, and Tina. Xihen then used the power of the life fruit to fix their age at this age forever. The average age of the crew is 18. Not only was Xihen extremely happy, the girls were also very happy. Especially the 18-year-old Empress, coupled with the sweet fruit, her charm is unstoppable. Robin and Olvia are absolutely twin sisters. With so many people on board, it was naturally very lively. Unlike other pirate ships, it probably smells like men's sweat and various foot odors. Advertisement: the ship Xihen is simply fragrant. Of course, handling sanitary napkins is a bit scary. When buying sanitary napkins, you have to buy them by the pound. After 5 days of sexual bliss, Xihen's ship also arrived at the edge of Wano country. Look, it's an upward waterfall. Uda stood on the observation deck and pointed at the waterfall and shouted. Everyone also came out of the cabin and looked at the waterfall flowing upward. This is Wano country. To enter Wano country, you must cross this waterfall. You usually use the large goldfish over there to pull it up. Xihen said, pointing to the goldfish jumping on the sea. With Xihen here, what kind of goldfish do you need? Little Sadie said while holding Xihen's arm. You guy. Hancock rushed over and pushed little Sadie out. This is my special place, Hancock said, holding Xihen's arm. Disgusting. Little Sadie also looked at Hancock unhappily and then walked away. Xihen was also helpless, and then controlled the ship to fly up, directly over the waterfall, and entered the inland sea of Wano country. There are the main island of Wano and Onigashima in the inland sea. The main island is divided into 6 areas, namely, Kuri, Nozomi, Usagiwan, Suzuo, Hikumai, and Flower City. The current Wano country has long been under Kaido's control. Except for Onigashima and the flower capital, people in other places almost don't have enough to eat. Xihen naturally enveloped the entire Wano country with his domineering aura immediately, and found the direction of the historical text. Located just below Onigashima, at this time, Kaido was still drinking and having a party. It's amazing. My knowledge can cover the whole country of Wano. Nami also looked excited at this time, as if he had discovered a new world. Yes, this feels very good. Xihen also smiled, and at the same time the ship flew towards the ghost island. Xihen was too lazy to pay attention to Kaido, so he punched a hole in the ground of Onigashima, floated the boat in the air, jumped off the boat by himself, and asked everyone to wait for him here. Naturally, Kaido noticed the abnormality on Onigashima immediately. He rushed out of the house with his large mace and smashed the wall. As soon as I came out, I saw a big ship above my head, with the flag of Xihen still on it. Advertisement, damn it. Why is he here? Kaido was stunned when he saw it, and then he saw a big pit on the ground. Going down there was where he kept the historical text. Now Kaido also knew Xihen's purpose, and jumped directly into the pit without having time to worry about Xihen's ship. Everyone in Onigashima also ran out of the room quickly, holding weapons. But most people drank drunkenly. Some people also discovered the boat above their heads and picked up their bows and arrows to attack the boat. Xihen sensed it immediately. Before the girls could take action, a wooden wall rose up beside the boat to block all the arrows. Then countless spikes appeared on the wooden wall, killing all the people below. It felt cool to wear it. At the same time, Xihen also came to the historical text. There is a large group of people guarding here. Xihen burned them all with a laser eye. When Kaido arrived, what he saw was Xihen disappearing into the void. Shenyan Xihen. Of course Kaido already knew what happened on the island. This guy killed so many of his men in an instant and also snatched his own historical text. I originally thought that if I didn't mess with him, I wouldn't fight him, but now it seems that's not the case. If I had known, I would have joined forces with the red hair. Kaido feels extremely regretful now. Hey! Xihen turned around and waved to greet him. Kaido was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Leave me the text of history, Kaido said, holding the mace tightly. I've never seen any historical text, Xihen said with a smile. Kaido also burst out with Conqueror's domineering energy, sweeping towards Xihen. Modify Kaido to an infant stage. Xihen did not reveal his feelings and directly used the modifier to change Kaido to an infant stage. Conqueror's domineering power dissipated instantly, and the mace hit the ground with a clang. Kaido turned into a fallen baby, lying on the ground and crying loudly. "Oh, Kaido, baby, don't cry." Xihen walked towards Kaido with a smirk. Chapter 129 The Destruction of Ghost Island. Xihen lifted Kaido up by the back of his neck. Kaido now is exactly the way he was when he was born, with no power at all and no fruit abilities. This is not the strongest creature in the world. It's obviously a weakling. Xihen threw Kaido into the air, moved his fingers, and split Kaido into pieces with a few invisible threads. Not even a piece of meat was left behind, and he walked out of the tunnel. The most powerful creature in the world died in the hands of Xihen in such a wretched manner. When Xihen came out, the big pit was already surrounded. Naturally, they had nothing to do with Shihen's ship. Seeing that it was Xihen coming out, Kaido's men were also startled. Because they knew Kaido had gone down, how could Lord Kaido let this kid walk out like this? Besides, there doesn't seem to be any fighting going on down there. Could it be? No way. Fuzifu and Sasaki looked at each other, and their hearts tightened when they saw that the other person was Shen Yun Xihen. Could it be that Kaido was instantly killed by Shen Yun Xihen? Not even able to fight back. Where's Lord Kaido? At this time, Yan Banjin, Droutjack, and Plague Quinn pushed aside the crowd and walked out, blocking Shihen's front. If it were anyone else, even the 4 emperors might be a little panicked. But Xihen didn't panic at all, even if the other 3 were 3 or 4 heights taller than him. I walked out safe and sound. Of course Kaido is dead. Xihen was talking to them, but he didn't look at them, looking around for something in the crowd. Upon seeing this, Jin directly pulled out his long knife and chopped it towards Shihen's head. However, Xihen still didn't look at him and let the knife hit his neck. The next moment, Xihen was safe and sound. Jin's knife broke into 2 pieces, flew out, and stuck into the ground. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide as they stared at the broken blade being inserted into the ground. Advertisement, Lord Kaido. At this moment, a woman in a skirt jumped down from a high place, still calling Kaido. Coming. Xihen's eyes immediately locked on the woman. It was Runti. Before Runti could even land, Xihen suddenly appeared in front of Runti. This shocked Runti. You? Before Runti could say anything, Xihen hugged Runti, her arms turned into wooden bars, tied her up, and threw her into the storage space. Is this guy here to rob someone? Seeing this scene, everyone in the Beast Pirates also exclaimed. Where's Black Maria? Where's Yamato? Xihen had a clear goal. After grabbing the historical text, he immediately released his domineering energy and started looking for people. Nami on the boat also sensed everything that happened on the island through her knowledge and experience, and explained it to everyone on the spot. Xihen is really stubborn. There are so many sisters on the ship. Isn't it enough for him? Xihen said angrily with his hands on his hips. 18-year-old Xihen is really charming. It would be nice to have more sisters, otherwise we won't be enough for him to deal with, Stacy said with a smile. Xihen is really scary. Kaya shuddered when she thought of Shihen's appearance at night. She was like a devil. Vivi also shuddered. Ever since she ate the nuo fruit, Shihen's play became more and more fancy. Tina feels the same way. Tina also nodded. Only Hiyori was still playing calmly, but the rhythm of the music was faster. There are also some running on the ground. Xihen might have been annoyed by them, so he used the thunder fruit to chop them into pieces. Xihen flew to the inside of the ghost island, and Jin and a group of winged ones immediately chased after Xihen. However, on the way to the dungeon, Xihen found that in a room, Xiaozi, also known as Hiyori, was playing for an extremely short and wretched man. Black Maria's huge body immediately occupied Xihen's eyes, especially Black Maria's basketball, which was simply terrifying. Including those who had just escaped, Yuan enveloped the entire Onigashima with Conqueror's Haki in an instant, shattering everyone except Hiyori and Yamato. A group of people were killed, a group of people drank until they were half dead, and a group of people were so frightened that they didn't dare to come out at all. Hiyori also listened quietly outside, and found that there was no movement at all outside. It was very quiet. Xihen also couldn't wait to open the handcuffs for her new baby. Advertisement, you know me? Rihei looked up at Xihen and said, she was still wearing a mask at this time. Xihen knew very well that the garbage fruit Kurozumi Orochi gave him 8 lives, but it required the existence of his body. After Xihen burned it like this, it would be impossible for him to be resurrected. Stop. The girls were chatting enthusiastically, and Xihen was also very lively. At this time, Yamato was in the dungeon of Onigashima. Although she was not chained, she still had sea stone handcuffs on her hands. That man is Kurozumi. Really? Hiyori's eyes widened after hearing this. Black Maria, on the other hand, was so frightened by Xihen's domineering power that her legs weakened and she returned to her original appearance. Next up is Yamato. Hearing his name, Hiyori became visibly panicked, and her movements immediately stopped. Xihen also tied her up and threw her into the space. Xihen also took a look around, and except for Black Maria, no one could see past it. As the Kurozumi snake howled, he also turned into ashes in Yuhen's hands. Xihen directly kicked open the door, and without saying a word, he lifted the Kurozumi snake up, and the lava ignited in his hands. However, Kaido also had many subordinates, 20,000 of them, and Xihen's lightning strike had not killed them all. Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi are dead, the beast pirates are about to be wiped out, and the country of Wano has been liberated. Yuan knelt down and said to Yamato. Xihen rushed directly into Black Maria's room, startling Black Maria and other women. The people around him were so frightened that they ran away. Ghost Island suddenly became quiet. If you don't believe me, just listen to what's going on outside. Xihen nodded and pointed outside. Xihen walked up the mountain and took off Hiyori's mask. A peerless face appeared in front of Xihen, and he could basically compete with Hancock. Are you Shenyan Xihen? Black Maria looked at Xihen and said, and at the same time, she immediately made preparations for battle and transformed into a wolf spider form. The fate of the 3 large signboards was the same. It's still nice to have long legs. Xihen's conquerors directly shattered everyone in the house except Black Maria. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up. Are you Kazuki Hiyori? Yuan then turned to look at Hiyori and said. Chapter 130 People with Nonsense Fruit Abilities. The entire Ghost Island suddenly fell into silence. There's really no movement. Hiyori listened for a while and then said, Who are you? Since Wano country is closed to the outside world, not many people in Wano country know about Xihen. I was married to Mrs. Shi 20 years ago and wanted to marry you to me. Seeing this, Xihen immediately started to lie. Xihen was stunned when he heard this. In the past 20 years, I have been hiding outside Wano to train my strength. Now that I am strong enough, I will come back to save you. Xihen said with firm eyes, as if he had really suffered for 20 years, bitter. Real or false? Hiyori covered her little cherry mouth in disbelief. She had no idea such a thing was happening. 20 years ago, she clearly remembered things, but she didn't remember such a person at all. It's been a long time ago, probably more than 20 years ago. At that time, you were not born yet and I was just 2 years old. Xihen said while reaching out and pulling Hiyori up from the ground. Hiyori's expression clearly showed disbelief, and besides, what kind of person can defeat Kaido after only 20 years of training? Come with me, Wano country will be liberated, Xihen said to Hiyori. Come with you. Where? I am a pirate now, come sail with me, Xihen said with a smile. She had killed her brother twice in the past 2 days, and now he was tricking her into leaving with him. Xihen wanted to call herself shameless. Pirate? Hiyori couldn't help but take 2 steps back when he heard that Xihen was a pirate. After all, this country had been ruled by pirates for 18 years. I am also desperate and this is why I have no choice, Xihen said upon seeing this. Then, what will happen to Wano country if I leave with you? Hiyori said after much hesitation. Even if the other person is not who he says he is, and has trained for 20 years to save Wazi country, as long as he can really save Wazi country, there is no harm in following him. Don't worry, I still have some dignity in this sea. After the founding of Wano country, I will plant my flag. By then, no one will dare to touch a hair of Wano country, said quite confidently. Then, okay. Hiyori nodded and followed Xihen out of the Ghost Island. Advertisement. When Rihei came out and saw the mess on Ghost Island, he believed Xihen's words. That's my boat over there. You go up and wait for me. I have something to do, Xihen said as he lowered the wooden wall and lowered the boat. What a big boat. Why can it float in the air? Hiyori said as she looked at the boat. This is my devil fruit ability, Xihen said with a smile. Dear, how's it going? Everything has been taken care of, Hancock shouted to Xihen before the ship landed. After only being separated for a moment, Hancock already missed Xihen very much. And he is also a very strong person. It's normal that you don't remember me. There is a memory fruit user on Kaido's ship who has deleted all the memories about me in your mind. Xihen started talking nonsense again, including Pudding's abilities. This is absolutely impossible in Yamato's knowledge. Even if someone can defeat Kaido, it will never be possible within 10 minutes. What's more, there are so many people from the Beast Pirates, and the opponent only looks like one. Just people. Hey, who are you? Yamato shouted while looking at Xihen with a mace in his hand. Because she knew clearly that she had never met Xihen, but everything Xihen said was true. If she hadn't grown up with her, she wouldn't have known it. Because I wanted to fight Kaido with you, I was defeated by him. He eliminated me from your memory and thought I was dead. But in the past few years since I left, my strength has been greatly improved. Kaido has been defeated. At this time, Yamato had already heard the movement on Onigashima and broke out of the dungeon. What he saw was a group of Kaido's men lying on the ground. Nonsense, I don't remember you at all, Yamato said decisively after hearing this. When Yamato ran out of the dungeon, he happened to see Yuan running towards the dungeon. This will put Hiyori out of control. Okay, leave it to me, you can go ahead, Nami nodded and said. This is. Hiyori pointed at Hancock with a suspicious expression on his face. This expression clearly meant, you have a wife. After leaving the ship, Xihen was warmly entertained by everyone. Xihen originally wanted to go through the normal process. Shenyan Xihen came to see you. Xihen said to Yamato, Yamato is really big. Advertisement, you have wanted to be Kazuki Oden since you were a child, but you have been locked up by your father and haven't given you food. It was the former samurai of the Kazuki clan who gave you food, taught you writing, and let you know Kazuki Oden's logbook. There is. Xihen Balabala talked about a lot of things from Yamato's childhood. Xihen said to several people. Kaido is dead, the Beast Pirates have been wiped out, and the Kurozumi Orochi is dead. Now we just need to inform the entire Wano country to start the country. The man just now didn't even think about doing anything to him. What happened to these women? Xihen's goal is naturally to find Yamato. Be my partner, Yamato. Xihen looked at Yamato and shouted. Dead. Yamato was stunned when he heard this. Less than 10 minutes have passed since there was any movement on Onigashima. Kaido is dead? So Kaido must have deleted the memory of Xihen in his mind. So, how is Wano country doing now? Yamato ran to Xihen and asked. I grew up with you, so of course I know you, Xihen said to Yamato. But little Sadie and the others wouldn't agree. Ha, 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 I'll explain it later. After the boat got off, Xihen put Hiyori on the boat first. This is Kazuki Hiyori, please introduce each other first, I will be back soon. After some thought, Yamato confirmed the idea. Eh, you know me? Yamato was also stunned. She had definitely never seen the guy in front of her. How could he know her? Huh? Yamato opened his mouth wide when he heard this, looking like I didn't believe it. Looking for me? Where is Kaido? Yamato was stunned when he heard this, and then asked. Yamato was also shocked. Someone came to challenge Kaido? Dead. So little Sadie tied up Hiei and hung her in Xihen's room. When I got on the boat, I was almost tortured to death by Xihen. How could I let Hiyori get on the boat so comfortably? After Xihen's nonsense, Yamato had to believe it even if he didn't believe it. Chapter 131 4 Emperors become history, leaving only one emperor on the sea. Great. I'll go to the flower capital to inform everyone, Yamato said and ran towards the flower capital. She was not sad at all when her father died, she was even extremely excited. It doesn't matter whether there are ships in the port or not. Wait a minute, let's go there by boat, Xihen shouted after chasing Yamato. Ah, yes, I'm too impatient. Yamato also reacted, rubbing his head in embarrassment and said. After Xihen brought Yamato on board, everyone was no longer surprised. On the other hand, Yamato was very excited when he saw this group of beauties, especially Hancock. Awesome. Why are there so many beauties? I have never seen so many beauties in my life, Yamato shouted in surprise. It's disgusting. Why does it sound so sweet on your lips? Stacy covered her mouth and laughed. You are beautiful too, Pudding said with a blush. Tina likes this girl very much, Tina said with a blush. After all, who doesn't like to be praised for being beautiful? We must have a good communication at night, little Sadie also directly put her arm on Yamato's arm. Xihen looked at the atmosphere and nodded with satisfaction, then let the boat float and headed to the flower capital. In the capital of flowers, all of Kaido's men were dead. After all, Shihen's domineering power just now covered the whole country. Seeing Kaido's men suddenly die suddenly, the people in the flower city were also shocked. However, with the arrival of Xihen, Heihei's identity was exposed. Everyone also learned the news from Hiyori that the Beast Pirates had been destroyed. Suddenly the whole country was jubilant. In this happy atmosphere, Xihen also brought Hiyori and Yamato to have fun. Waiting until night, Xihen used the ability of the time and space fruit to return to more than 20 years ago, where he copied Mrs. Shi who had not met Kazuki Oden. Mrs. Shi's real name is Tianlong Shi. She is a woman who uses the fruit of time to constantly travel to the future, but where she comes from is unknown. Advertisement. All this will be said after Xihen and Tianlong spend a wonderful night together. A few hours later, Xihen was lying on the bed with Tianlong Shi in her arms. She was telling stories about her time. She came from 800 years ago, the 100 years she disappeared. What she knows is that 800 years ago, the world was a huge kingdom and unified, but since she can remember, no one knows what happened before. And her family is called Tianlong people. When she was 20 years old, she accidentally ate the time fruit, so she began to want to find out what happened in the 100 years that disappeared. But when she activated her fruit ability, she was stunned. This fruit can only travel to the future, not back to the past, and the time can only be 20 years. She didn't know if it was her lack of ability or some other reason, but she could only continue to travel like this. Perhaps that history can be learned from the mouths of future generations. He directly became the solitary emperor of Xihen. But I still found out a little bit about it, which are 4 groups of nouns: Joy Boy, Giant Clan, Destruction, and Repentance, Tianlong said. With the carnival in Wano country over, Xihen and others are leaving Wano country and heading to the next island. Could it be that the giant race Joy Boy destroyed the huge kingdom established by I Am thousands of years ago, was defeated by I Am, and was forced to make a confession, and then I Am could only start over to build the new world? Xihen nodded when he heard this. Judging from the confession of Joey Boy and the Forest of the Sea, combined. It sounds a bit unpleasant to say, but if you think about it carefully, it seems to fit the character of Xihen. From the sounds of it, Poseidon sounds better than Poseidon. After that, she was suddenly kidnapped by Xihen. After leaving Wano country, there were already more people on Xihen's ship. So a few years passed, and she traveled through 800 years in the past few years, but she still couldn't find the real history. Naturally, word of the occupation of Wano country also spread. In order to stabilize Runti as Brokon, Xihen directly asked Pudding to delete all Runti's memories of Peggy Wan. Advertisement. Here it is, 50/36, and I also got a lot of devil fruits. Known as the Sea Emperor. Well, as long as I can remember, There are only the celestial dragons and the world government in the world, and there are also some royal families. It is said that they are the royal family who failed to become celestial dragons, so they were arranged to live in the lower world. She held Shi in his arms. Hen nodded. Ancient pterosaur fruit, ancient brachiosaurus fruit, ancient mammoth fruit, ancient saber-toothed tiger fruit, ancient triceratops fruit, ancient spinosaurus fruit. The name of 4 emperors also disappeared in the sea for a while. Now, 4 emperors on the sea, 4 cannot survive, 4 emperors has simply become a joke. It seems that 800 years ago, perhaps the world government reorganized the world, that is, reorganized the world, destroyed the kingdom that unified the world, and established a new system. It took more than 800 years to build. It can be said that it is also so heroic. So she went to Wano country 30 years ago. Xihen was also very happy, after all, Runty's legs were really invincible.
That means you don't know anything about what happened 800 years ago. Xihen said after hearing this. In order to compensate Runty, the number of Runty's edible fruits was also modified to unlimited, and the ancient spiny-back dragon fruit was given to Runty. Needless to say, she was quite happy. Most of the devil fruits of the beast pirates are of the animal type. Apart from the animal type phantom beast fish fruits that were destroyed by Yuan, there are also. Unexpectedly, artificial devil fruits can also be reborn, but Xihen naturally destroyed them together, leaving such incomplete items useless. Xihen shook his head and asked Tianyu just to chat casually afterwards. Since she didn't know, it didn't matter. As for this ancient Spinosaurus fruit, it was the fruit of Runty's younger brother, Peggy Wan. Naturally, it was impossible for Xihen to let a man board the ship, even if he was Runty's younger brother. At this time, Hawkins and others have not yet joined Kaido, and Apu has not returned to Wano. Could it be that the giant Joyboy destroyed the world and repented afterwards? It is even possible that Joyboy was controlled by the free will of the Nika fruit, destroyed the world, was stopped by IM, made a confession, and then committed suicide, and IM started to build a new world again. Only the world government and the celestial dragons. Xihen nodded. However, this possibility is unlikely. Except for Runty and Black Maria, everyone else on Kaido's ship is basically an artificial devil fruit. Judging from the comics in his previous life, IM seems to hate Joyboy. I just heard that Wano country may know that period of history. Chapter 132 4 consecutive draws. The people who boarded the ship after that were almost all fruit ability users, and they were all women, so they were really not suitable for these animal-type devil fruits. So except for the fruit given to Runty, all the others were eaten by Xihen. Xihen is now a complete monster. At the same time, the Grand Line, a certain island. Where's the leader? Sabo took Shanks into the base camp, but Dorag was nowhere to be found. Chief, he left a few days ago. The Revolutionary Army soldier was also confused. Why did the Chief of General Staff bring a pirate to the base camp of himself and others? A few days ago, Sabo thought for a moment and realized that Dorag was hiding from him. Take out the phone bug and call Dorag. As a result, the phone bug on the table next to him rang. Following the sound, he looked over and saw that it was the phone bug used by Dorag. Sabo was also furious and had no choice. It seems that his attitude is very determined. Upon seeing this, Shanks also said, even the Revolutionary Army's path was blocked. Before I could go to see my aunt, she was already gone. There really are no allies now. If Dorag doesn't go, I'll go with you myself. Sabo put down the phone and said. I don't mean to look down on you, but you alone can't make any difference. Shanks shook his head and said helplessly. Quote. Sabo heard this and knew that Shanks was right. Even if Delog comes with him, it might not work. Damn it, even if I can bring Kara back. Sabo slapped the table and said through gritted teeth. Damn it, even if I can bring Yuta back. Shanks was also thinking in his mind. Little did they know that Yuta and Kurla had long been sisters. Return to Xihen. There are still 2 points left for Xihen's modification points and 1 point for copying. Advertisement. According to the previous plan, I naturally increased my luck points to max. Naturally, there is no need to worry about the remaining 1. The copy point will be reserved for the next person who may need to travel by himself. DD. Hidden mission. Defeat 4 emperors. Kaido, the mission has been completed, and you have received rewards. Modification points X4, lottery X4. This one was obtained after defeating Kaido, but Xihen hadn't had time to use it yet. After sending Tian Yushi out of the room, Xihen also started the lottery. I want to see what good things I can draw with my max luck value. Xihen rubbed his hands and started the lottery. With the lucky value max, Xihen didn't care which box he chose, he just counted 1 and opened it. After the box shook for a while, a white light flashed. DD. Congratulations to the host for getting Arita Slippery Fruit version, 100% copy. Close black lens bracket. Although she is a beauty, but it is still easy for people to imagine how fat she looks. Xihen frowned and said, before Xihen could do anything else, Arita appeared out of thin air in front of her. Around. Hiss. Although I still think of her previous appearance, the way she looks naked now is indeed very exciting, and her figure is really good. The outcome is also self-evident. After sending Alita away, Xihen also started the second lottery. As the box shook, there was another white light, completely following Xihen's wishes. Dee. Congratulations to host for getting Corny's 100% clone. Close black lens bracket. Following the prompt, Corny's, a little angel with small wings on the island, appeared in front of Xihen. Xihen originally thought that their wings were just decorations, but when she tried them this time, it turned out that they were actually on their bodies. Send Corny's away and start the third lottery. Dee. Congratulations to host for getting Desire 100% clone. Close black lens bracket. Desire, who is it? Xihen was also confused when he heard this. There is a beauty in One Piece that he doesn't know about. Until a beautiful girl with reddish pink hair and a little bit of a plain head appeared in front of Xihen's eyes. The first time he saw her, Xihen thought of Bato, the green-haired flying head, Luffy's little fanboy. This Desire turned out to be Bato's childhood sweetheart. Advertisement. She is the former commander of the East Daxia Sea Candy Pirates and the leader of the Silver Pirate Alliance's attack on Straw Hat and Bartolo's gang. She is a female pirate wearing a special attack suit and has a deep connection with Bartolomeo. He has a good figure and good looks, and has known Bartolomeo since childhood. After meeting Luffy, Desire used a strategy to kidnap him and Bator to Silvermine Island. Desire has red and yellow hair, a phone bug on his right ear, and likes to eat sweets. After learning that Luffy had a special liking for meat, Desire and his men fished Luffy out of the boat with large pieces of meat at night, and took Bartolomeo with them. However, he later left the pirate group under the influence of Luffy and Bator. It seemed that he was very interested in Bator, but Bator didn't notice the wood at all, and only had Luffy in his eyes. It's hard to say that she has a better figure than Alita. Naturally, it's hard to escape the clutches of Xihen. After sending Desire away, Xihen started the last draw. For the last time, I don't want to be a human being. Come on, forget it, let's just be a human being. After thinking about it for a while, there was nothing I wanted. Even if the strength is improved, it won't get anywhere. There is no need for weapons. There is also plenty of money. Since the amusement park in Heya Port started its official operation, Heya Port has been full every day, and there is no room for people on the island. Xihen is ready to go back and expand the island. There are many islands vying for cooperation. After the cooperation, you will have to pay Xihen a franchise fee and split the money. The islands you cooperate with will also receive Xihen's protection and you can plant Xihen's pirate flag, which will make you a lot of money. Xihen captured many islands in this way. It's all proactive. As the treasure box shook for a while, Xihen also began to clasp his hands and beg, let's get a really good looking one, give us a really good looking one. Dee. Congratulations to host, you got I am girl version, no memory 100% copy. Close black lens bracket. I am. Xihen was also stunned when he saw this. Before he could react, I am appeared in front of Xihen the next moment. The two looked at each other, and neither of them spoke for a while. Xihen didn't speak because he was stunned. Now when I meet Imna face to face, I realize that Imna is really a beautiful woman. She has big, watery eyes, a small cherry mouth, a straight nose, and a very exaggerated figure. Her legs are extremely slender and have very attractive lines. FK, I'll pay you. Xihen slapped her forehead. At that time, Yi Mu, she was still too impatient and angry. She was too lazy to talk nonsense, so she killed her without even seeing what Yi Mu looked like. Now it seems that I really lost my money, otherwise I would have two beautiful women now. Chapter 133 Days on the Boat. Xihen pushed Amu onto the bed suddenly, startling Amu. Xihen also let IM feel his regret all night long and didn't stop until the next morning. IM must not have the strength to get out of bed to eat. In the kitchen, two Jessicas were busy preparing everyone's breakfast. In fact, not many people could get up in the morning. Everyone only went to bed after playing until midnight. Even now, Baby 5, who is in charge of cooking, has not gotten up, and it all depends on the sense of responsibility of the two Jessicas. They both also yawned profusely. Morning. Xihen walked in and said hello, and also helped the two of them with their work. Morning, master. The two of them also replied. We can just come, it won't be much. Mature Jessica said to Xihen. How many people should we prepare for it? Xihen asked. Robin, Albia, Nami, Hiyori, Yamato, Gion, Carmel, Vivi, Kaya, Tatsuki, Tina, Ain, Khalifa, Domino, the two of us and you, the others normally I can't get up, Jessica thought for a moment and said. Yes, master, we are almost done. Another Jessica also smiled. Well, okay, Xihen nodded, and then sat down in the restaurant. As soon as he sat down, a snake ran from the door. He came to Xihen's side and rubbed Xihen's hand. Salome, you got up so early too. Hiss, Salome spat out the message and nodded. Salome, this is your breakfast. Jessica took the raw meat from the side and put it on the plate and put it on the table. Salome also ran over immediately to have breakfast. Master, please drink coffee first. Another Jessica also thoughtfully prepared coffee for Xihen. Yeah, Xihen nodded. Such a wonderful life. Advertisement. Morning, my dear. Nami rubbed her eyes and yawned as she walked in from the door, came to Xihen's side, hugged his arm, and leaned on his shoulder. Morning, Xihen said, touching Nami's head. If you're still sleepy, why don't you go back and sleep for a while? Xihen looked at Nami and said. I won't sleep anymore. Nami shook his head. I can't fall asleep when I get up. Later, everyone came in one after another and greeted each other. Jessica and the others also prepared breakfast. Everyone was eating breakfast quietly at first. Good morning, everyone. Yamato kicked open the door and walked in, shouting energetically to everyone. Even if you choose, your first choice will definitely be you. HMPH. Kurla pouted, but still told Xihen. As the commander of the Eastern Army, Sister Betty has been guarding the kingdom of Luokushiksi all year round, but the chief will not let you take away Sister Betty easily. If you want to rob Sister Betty, the chief will go to war with you directly. It seems that in the next 800 years, some changes occurred between the world government and the Tianlong people. Not long after, Yi Mu also got to know everyone under the leadership of Xihen. The moment he saw Yi Mu, Xihen didn't expect that Tianyu would blurt out and call her mother. That said, who would think that he has too many women? Xihen hugged Kurla and said with a smile. I've already killed all the celestial dragons, why are you still resisting the world government? Sorry. Upon seeing this, Yamato quickly came behind Kaya and patted her back. These two palms almost sent Kaya away. Then the task of teaching Yi Mu to speak naturally fell on Tianyu Shi. No, Kara said hurriedly. If you take action against the revolutionary army, I will also be anxious with you. Why are you targeting Sister Betty again? There are 40 people on the boat and that's not enough. Kurla looked at Xihen speechlessly and said. How do you say this? Xihen was also confused when he heard this. Dorag went to war with him over a woman. Could it be that Betty was Luffy's mother? Anyway, I don't want you to start a war, Kara said. But at this time, Yi Mu had no memory at all. She was like a newborn baby, but she was 18 years old. This was also the reason why she didn't speak when she saw Xihen. She couldn't speak yet. As soon as Yuta sang, everyone got up refreshed. Advertisement. It's different. Even if the celestial dragons are dead, as long as there are 5 elders, all countries will continue to be persecuted. Maybe the 5 elders have already selected new celestial dragons in each country. That Baccarat from the Golden City, and, Betty from the Revolutionary Army. Xihen suddenly felt that One Piece and so on were not so important, and it was quite nice to live like this with other girls. Even if they were chosen, no one would dare to take the position. Xihen heard this and said with a smile. Kaya was so frightened that she almost choked. Sister Betty is a person with the power of the inspiration fruit. Her ability is the key to overthrowing the world government. With the inspiration fruit, the people will bravely say no to the evil deeds of the world government, bravely resist the world government, and unleash the power of the masses. Kara said. Betty, which island is she on? Xihen said directly. Hee. Yamato also smiled and sat aside to eat. With Yamato joining, it was hard not to be lively on the boat. This guy was like a female version of Luffy, he was very capable of making trouble. Then Kurla was called. Although Xihen's ability can also heal everyone's injuries, and it is unlikely that anyone will be injured, with Kaya on board, there is a doctor on the ship. Occasionally, Kaya can cure minor illnesses such as colds and fevers. It turns out that Tianyushi is Yimu's daughter. Okay. Kaya also hurriedly stopped Yamato. It was fine at first, but if he continued to take pictures, he would really die. If you are hungry, you can go to the restaurant to have something to eat and wait until noon to eat together. So now Xihen's goal has been completed 50/40ths, and there are still 10 people left to go, and one of his goals has been completed. Okay, I'm just kidding. When he wants to overthrow the world government, why don't I cooperate with him and help him out? Xihen said with a smile. Damn it, why did you forget her? When we took Kurla away last time, we should have taken Betty away too. Xihen cursed secretly. Considering the deeds he had done before, no one in the world would dare to be a dragon. Besides, he would not let the 5 elders choose a new dragon. What's the matter? Kurla came to Xihen's side and asked. When it was almost noon, Yuta's singing came from outside. The first thing Yuta did when he got up was to sing at the top of his lungs. But Yi Mu obviously manages the Tianlong people. Tianyushi told herself that she is a Tianlong person. That's not easy to handle. If Dorag wants to get angry with me, I will kill him. Chapter 134 Doleg's plan. Then, where is the Luokashi kingdom? Xihen looked at Kurla and asked. In West Blue, it's still a long way from here. You can buy a record pointer to the kingdom of Rokuxi on the island of West Blue. Okay, then tell them that I'm going to West Blue and will be back soon. Xihen then touched Kurla's head and said. Oh, you must be gentle to Sister Betty. Kurla shouted. Don't worry. Xihen nodded, then spread his wings and left at an extremely fast speed. Now with the speed of Xihen Max, it won't take long to reach West Blue. Half an hour later, Xihen crossed the entire New World and the Grand Line, crossed the Red Earth continent and arrived at West Blue. As soon as he landed on a small island in West Blue, the entire island suddenly experienced strong winds. A record pointer rolled to Xihen's feet. The kingdom of Luokashi. Xihen picked up the record pointer and looked at it. The location was the kingdom of Luokashi. Luck Max is really comfortable, Xihen said with a smile, and then flew directly towards the position of the record pointer. It took only 10 minutes to arrive at the kingdom of Luokushiksi. As soon as he landed, a beautiful woman ran into Xihen's arms. Sorry. The beautiful woman raised her head and was startled when she saw it was Xihen. Xihen was also stunned. Wasn't this the Betty he was looking for? Shen Yun Xihen. Betty saw the person in front of her clearly and ran away. Dorag had already told her that when she saw Shen Yun Xihen, she would run as fast as she could. She didn't even have time to think about why the god Yun Xihen in the new world suddenly appeared in front of her. What's going on with this little girl? Xihen was also confused and stood there without moving at all. Sure enough, after running a few steps, Betty stepped on a banana peel and slid back, right into Xihen's arms. So you are planning to throw yourself into my arms? Xihen said with a smile. Please let me go. Betty was not shy and struggled in Xihen's arms. This allowed her, who didn't like wearing underwear, to see everything in front of Xihen. How could Xihen still be able to pamper her? He immediately picked him up and flew into the clouds. Advertisement. Using the ability of the thread fruit, a bed was made directly in the air, connected to the clouds. Just punish Betty on the spot. After the incident ended, Betty was even more strange. But at the same time, Xihen's phone also started ringing. As soon as Xihen answered the phone, there was a roar from the other side. Shenyan Xihen. Please let Betty go. Who else could it be besides Delog? Annoying. Xihen hung up the phone immediately. The other side soon called again, but this time there was no roar, and he said calmly, "Where is Betty?" "Chief, I'm here." Betty took the phone and said. "How are you? Are you okay?" Dorag asked. "Chief, I'm fine." Betty shook her head and said. "That's good. Where are you now?" "Go to the kingdom of Luakashi." Chief, I want to become pirates with Xihen." Betty hesitated a little and said. "Nani?" Dorag yelled. "Why? This is just the first time you've met, right?" Dorag's whole body is not well. What's going on with Xihen? Why does every woman who meets him for the first time fall head over heels for him? Although this is our first meeting, I have decided to leave my life to Xihen. "I'm sorry, Chief," Betty said. You asked Shenyan Xihen to answer the phone." Dorag was so angry that Xihen could already hear him gnashing his teeth. Moxie, Xihen said after taking the phone. "Listen to me, we really have a very important action next and we need Betty very much. You really can't take her away." Dorag said to Xihen seriously. "What action? Let's talk about it," Xihen said. Of course I can't tell you this kind of thing," Dorag said after a moment of silence. Advertisement. Maybe I can help you. Hearing what Xihen said, Dorag was silent for a long time, seeming to be thinking. After a moment, Delog spoke up. "We are planning to launch an attack on Marine headquarters in a month, completely replacing Marine, leaving the world government alone, and then overthrowing the world government and establishing a new government." When Xihen heard this, he said, "Good guy, you are trying to kill yourself. How can this be done? Then do you have enough troops? Marine has about 2 million people, right? Since the last time you wreaked havoc in Sabaody and massacred the celestial dragons, the number of Marines has dropped sharply. Many Marines have quit, and some have joined the Revolutionary Army. The total number of revolutionary soldiers now is more than 1.2 million. To be honest, it is true we only came up with this plan after the old man lost his arm, Akainu died, and Sengoku lost his combat capability." "Really? Then what are you going to do as the first step?" Xihen continued to ask. "We will send 3 military commanders, Sabo and myself, to lead 200,000 people to attack Marineland. Another 800,000 people will disperse across the countries and kill Marine on the island. Betty will lead 200,000 people to incite people to resist the world government and let the world government is overwhelmed, so Betty is very important and cannot leave with you." Quote. Dorag talked about it, and then it got around to Betty's matter. And Xihen was just inquiring about the information. Dorag didn't know at all that his battle plan had been revealed to the leader of the world government. "I'll help you contain the world government. Give me Betty," Xihen said immediately. Quote. Dorag was silent again. "I'm not negotiating terms with you. I can take Betty away if I want. I'm trying to save face for Betty and Kerr, so I'm willing to help you," Xihen said with a smile. "I understand." In the end, Dorag could only nod. "When is the specific time?" 30 days later, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we will attack Marinafando. "I got it. World government will be left to me. Don't worry, you won't see anyone from world government," Xihen said, hung up the phone, and then took Betty into the space. I turned around and called 5 elders. "Lord Xihen, please give me your instructions." 5 elders quickly answered the phone and said. 30 days later, at 4 o'clock in the morning, the Revolutionary Army will lead 200,000 people to attack Marineland. 800,000 people will be scattered on the surrounding islands to attack the Marine base. There are still 200,000 people who are not sure. Make preparations and bring the revolution to the Marine base. Let the army be completely defeated. Yes, but, with Dolig's strength, I'm afraid that Marin Fenduo's current situation cannot stop him. Chapter 135 The Intolerable Dorag. Yes, but, with Dolig's strength, I'm afraid that Marin Fenduo's current situation cannot stop him. What does the world government do to feed so many people? What kind of CP organization and Marine do you have, except for the 3 generals and the warring states Garp? Do you still need me to do something as trivial as the Revolutionary Army? Xihen said directly to 5 elders as just scolding him. The 5 old men who were scolded had no temper at all. I won't take action this time. Let that cyborg Kong stop retiring in Mary Joa and go to fight in Marineland. You can resolve this matter yourself. If it can't be resolved, you 5 old guys won't do it either. I want to live, Xihen said and hung up the phone. The 5 old men were so dumbfounded by the scolding that they didn't even react until the phone hung up. He said it easily. Our weapon is the Uranus, and it was all destroyed by him. Otherwise, how would the Revolutionary Army dare to take action? The bald 5 elders shouted. Sengoku and Garp have also been abolished now. Only Akainu is still useful, and he is dead now. The new CP0 is still being cultivated, and it's not very good now. The strength of the new General Chado is fundamentally different from that of the current general, and it is difficult for him to hold a big position. I think we should pack up and run away. Each of the 5 old men complained. Run. Where can you run? Yes, Xihen is simply a monster. Don't forget why we listened to him. Whitebeard 5 elders also sighed and said. In short, let's notify warring states first, then let Cyborg go back empty, remove the T-Dolphins, and let Zephyr take on the role of general. We still need to launch a world conscription to see if we can find capable people. How is the research progress of Seraph? I don't know. Call and ask Vegapunk. Hey, he's going to be busy again. The 5 old men were extremely worried, but Xihen was very happy. No matter what kind of fight they would have, as long as it would not hinder her, she would do anything. This battle might have been a sure win for Dorag. Advertisement. But if Xihen gives such notice and Marine prepares in advance, the situation may be different, and there is a high probability that both parties will suffer losses. At that time, only Xihen will be the most powerful force in the world. After all, there are many followers of Xihen all over the world. When Xihen becomes one piece, then Xihen will be able to open up a new world by himself. When the time comes, he will lead a happy life with his 50 little wives. Let the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and the Great Pirate era go to hell. Of course, this is based on the fact that Xihen doesn't know that world government Seraph has been successfully developed. Are you cooperating with the world government? Dorag said to Xihen. It wasn't until night that Xihen put Bonnie into the storage space and asked why it took so long. I didn't. You can't say this nonsense. I, Xihen, am quite an honest person. Quote. It seems that you really know. I'm very surprised. Who told you? Where Vegapunk's clones live, Supernova. Bonnie, right. Xihen said while looking at Bonnie with a smile. That's because Bonnie's fruit power can transform her into herself at any age. Doesn't Xihen have to try it again? So, it wasn't until night that Xihen happily took Bonnie and Betty back to the boat. After another week of happy life, Xihen and others came to the next island, Dantu Island. The whole island is full of technology, which is dazzling. Not only do they have the defensive power of the Jinlanaria clan, but they also have Kizaru's laser beam and the ability of the Shichibukai devil fruit, which can be said to be outrageous. How do you say this? Uyo. Monkey. D. Dorag, do you really think that I won't dare to attack you if Kurla and Betty are on my ship? If you apologize now, I can spare your Revolutionary Army a way out. To say that this Seraph can be said to be very outrageous, it is a copy of Shichibukai, but its strength can completely crush Shichibukai. Even Luffy, who has become the new 4 emperors, and Lucci, who seems to have the strength of the 4 emperors, join forces. No match for Seraph. You know me. Bonnie looked a little miserable at this time. He only had one small boat and no crew. Advertisement. What do you want to do? Although Bonnie didn't know what he wanted to do, his expression was definitely very bad, and he stepped back step by step. She knew completely that she couldn't be Xian's opponent. As soon as they got on the boat, Kara ran to Xian's side, eager to see Betty. What a lucky man. Xihen fell directly, startling the people on the boat and jumping up. Bonnie also had a lucky escape, but her crew were not so lucky. Although they are still capable of one move in front of Xihen, it is not that simple for Delog and the others. You guy. Dorag came up with a tone of wanting to curse. Hey, Xihen squatted on the bow of the boat and greeted her. Integrity. I almost forgot that you are a pirate, and you are really a heinous pirate. I know so much, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Xihen jumped from the side of the ship onto the deck, approaching Bonnie step by step and smiled. What's wrong? Xihen asked very calmly. Xihen. The girl saw Xihen's face clearly, and now she was even more frightened. What awaits Bonnie next is a dreamlike experience of evil and beauty. I just told you the battle plan, and you turned around and told the 5 elders. Do you want to see us lose both sides? But just after arriving on the island, Xihen received another call from Dorag. Xihen then remembered that before Blackbeard captured Ace, he seemed to have captured Bonnie first and wanted to exchange a warship with Marine, but Marine directly sent Akainu over, scaring Blackbeard away. My blind forbearance finally resulted in your behavior. Xihen, do you really think that I dare not go to war with you? Dorag said in a low voice. Xihen also grabbed Bonnie's hands, raised them above her head, and pressed her against the cabin. On Xian's side, on the way back to his own ship, he saw a ship that had just entered the New World. It was a very small ship. Xihen saw a familiar figure with pink hair on the ship. Xihen was naturally satisfied with her, but she had to go to her room to meet her. Chapter 136 Vegapunk. Quote. Dorag was also silent for a moment. He had really thought about going against Xihen, but would he be his opponent? In addition to the news that Bigmom and Kaido have been killed one after another in the past 2 days, it has only been a long time since he entered the New World. No, it should be said, a long time since he became a pirate. It's already come to this point. What is the use of being in large numbers in front of him? If Xihen is made unhappy, it is very likely that countries that have joined the Revolutionary Army will also be implicated. It definitely does more harm than good. The attack on Marinefando could only be put aside for the time being. After thinking about this, DeLog also hung up the phone. Xihen didn't care and put away the phone bug. A boatload of people arrived on the island. What's going on with this island? They are all things I have never seen before. The girls were also very excited looking at the things on the island. Of course, there are some lazy people who didn't come down. This is Egghead Island, where Vegapunk lives. Bonnie said, looking at the island. Do you know this place? Xihen looked at Bonnie and asked. When Bonnie mentioned Egghead Island, Xihen also remembered it a little bit. The comics of One Piece in the previous life seemed to have been updated to Egghead Island, and Vegapunk finally showed his face. What was unexpected was a girl. However, it was later revealed that this girl was actually an android. There were 6 such androids in total, controlled by Vegapunk's consciousness. This made Xihen have to seriously doubt whether Oda copied the 6 paths pane next door. The 6 clones are Shakia, Vegapunk's stand-in, is the leader. Lilith is obsessed with making money and works hard to fund scientific research, and she does whatever it takes to make money. Edison was mainly responsible for thinking about new inventions. Advertisement. Pythagoras was doing experiments, statistically summarizing data, and discovering new problems. Atlas is noisy and satisfies the amount of exercise of other clones. York is the body function cycle of eating, drinking, diarrhea and sleeping. Among them, Lilith is a cute girl with short hair. She wears a tight suit and has a perfect figure. Atlas is a little girl. York is also a very nice girl with long legs. Well, the purpose of my coming to New World is to find Vegapunk. Bonnie nodded. Why are you looking for him? Xihen asked. My father is the bear from the former Shichibukai. He was transformed into a cyborg by Vegapunk. He has no consciousness at all. I want him to transform his father back. Bonnie said this, looking very disappointed. Leave it to me, Xihen said, hugging Bonnie. The new ones on board are always favored, huh, little Sadie said from the side. I think you are envious. Gion said looking at little Sati. You hate it, don't say it. Little Sadie also said. Even the old, weak, women and children who don't know anything about the sea can call out Vegapunk's name. And she doesn't look very old, that is, she looks like she is 23 or 4 years old at most. At this time, Xihen remembered that Dorag and Vegapunk knew each other. Are you Alvia? Lilith suddenly saw Alvia in the crowd, and immediately ran towards Alvia with her eyes wide open. Aren't you dead? Why are you here again? Did you escape back then? Lilith asked 3 questions in a row. Who are you? At this moment, something similar to an aircraft suddenly fell in front of them. After the destruction of O'Hara, Dorag and Vegapunk went to O'Hara together. O'Hara had been destroyed at that time. It was also at that time that Dorag decided to establish a revolutionary army and overthrow the world government. Huh, you are Xihen, right? Lilith suddenly looked at Xihen and said. Everyone was shocked. So Vegapunk eventually joined the world government and spent government money on research. Advertisement. Yes, you are Vegapunk, right? Xihen also nodded and then said. However, Alvia was 18 years old at this time and did not know Vegapunk yet. Oh, do you know me? Lilith looked at Xihen and asked, also surprised. How could he know such a thing? Don't worry, there's nothing Xihen promised he can't do yet. Nami also patted Bonnie on the shoulder and said. Quote. Alvia looked troubled. She had no idea what he was talking about and could only look at Xihen. The reason is that he needs money to do research, and Dorag was very poor at the time, maybe he is still now. Alvia had already heard about O'Hara's destruction from Robin, so she could answer these 3 questions. Vegapunk, the genius scientist of the world government, is a name that everyone knows. Vegapunk and Dorag are old acquaintances with O'Hara's Dr. Clover, and Vegapunk naturally also knows Alvia. Of course, Dorag and I are good friends. He will tell me everything. Xihen started talking nonsense. I just don't know if I can think of a way to turn this artificial person into a human being and erase her original memory. He also invited Vegapunk, but Vegapunk refused. Yeah, Bonnie nodded happily. It's exactly what Xihen thought about before, Lilith. His purpose is just to do research, and he does not really want to join the world government. For Vegapunk, he can go wherever he can do research. Now Xihen says that the woman in front of him is Vegapunk. Good friend. Then why did I hear some time ago that you were going to join forces with the world government to kill the revolutionary army? Lilith smiled after hearing this. I am, but do we know each other? Alvia also looked at Lilith in confusion. Okay, why do you have so many questions? Xihen walked to Lilith and said, I have to say that this artificial body is really beautiful and has a really good figure. Really? Bonnie also looked at Xihen with excitement and asked. The hatch opened, and a cute girl with short hair and big eyes walked out. You don't recognize. Ah, this is my clone. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Lilith reacted and then said. I am Vegapunk, that's the one. You said I am. Do you remember the weird old man with the long head? This also made Xihen realize that the person who informed Delog was Vegapunk. Lilith's eyes lit up when she saw Xihen, and the girls also looked at Xihen in a tacit understanding. They knew Xihen very well, and this guy must have something on his mind again. Chapter 137 O'Hara's Secret. No, tell me, could it be you who resurrected her? Lilith looked at Allegia in the first half of the sentence, and looked at Xihen in shock in the second half. She almost forgot that Xihen had many weird abilities. Yes, Xihen didn't deny it and nodded. How did you do it? As expected, Lilith was very interested in this and looked at Xihen with excitement and asked. As a scientist, the best he could make was artificial humans, but if he could really resurrect humans, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. I can tell you, but you have to exchange information with me. Tell me and listen. Bartholomew Bear, can you still become a normal person? After hearing what Xihen said, Bonnie also ran over quickly. Theoretically, it's not possible. His brain has been transformed into a mechanical brain. The original brain has been destroyed, and his heart has become a machine. How can I put it? Everything in his body is mechanical, and it is impossible to transform back into a normal human being. Yes, Lilith thought for a while and said. Why is this? After hearing this, Bonnie also grabbed Xihen's arm tightly and gritted his teeth. Okay, I got it. Xihen nodded. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways to help you save your father. Xihen then looked at Bonnie and comforted her. Well, looking at Xihen's firm eyes, Bonnie felt relieved. So, what else do you know about O'Hara? Xihen then looked at Lilith and asked. Didn't you say exchange? You haven't told me how to resurrect people. At this time, Lilith did not speak, but a man wearing a coat and a helmet came up not far away and said. His helmet says 01, which seems to be Vegapunk's number 1 cyborg, Sakya. However, he is also suspected to be Vegapunk's body. It is speculated that Shakia is a robot, and Vegapunk's body is among them. Xihen also used his knowledge and domineering power to investigate, and found that there was indeed a little old man sitting inside the robot, who was none other than Vegapunk. His head is not as exaggerated as before, but is shaped like half an apple. My resurrection, is it comparable to your information? And it's too whimsical for you to want to exchange the fruitless information for resurrection. Xihen turned to look at Sakyamuni and said. Advertisement. So, about O'Hara. Shakia obviously thought for a moment and then spoke. When he and Dorag went to O'Hara, everything had been destroyed and Marine was gone. Dorag sent a bouquet of flowers in memory of O'Hara. Just as they were about to leave, a group of giants landed on the island. Those giants, led by Lieutenant General Marine, a giant named Soro, transported all of O'Hara's available books to Elbaf. Soro. When he heard Soro's name, Robin also ran over quickly. Isn't Savuro dead? I saw him being frozen by Aokiji with my own eyes. Aokiji and Soro are old friends. How could Aokiji really kill him, just for a formality? Shakia looked at Robin and said. No need to ask, you know she is Aldia's daughter. So, Soro now, well, he joined the red-haired pirates in Elbaf. Not many people know about it, including the fact that O'Hara's books are located in Elbaf. There are only the giants, the red-haired Shanks, and Dorag and I know, Shakia nodded. Fortunately, our target is also Elbaf. You can still meet again then, and O'Hara's books can be taken away if necessary. Xihen looked back at Robin and said. Yeah, Robin also nodded. Then, the third question is, are these artificial human clones of yours made of flesh? Xihen looked at Sakyamuni and asked. Why are you asking this? Sakyamuni was also stunned. Just out of curiosity. It's the flesh. Shakia still answered Xihen's question. That will be much more convenient. Xihen smiled, turned around, knocked Lilith unconscious and put it into the storage space. What are you doing? Shakia became anxious when he saw this. All the houses around Dantu Island flipped over and turned into weapons, pointing directly at Xihen and others. The defense looks very strong. Xihen took his time and looked at the weapons around him. He had discovered these weapons as early as when he arrived on the island. Advertisement. The power of these weapons is comparable to that of Uranus. I advise you to be wise and let Lilith go. Shakia put his hands in his pockets and looked at Xihen and said. That is definitely impossible, and you will die today. Xihen looked at Sakyamuni and said. First, you turned Bonnie's father into an android, and Bonnie is my woman now, so you have to die. Secondly, if you tipped off Dorag, causing my plan to fail, you still have to die. Then don't blame me for being rude. Shakia said, pressing the button in his pocket, and the weapons around him immediately began to charge up, as if a laser was about to attack Xihen and others. The next moment, Xihen glanced over with a laser eye, all the machines were destroyed in an instant, and the charged laser also stopped. What? How is it possible? Sakyamuni was also shocked. The materials of his weapons are all specially made and cannot be destroyed at all, even this kind of laser. Theoretically, my laser can cut the entire Earth in half. Xihen looked at Sakyamuni and said with a smile. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shakia also raised the jets from the soles of his feet and ran away. However, Xihen appeared in front of him in an instant and shot him to the ground. The mecha on his body was also torn apart by Xihen's attack, revealing the Vegapunk body inside. It turns out he's an old man, Nami said after seeing Vegapunk. That's right. Yuta also nodded and said. It's not the same as the imagined Vegapunk. I thought he would be taller, at least not so short. Hancock also looked at Vegapunk and said. You're so old, why are you messing around? Xihen also fell from the sky and looked at Vegapunk and said. The weapons on the island are enough to scare everyone in the world, but for Xihen, they are just decorations. Before Xihen could reach Vegapunk, a sword energy flew over from a distance. Xihen didn't dodge, he just stretched out his hand to block it. Turning around, he saw a white-haired child who looked very much like Hawkeye. I didn't expect that Seraph has already been made, Xihen said while looking at the little eagle eye flying towards here. Already? Do you know that I have this plan? Vegapunk captured Xihen's key words and looked at Xihen in surprise. Chapter 138 Big Event. Of course, Xihen smiled but did not explain the reason. At this time, Little Eagle Eye had already arrived in front of Xihen and slashed at Xihen with a knife. When Vegapunk saw this, he ran away. Unexpectedly, Xihen didn't dodge the attack of Little Eagle Eye at all. He stretched out his hand, and a bunch of branches appeared from under Vegapunk's feet, and sucked him to death without saying a word. Xiao Yingyan's knife struck Xihen's body and broke into two halves. At this time more seraphs came from a distance. They are Big Bear, Hancock, Doflamingo, Jinbei, Moria and Crocodile Jr. That's all the old version of Shichibukai. Originally Crocodile was supposed to be replaced by Little Blackbeard. But now Crocodile is still imprisoned in underwater prison, so a smaller version of Crocodile has also been created. Isn't that Sister Hancock? Yuta also pointed at the small version of Hancock and said. Kawaii. Perona said with a blush. Why did Nani Vegapunk build such a thing? Hancock gritted his teeth in anger when he saw his childhood self. These are built with your blood factors, and their strength can reach the 4 emperors. Don't underestimate them, Xihen said while grabbing Little Eagle Eye's head and making him unable to move. 4 emperors. Bonnie looked at Xiao Yingyan being manipulated by Xihen, with a look of disbelief. Hey, don't compare 4 emperors with Xihen. There's no comparison. Nami smiled upon seeing this. Yes. Bonnie also nodded, Xihen's strength was indeed terrifying. The old version of Shichibukai all came over to see that Vegapunk was dead, and automatically executed the order to eliminate the intruders. One after another, laser beams were sprayed out from their mouths and directed towards Xihen, regardless of Little Eagle Eye's life or death. Xihen naturally crushed Xiao Yingyan's head, and then dispersed the 6 paths laser beam with a wave of his hand. Then branches appeared under the feet of all 6 of them. When they saw this, they immediately flew up and tried to escape, but the branches grew at an extremely fast speed and entangled them in the air. Then he added armed domineering energy and smashed all the seraphs except Hancock. Seraph Hancock was tied in front of Xihen. I can't bear to lay hands on such a cute little Hancock. Xihen said looking at little Hancock. Then let me do it. Hancock ran over and said, kicking little Hancock without any reason, and immediately kicked her into rubble on the ground. Advertisement. He's your child after all. Xihen looked at Hancock and said. Quote. I don't have such a child. If I do, it will be with you. Hancock said shyly, holding Xihen's arm. Hiss. After saying this, Xihen also took a breath of cold air. It has only been about 2 months since I went to Sita now, and I have attracted more than 40 beauties. No safety measures were taken during this period. Now that I think about it, it seems that most of the people on the ship have no menstruation. Put it this way, are they all pregnant? Xihen also shuddered. There were more than 40 children at once. Who could withstand this? In the future, won't I become BIGMOM's 2nd generation? Xihen immediately used his knowledge and color to investigate. It was discovered that almost every one of them was pregnant. Except for Bonnie and Betty who just got on board. Holy shit, 40 kids. I wouldn't know if I didn't check, but I would be shocked if I checked. There were 42 women on the ship, 40 of them were pregnant. And Yi Zi, I don't know if Yi Zi is pregnant. Has the journey of becoming a king become a journey of spreading branches and leaves? What's wrong? Hancock looked at Xihen's frightened expression and thought that Xihen didn't want to have a child with her. But, it's great that I'm pregnant with Xihen's baby. Hancock said happily while stroking his belly. Making nutritious meals is much more troublesome. After all, each of them has a 100% favorable impression of Xihen. In this way, each of them actually wants to have a child with Xihen. Don't look at me like that. It's my first time to be a father, Xihen said, covering her face. Jessica also nodded. Yes, Xihen's hands are in good condition. It's true that I haven't eaten food cooked by Xihen for a long time. Guion said with a look of anticipation, thinking that she was won over by Xihen's few meals in the first place. Really or not? Advertisement. The girls seemed to be aroused by Hancock and nodded. Next I'm going to make nutritious meals for everyone, Baby 5 said. As for the rankings, don't even think about it. There are so many people and I don't even know how to rank them. I just said why my period hasn't come yet. And according to Xihen's character, he definitely wouldn't care about that. Xihen and Nami said in harmony. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Nami. What happened to these two people suddenly? What's going on? Yuta approached Nami and asked. Hey, why don't you give it a try? This guy Xihen never takes safety measures. It's only normal when you have a baby. Kaya said as a doctor. Everyone, I told you not to be too surprised. Nami raised her head and touched her belly. When you said that, I remembered that I have been retching a lot lately. Okay, now Shen Yunxian's version of 10,000 Kingdoms has appeared. Pudding said. I'm looking forward to it a bit. Jessica also nodded and smiled. Am I going to have a baby? Perona also touched her belly. I'm still a child myself. The entire Dantu Island could hear everyone's exclamations of surprise. Don't worry, leave the cooking to me from now on. Xihen naturally couldn't let baby 5 and the others keep busy while they were pregnant. Oh my god, this is so sudden. Except Bonnie and Betty. That makes sense. Vivi also nodded. Only then did I know that I was pregnant. He is naturally able to feed so many children. Really, you can also cook. Jessica looked at Xihen and said. All of you are pregnant. Everyone's reaction was surprisingly unanimous. They all touched their stomachs for the first time and looked at Xihen in shock. Yes, I thought I was separated from the 10,000 nations, but from this point of view, it seems that I have arrived in a larger 10,000 nations. Smoothie also said. Regardless of whether it was the previous life or this life, this was the first time that he became a father. Ah, Nami also exclaimed. When Hancock mentioned the child just now, Nami also explored it. Chapter 139 Spending money to buy stones. I'm only 16 years old, can I really raise this child? Vivi said, touching her belly. Yeah, I'm still very young. Shirahoshi also touched his belly and said. It's okay. Just leave the child and everything to me. Carmelo said. She is a professional in raising children. Don't secretly sell all my children. Xihen looked at Carmel and said. Disgusting. What nonsense are you talking about? Carmelite said with a blushing face. The young Carmelite was indeed very interesting. Okay, I'm just kidding. Xihen smiled. When the time comes, I will send you all to Heia Port, build a large manor there, and give birth to all the children. I will then find a large number of female workers to take care of you and the children. Looking for a large number of female workers. To take care of us or to take care of you? Nami glanced at Xihen and said. Ha ha ha, they are all the same. Xihen said with a smile, there can be a few pretty female workers. That's what he said, but if there is something really good to look at then, Xihen will naturally not let it go. Everyone was sad and happy, but the sad people felt relieved when they thought that Xihen was there. As for the due date, in fact, everyone is about the same. Except Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi is a fishman, and the birth period is much faster than that of humans. I'm afraid it won't be long before Shirahoshi gives birth to a child. There was nothing worth Shihen's attention on Dantu Island, so everyone planned to leave after filling up the record pointers here. During this period, Xihen also showed off his cooking skills. They also used the thread clone of the thread fruit and the shadow of the shadow fruit to come out to help, and the three people were busy, but it was quite easy. The girls also gave a thumbs up to show their dignity. Before we have children, can you still find Raftru? Kella asked Xihen while eating. Okay. The only thing missing now is Elbaf's piece of historical text. After finding it, the 4 pieces of historical text will be collected, and then we will be able to find Ravdru. Xihen said busily in the kitchen. Meals for more than 40 people are really difficult to prepare. Advertisement. I don't know if I can see other historical texts in the middle. Robin said. Yes. Alvia also nodded. Only by collecting all the historical texts can we know the truth of that year. How about this? I'll offer a reward of 120 million to the person who finds the historical text and gives it to me. Xihen said richly. Do you have that much money? Alvia looked at Xihen and said. You must be looking down on Xihen. Reiju smiled. Yes, the master's current assets are simply immeasurable. Baby 5 also nodded. Ah, yes, that's him. Xihen nodded. Don't worry, they don't dare. In fact, the world government has been mine for a long time. Xihen then told everyone about the whole story after the previous incident in Sabaody. In the end both of them nodded. I also saw leaves by the way. Then if we collect these historical texts now, aren't we going against you? Robin said after hearing this. Both mother and daughter nodded. They will give birth to a child soon, and then they will start raising children, and they will not have time to look for historical texts everywhere. At this time, Hayaya Port has completely turned into a giant playground, and the island is full of laughter, as if it is another world. Okay, I understand, I'll go after dinner, but where should the historical text be sent? Kurla nodded and asked. Okay, Kella nodded. Bonnie was naturally very excited when he saw the big bear, and it was a big bear of flesh and blood. However, Xihen naturally would not leave a man on the ship. After telling Dashong that he must not appear in the sight of the revolutionary army, Xihen took Dashong to Hayaya Port. One thing to say is that the technology of Vegapunk, an android, is indeed superb, and Lilith is completely a living person, not a machine. Although IM can't speak yet, he can still understand people's words and show different expressions. Advertisement. However, with such a big move, won't the world government take action? What if they attack Hayaya port? Robin asked worriedly. We will definitely be able to find the entire historical text in a very short time. Xihen also said. Leave it to Robin and Allegia to make the history of 800 years ago public to the world. That is their way of clearing O'Hara's grievances and fulfilling her dream. Xihen looked at Luo Bing. And Allegia said. Place the big bear here. Not to mention 1 or 200 million yuan, he can even afford 5 billion yuan. Nami's eyes have turned into money. Only after following Xihen did she realize that money is so easy to make. After dinner, Xihen left 2 clones to clean up the restaurant. Jessica and Baby 5 wanted to help, but Xihen persuaded them to leave. They should have a good rest if they are pregnant. Damn, I wasn't an enemy at that time. I didn't see clearly whether you were a boy or a girl, so I was scared to death. Xihen saw Yi Emu's expression and knew what she meant. Send it to Hayaya port. I'll notify Yi Zi to find someone to take it over. Xihen said. Then you just ask the 5 elders to make the truth of 800 years ago public to the world. You can also save a lot of money. Nami looked at Xihen and said. Bonnie almost fainted from crying on the spot. I.M. was also shocked when he heard this. So it would be great if we could use this method to find all the historical texts and make them public before having children. As expected by Xihen, Yi Zi was indeed pregnant. Naturally, it was the android who released Lilith, and asked Pudding to clear all of Lilith's memories, and then have fun with Lilith. It doesn't matter, the world government is just a bad chess piece, a bunch of obedient dogs, hitting wherever you tell them. Xihen smiled nonchalantly, and then sat in his seat to eat, and even picked up some food for Yuta next to him. President of World Economic News, Morgans. Stracy smiled. If all the historical texts really come together, the world government will definitely take action. After dealing with Lilith, Xihen used the ability of the time and space fruit to go back to before the Big Bear was transformed, and used the only remaining copying opportunity to 100% copy the untransformed Big Bear. Xihen's body went to the cabin and called Pudding. Luo Bing and Allegia also looked at each other, seeming to be thinking. Kara, please contact that bird that makes the newspaper. Xihen thought for a long time but couldn't think of his name. Advertisement Chapter 140 Expansion of Hayaya Port. It's been a long time since I've seen the leaves, so I naturally want to be warm. Yi Zi was also very happy to learn that she was pregnant. Hayaya Port is also in good order under her management, and she is indeed worthy of being a princess. There are also many residents who want to move to Haya Port. Although Hayaya Port is also a relatively large city, it has already been full, and now we still want people to come up, unless the island is expanded. That will cost a lot of manpower and material resources, and may also cause the amusement park to cease operations. After Yi Zi told Xihen this, Xihen also said nothing and prepared to expand Hayaya Port. Of course, instead of using other people, Xihen himself is enough. Then I'll expand this place. Xihen said while holding Yi Zi. What are you going to do? Yi Zi looked at Xihen and asked. Just watch. Xihen smiled. The two came to the rear port of Hayaya Port. Xihen had already attracted a large number of people. After all, this was Xihen's country, so Xihen was very eye-catching as soon as he landed on the island. Is that Shen Yun Xihen himself? Yeah, I didn't expect that I am so handsome. Oh my god, he's more handsome than the one on the wanted poster. What is Master Xihen doing here? As soon as Xihen appeared, there were many beauties surrounding him. It seemed that even without using modifiers, Xihen could get many beauties. Xihen didn't care what they said, and then used the power of the stone fruit to directly raise a stone several hundred kilometers from the bottom of the sea, perfectly connected with Hayaya Port. The island was immediately expanded several times. Oh my god, is that human power? It's amazing. Are you going to expand the island? So I can move up there. Very good. Who will build the house? Hurry, I can't wait. Advertisement. When the crowd saw Xihen's hand, they became commotion and shouted. Xihen's actions haven't stopped yet. He directly used Dragon Roar to control the seawater and wash the newly built island. Then he used the power of the Sensen fruit to lay a layer of wood on the road to the new and old Hayaya ports, covering the entire island. All turned into wooden floors. The newly appeared island also sprouted countless flowers, plants, and towering trees in an instant. It immediately became beautiful and directly renovated the island. Everyone was stunned. This is not over yet. Xihen built countless different houses on the island together with the useful stone fruit and the forest fruit. There are residences, villas, manors, shops, and a whole commercial street and restaurant street, and a prototype of an amusement park has also been built. I'll leave it to you to price these things. They can be rented or sold. Xihen said, looking at Yi Zi beside him. Yeah, leave it to me. Yi Zi patted his chest and said, I promise to sell it at a good price. Let's go take a look. Yes. Everyone was also preparing to rush into the newly built island, feeling that their original houses no longer smelled good. Wait a minute. Xihen stretched out his hand to stop them. Hearing Xihen's words, everyone was surprisingly unified and immediately stopped, not daring to move or even take a breath. After all, they dare not even think about being able to talk to someone like Xihen in this life. There is still a statistics to be done here. Please don't enter until you receive the notice. Xihen said while looking at everyone. Everyone also nodded. In a remote location on the newly built island, Xihen built a very large manor for himself and his daughters, occupying almost a quarter of the newly built island. What you say works, you don't know how hard it is for me to manage the entire island. Yi Zi couldn't help but click his tongue when he looked at the obedient people. Then can you arrange someone in advance to kill all the people who sent him the historical text, and then hide the historical text? Now that he has done this, no one can stop him. If we ask him to stop now, wouldn't that mean he is in trouble? Xihen also smiled and said nothing more, then gave a general overview of the newly built island. This guy also made a lot of money thanks to Xihen. When he heard that Xihen wanted to continue to cooperate with him, he naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. When everyone saw Xihen's behavior, they all said that they thought Xihen was some kind of murderous demon before, but they really didn't expect Xihen to be so good. Of course Xihen's purpose is money, let alone how much the subsequent house can be sold for. After that, Xihen met the boss who helped him manage the amusement park and asked him to run the amusement park behind him. Advertisement. 5 elders is in trouble. Everyone waits for a day. There is a bed in the room, but there is no other room. You can stay here first and make plans later. Let's do this. Xihen stretched out his hand and built 3 more 20-story buildings next to it, which were enough to house the tourists on the island. Even if they live here for a week, the rent is quite high. Everyone can disperse first. If you gather here, there will be a stampede accident. Xihen continued. After explaining the matter clearly to Yi Zi, Xihen also left Hayaya port under Yi Zi's reluctant eyes. In fact, all of this was filmed by Morgans who sent people to follow Xihen all the way. Xihen naturally knew about it a long time ago and was too lazy to care about them. He just let them watch him become the king. This kind of building is so novel. I have never seen it before. This guy is really a member of the world government himself. He should understand us. This kind of thing cannot be made public. Even if they didn't send someone to guard them, they wouldn't dare to go in. About a week, I still need some planning. Yi Zi thought for a while and said. I think you've had enough life. If you want to do this, I won't participate. Many people nodded. Should we make a call and ask him to stop? Everyone dispersed in an instant. Now he still wants to know the truth about 800 years ago. Excuse me, how long will it take? A girl raised her hand timidly and asked. Yes, within a week, I'll be sleeping on the street. Everyone knows that he is doing it to please Nico Robin on his ship. She has been looking for the historical text and wants to reveal the truth 800 years ago. When the girls are about to have children, they can live a retirement life here. Quote. What do you think? I didn't expect Master Xihen to be so kind. Okay, can I pay a deposit in cash? Because there is really no place to live here. Naturally, Xihen's purchase of the historical text was published in the newspapers at an extremely fast speed and was announced to the world. At the same time, Xihen occupied Egghead Island, and the killing of Vegapunk was also made public. Yes, I really love it. Chapter 141 Golden City. How about we just die? After all the old men put it all together, they could only sigh. The world is completely out of their control now. Cabin filling plan. 50/43. On the way back, Xihen discovered that there was a huge island moving below. Xihen could tell at a glance that it was the Golden City. That guy has a shiny appearance and a layer of gold. Anyone who sees it knows that it is the Golden City, Grand Tesoro. And the owner of this ship is Gilder Tesoro. Known as the Golden Emperor, a person with the golden fruit ability can control the expansion, contraction and deformation of gold, and controls many industries around the world. Tesoro owns 20% of the Baileys in the world, taking both black and white. Before the Dracos are extinct, he can even use the power of money to freely control the Dracos, and he can also use the power of the world government. In the underground world, he is the Golden Emperor who controls the dark world with money, and his power spreads all over the world. But if this kid was met by Xihen today, it would definitely be a disaster. What attracts Xihen is not only his money, but also Baccarat, who cannot miss anything. Xihen immediately flew towards the Golden City. When Xihen landed in the Golden City, he had to sigh. This place was indeed different from the outside world, and even more luxurious than his own Hayaya port. Not only because of the layer of gold on the hull, but also the interior decoration. Even sports cars appear in places like this. After the sunset fell, golden rain suddenly fell from the sky. That's great, even the rain is gold. Xihen has already felt that the gold has penetrated into his skin, and since Tesoro is a user with the golden fruit ability, this gold can definitely control Xihen. But Xihen didn't care. In the face of absolute power, all these were in vain. Sure enough, before Xihen walked a few steps, a white sports car appeared in front of Xihen. What got out of the car was a red-haired woman with a height of 2 meters and a powerful figure. Her bust size was definitely the largest Xihen had ever seen. Smoothie, Shirahoshi and Bing Mom the biggest. Advertisement. Hello, I am the receptionist of Golden City who specializes in serving VIPs. Are you Shen Yun Xihen? After the woman got off the car, she walked up to Xihen and said. Yes. Xihen nodded and smiled. Let me take you into the Golden City. Please get in the car. Baccarat then opened the back door of the car and said. No need, I'm much faster than this thing. Xihen appeared in front of Bakara in an instant, and before Bakara could react, Xihen knocked her out. This figure is really amazing. Xihen couldn't help it as soon as he saw it, and immediately rushed into an empty room with Bakara. Afterwards, Bakara was also temporarily taken into the space by Xihen. What's interesting is that after Xihen's max luck collided with Bakara's lucky fruit, Bakara actually sucked away all his good luck, causing Xihen a lot of trouble and being unable to enter several times. In the end, in the face of absolute power, Bakara was tied up tightly, and there was no possibility of any accidents, and then Bakara was killed. And now Xihen is naturally going to steal Tesoro's money. After all, he is 20% of Pele in the world. This guy is definitely richer than Xihen. He just wanted to buy the historical text now, so he robbed him. Before meeting Tesoro, Xihen saw another woman with lavender hair in the casino who looked very familiar. Wearing a black miniskirt with a bare chest and a pair of long legs fully exposed in front of everyone, she stood on the stage of the casino and sang for everyone. Brother, are you stupid? That's the singer from Tesoro, Karina. Stop looking, be careful, Tesoro takes care of you, ha 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 ha. A tall and thick man next to him shouted to Xihen. Xihen glanced at him, then grabbed his head. I hate it when strangers talk to me, especially men. After that, he crushed his head. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Her brains immediately flowed to the floor, and Karina seemed to be frightened, too afraid to sing. Hearing the name Karina, Xihen gradually remembered that Karina was Nami's friend, the one who worked as a thief with Nami, so why not take her back and have fun with Nami? It's Shen Yun Xihen. Sure enough, someone in the casino recognized Xihen. Advertisement. Hearing Xihen's name and seeing the blood on Xihen's hands, even a fool knew that he was here to cause trouble. They dispersed immediately. There are quite a few Marines among them. In this place, Marines and pirates want to coexist peacefully. Why is this guy here? Didn't this mess up my plan? Karina was also angry when she saw Xihen. She originally came here to lurk, to find where all Tesolo's money was kept and to steal it, and she spent a lot of effort to do this. It's good this time. Shen Yun Xihen is here, so he must be fine. Karina also immediately ran to the backstage, preparing to leave first. But Xihen appeared in front of Karina. Hey, do you know Nami? Karina was also startled by Xihen, but she calmed down and said, we know each other. I saw it in the newspaper. Nami is your crew now, right? Yes, do you want to come back with me to meet her? Xihen said with a smile. Before Karina could speak, the ground next to Karina suddenly sunk, and then a man wearing a pink suit and a gold ring appeared in front of Xihen. It was Tesoro. Shenyan Xihen, this is not your territory. If you want to take away my people, you have to ask me first. Tesoro looked at Xihen and said extremely arrogantly. I'm talking to her, what's the matter with you? Xihen said and punched Tesoro, but Xihen's fist stopped at the next moment. And his whole body turned into gold, leaving only one head. Ha 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 ha, I told you, this is not your territory. I am invincible in the Golden City. Tesoro said even more arrogantly when he saw this. When you stepped into the Golden City, my gold powder had already invaded your body. Now you can't resist me at all. Tesoro hugged Karina and said with a smile. And Karina's face also showed a hint of disgust that was not easy to detect. Why don't you hand over all the money and I'll keep your body intact? Xihen looked at Tesoro and said. Ha ha ha, are you crazy? You are under my control now. After saying that, Tesoro punched Xihen in the face. Chapter 142 Alliance reached. Ha ha ha, are you crazy? You are under my control now. After saying that, Tesoro punched Xihen in the face. But Tesoro's fist also stopped in midair, and then turned into pieces. Ah, Tesoro couldn't help shouting in pain. A very strong force also erupted from Xihen's body, which directly shattered the gold on his body and resumed his actions. Conqueror's domineering power can destroy all fruit abilities, don't you know? Xihen said looking at Tesoro who was howling in pain, and then grabbed his head. The end was just like the big man who talked to him before, his head was crushed directly. Xihen didn't need him to tell him where his money was, he had already found it. What is valuable is his golden fruit. With this fruit, wouldn't I have as much money as I want? The guests in the Golden City have already been polished off, for fear of being implicated by Xihen. The people controlled by Tesoro with gold also regained their freedom after Tesoro's death. The entire Golden City also turned into a mediocre ship, and the layer of gold on it disappeared. Xihen used his knowledge and domineering energy to look for Tesoro's golden fruit everywhere. Finally, I found the golden fruit in a fruit plate in a booth not far away. Xihen walked over and swallowed the fruit directly. Karina found the key to the treasure house from Tesoro and ran away, preparing to take all Tesoro's money. He's really more greedy than Nami. Xihen couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and came to her in the next moment. Karina directly bumped into Xihen. I'm sorry, all his money belongs to me. Xihen looked at Karina and said. How about we give it 5 to 5, no, 4 to 6, I will give you 4 and you will take 6. Karina looked at Xihen and said. How about this, I'll give you all the money and you give it to me. Xihen looked at Karina and smiled. Karina was also angry when she heard it, but she quickly calmed down and the little bird nodded sympathetically, okay. You can't be tough with this guy, you can only stabilize him like this first, and then find an opportunity to escape. Karina thought one thing on the outside and another on the inside. How could Xihen not know what Karina was thinking? Then stay here. Xihen hugged Karina and said. Advertisement. Ah, what's here? Karina was also stunned when she heard this. Didn't I tell you to give me you? Xihen said with a smile. No, it's not good here. Karina looked around and said, there are so many people here. You and I are the only ones left on this ship. Xihen said, sliding her palms on Karina's waist, and Karina trembled. I still don't like this atmosphere. Look, there's not even a bed. Karina said tremblingly. Isn't this already there? Xihen stretched out his hand, and a double bed appeared next to him. No, you don't even have a mattress. It's too hard and it will hurt. Karina looked at the bed, still struggling. Isn't this already there? Xihen used the ability of the thread fruit to weave a thick mattress directly on the spot. Karina saw that she had no choice but to turn around and run away. Xihen grabbed the back of her neck, carried her back and threw her on the bed. After everything was over, Karina suddenly became much better behaved. After that, Xihen's ship set sail directly. It seems that there is some kind of relationship, a bit hostile. Now the two finally stopped arguing and became good sisters again. You mean you are willing to join forces with me? Shanks also looked confused after receiving the call. This guy had such a firm attitude before, why did he suddenly change? Xihen also used the power of the golden gold fruit to turn the ship back to golden color, and the entire island also turned golden. This time it was really exciting. This was the real golden city. After giving all the money to Yi Zi to buy the historical text, Xihen asked Yi Zi to arrange for people to manage the former golden city and open a casino. After a quarrel between the two, Xihen learned that the two of them had stolen the treasure together and were caught by pirates. It didn't take long for him to return to his garden. When Nami and Karina met, they also exchanged pleasantries. In the Golden City, Xihen also found the eternal pointer to Elbaf. This is probably the benefit of Max luck. Secret. Xihen smiled mysteriously. The money is all there, don't worry. I thought Nami had encountered an accident. Advertisement. After doing this, he took Karina and left. You're no better than a vixen, right? Karina said unwillingly. Why are they suddenly uniting again? Shanks also asked his doubts. Karina leaves Nami and runs away. Xihen was a little confused. Are these two good sisters? However, it became clear that Karina did not run away at the beginning, but went out to find a way to distract the pirates and give Nami a chance to escape. The two came to Tesoro's treasure house together, and Xihen pocketed all the money with a wave of his hand. Elbaf is still quite a distance away from here, and during this journey, Baccarat and Karina can get acquainted with their sisters. But when she saw Nami's news in the newspaper, she was relieved and felt happy for Nami. This made Nami never forget it for a long time. The two of them were safe and sound. Later, Xihen floated the entire ship, flew back to Hayaya Port, and parked the entire ship on the side of Hayaya Port. Now this place became Xihen's property. Okay. Shanks also nodded. Of course, good sisters should share the blessings. I was directly RD by Xihen. At the same time, I didn't expect that even you couldn't escape Xihen's clutches, but it makes sense. You are a vixen. No man can escape you. Nami looked at Karina and said. When Karina came back to look for Nami, Nami was gone. This matter is more complicated. In short, just wait for me on the island. I am heading to your side. We will discuss it in detail when we meet. Dorag said. Where's the money? Why is it missing? Karina looked at Xihen and asked. Yes. Dorag nodded. Dorag took the initiative to contact Shanks, who had just returned to his ship and was about to leave. One of these two is called the Little Thief Cat, and the other is called the Vixen. They are still very famous in the Jongu. Karina was also shocked when she saw the pile of money suddenly disappearing in front of her. Shanks, I think we need to go to Elbaf as soon as possible. Beckman said after hearing this, and handed the newspaper to Shanks. Chapter 143 Killing Tianlong People Again. Shanks' expression also changed after reading the newspaper. During this period, Shen Yunxian successively occupied Cake Island and Wano country. Both of them have road signs and historical texts. I think his next target is likely to be Elbaf. Beckman said. But he shouldn't know that we have a historical text, Shanks said. It's hard to say. He also went to Dantu Island, and Vegapunk was also killed. I'm afraid Shen Yunxian already knows what happened back then. Beckman was referring to the removal of O'Hara's books to Elbaf. Vegapunk is dead. Drago was also shocked when he heard the news on the phone. It's a lie to say that he doesn't regret it, and he knows it all. It's probably because he revealed the truth about being betrayed by Xihen, and Xihen found Vegapunk who leaked the matter to him. During this time, he hid outside and didn't care about what was in the newspaper. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Yeah, Shanks also nodded. His purpose may not be the historical text, but O'Hara's books. After all, Nicole Robin is on his ship, and she will be interested in those. Beckman said. They didn't know that Whitebeard had already told Xihen about the historical text on the island. We'll wait for you in Elbaf. Shanks said to Dorag. Got it. Dorag also returned, then changed direction and headed for Elbaf. I'll go with you. Sabo also jumped on the boat and said. Okay. Shanks also nodded, and then the red-haired pirates rushed towards Elbaf at full speed. Before he had gone far, Shanks received another call from Whitebeard. Red-haired boy, I promised to join forces with you. Whitebeard said to Shanks. You, what's your reason? Shanks was confused. What happened today? He broke his leg before and no one was willing to join forces with him. Why did they take the initiative to call him today? I can't say the specific reason why I promised someone, but I know that Xihen has now gone to Elbaf with the purpose of writing your historical text. Whitebeard said. How did he know? Shanks asked. Anyway, I'm on my way to Elbaf now. You should come as soon as possible to Zou Island. My ship passed by Zou Island. There are no vital signs on it. The history of the island gone too. Advertisement. That is to say, if he gets my historical text, he can go to Loftru. Upon hearing this, Shanks became anxious. Yes. Whitebeard nodded. I know, I am on my way to Elbaf now, and Dorag from the Revolutionary Army is also here. Shanks said. I know. Whitebeard nodded and hung up the phone. The Whitebeard pirates, tens of thousands of people and several ships, moved towards Elbaf in a mighty manner. The reason why Whitebeard is willing to join forces with Shanks is because of the 5 old men. After the 5 old men put it all together, it turned out that they still didn't want to die, so they simply sold Xihen quietly. Let's just say that when Xihen appeared in Marineland and rescued Ace, including Ace's execution, it was all planned by Xihen. It was a deal with the world government. Now, the old man with white beard felt really bad about it. The 5 old men of world government were hiding behind, doing nothing and not sending anyone over. There are currently 45 people on board, and there are only 5 left to complete the cabin filling plan. Sure enough, here, not only human trafficking places, but also cages containing humans can be seen everywhere on the roadside. Finally, Xihen came to West Blue, Desai Island. Xihen used the ability of the thread fruit to control the bodyguards behind the celestial dragon, and chopped off the celestial dragon's neck with one knife. If Xihen is really killed, that would be better than anything else. If Xihen is not dead, it has nothing to do with them, and the 4 emperors of the old era can also be wiped out. It's like it has nothing to do with them. Xihen didn't know anything yet, and was having fun on the boat with the girls. After getting the golden fruit, Xihen also turned the hull of the boat into gold. It turned out that it was not only dazzling, but also ugly. It was not as good as before. Look like. The timing of Xihen's arrival was also a coincidence. Not only did he mistook Xihen for a good guy, he also sold Shanks' historical text. Then Tezola was naturally captured and taken to Mary Joa as a slave. At the same time, some changes have also taken place in modern times, and many wanted posters for unknown persons have appeared. On the wanted posters are photos of Xihen, and the reward is another 5 billion. Xihen didn't stay any longer and took Stella back to his own time. Advertisement. Just happened to encounter the scene where Stella was collared by the celestial dragon bodyguards, and Tezora was beaten on the side. At that time, Stella had been locked up in a human trafficking place, so Xihen asked passers-by where the largest human trafficking place was. Stella was also put in another cage and prepared to return to the Holy Land. I immediately contacted Shanks and wanted to make amends for this matter. But these Xihen don't care and don't care. The bodyguard's life can be said to be quite miserable. His family members were also implicated by him and were beheaded and executed. He actually dared to kill even the celestial dragons. Then Xihen also walked out, broke the cage and rescued Stella. Not much else has changed. Xihen had an idea and thought of Tezuro's ex-girlfriend, Stella. The name is still anonymous, just like Xihen's original wanted notice. The difference is that this anonymous is not a homeless person, and looks very respectable in terms of clothes. He can snatch Stella away before the celestial dragons take her back. It can be said that you are reaping the benefits of being a fisherman. Maybe it was the life of Stella and the bodyguard who chopped off the head of the celestial dragon that had changed a little. But the impact is not big. She seemed to be a very good beauty, but she was later bought by the Tianlong people. No, it's not me. It's not me. The bodyguard who killed the celestial dragon was also so frightened that he peed in fear. This was a celestial dragon. After all, Stella was bought by the Tianlong people, and it must be in the largest city. The other bodyguards around were frightened. Who are you? Stella looked at Xihen. Her head was buzzing. She didn't know such a powerful person. The newspaper has also undergone some changes. It turns out that the person who killed the celestial dragons 22 years ago was also Xihen. After many years, he killed 2 celestial dragons in succession and wiped out the entire celestial dragon clan. As soon as he said it, Xihen used the fruit of time and space to go to West Blue 22 years ago. Chapter 144 Animal Fantasy Beast Species. This time we were at sea for a full 2 weeks. I saw it, it's Elbaf. Nami shouted from the bow. Xihen and Carmelo ran out immediately. Yes, it's Elbaf. Carmelite nodded and said, I haven't seen Elbaf in a long time. Ready to go, huh? Xihen was just about to say, go to the island, when he noticed that a ship on the side was also rushing towards Elbaf at an extremely fast speed. Xihen originally thought it was Shanks, but after taking a closer look, she saw it was an icebreaker. And standing at the bow of the boat was a woman with blue hair. The Ice Witch of the Whitebeard Pirates, Wadub. Why is this guy here? Xihen was also a little confused. Everyone also saw the ship. Captain. It's Xihen's ship. Whitebay's crew also discovered Xihen's ship. After all, such a big ship is still very conspicuous. Are you here already? Whitebay also frowned. It seemed that he was the only one who rushed to Elbafu now. Captain, it's just us, why don't we evacuate first? The crew member said timidly. Whitebay is not a fool, and he will not be so stupid as to think that he can kill Xihen. He nodded immediately, and as soon as he turned his head, before he could say the words of retreat, he felt a cold wind blowing behind him, and he quickly turned back. She found that Xihen was already behind her. I was startled and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When did it come? Whitebay looked at Xihen's ship in the distance. It was at least 1,000 meters away from here. It couldn't possibly be so fast. Although the crew members were scared, they immediately picked up their weapons and aimed them at Xihen. You're going to do this to the captain. Before he could finish his words, there was a burst of blood mist. When the others saw this, they were immediately frightened. Some hurriedly hid in the cabin, and some even jumped directly into the sea. Advertisement. Whitebay also jumped back quickly and jumped from the bow of the ship. A pair of blue wings grew out of his back. When he blew the air, the entire ship was instantly frozen. Xihen's feet were also frozen, and the ice slowly spread upwards along Xihen's body. I see, that's how the title of Ice Witch came about. Xihen said, looking at the ice on his body. Whitebay is not simply a pirate captain of one of the pirate alliances under Whitebeard. She was the captain of Whitebeard's ship 30 years ago, and she was older than Marco and others. But for some unknown reason, she later broke away from Whitebeard and founded the pirate group on her own. What ability is this? Xihen looked at Whitebay and asked. At this time, the ice on Xihen's body had reached Xihen's neck, but it couldn't get up. Why can't you freeze him? Whitebay ignored Xihen. She was very nervous now and couldn't listen to what Xihen was saying. Seeing that Whitebay ignored him, Xihen directly covered his body with rock berries, melting Whitebay's ice in an instant. Why are you, members of the Whitebeard Pirates, here? Xihen asked in Whitebay's ear. Seeing this scene, Whitebay's eyes widened, but her mouth was blocked by Xihen's hand, and she could only make a sound of, ooh. It was about 2 weeks ago. Counting the time, many people should be arriving soon. Whitebay thought for a while and said. Upon seeing this, Whitebay quickly flew into the air and turned into a bird similar to a phoenix in the air. Then hail fell in Wadub, but it was still of no use. One is to wait for them to come, kill them all, and be done with it. Whitebay grabbed Xihen's arm and tried to break free, but ignored Xihen. Did that old man with white beard suddenly go crazy? After everything was over, Whitebay also obediently explained why she came here. Xihen now has 2 choices. Who is making trouble with you? Seeing that attacking from a distance was useless, Whitebay stretched out his sharp claws and rushed towards Xihen. Yeah, Whitebay nodded, and now he really became a little bird. After the 2 people walked out of the cabin, the ship had already docked, and everyone was waiting for Xihen on the deck. Advertisement. Then Xihen dragged Whitebay, who was a little sad, a little scared, and a little happy, into the cabin. Along the way, she had watched with her own eyes as the number of people on the boat changed from just the 2 of them to more than 40 people now. After returning to Xihen's ship, Xihen first called Yin and made Whitebay 24 years younger, suddenly becoming a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Don't go down there. I'll get back the historical text and I'll be back soon. In the meantime, you should be careful. People from the Whitebeard Pirates and red-haired pirates may be coming soon. I will start with them. Fighting. Xihen said to everyone. Xihen even yawned. How long ago was this? Then he walked slowly towards Wadub. The second is to take the text of history and leaving them alive. It turns out to be snow phoenix, which is the snow phoenix fruit of the animal-type fantasy beast. It is very rare. Xihen looked up at Whitebay and said. Enough trouble. Xihen looked at Whitebay and said. How come? It's useless at all. Whitebay looked at Xihen's appearance and said in surprise. That is to say, the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates are also rushing to Elbaf. Xihen looked at Whitebay and said. Xihen stood motionless, letting the blizzard hit him, but it had no effect at all. She looks much prettier now than before. Sure enough, she will change drastically as she gets older. And Xihen really didn't like a group of dog skin plasters following him every day, so he decisively chose the first one and killed them all. Whitebay flapped his wings, and in an instant a blizzard descended, heading towards Xihen. Xihen figured it out after a little calculation. Since Whitebeard would come to Elbaf, it meant that he had already contacted Shanks. The 2 must have reached cooperation again. Now Shanks is probably on his way to Dare. I don't know the specific situation. I just received the order to come to Elbaf to besiege you. I don't know the rest. This was undoubtedly a throw-in, and Xihen immediately pulled her into his arms, strangled her neck, and choked her until she couldn't breathe, and she turned back to her human appearance. Tisk tisk tisk, I really won't let anyone go. Guion said while looking at Xihen's room. But before that, we still need to get the final historical text of the road sign. It seems I have to pry your mouth open. When Xihen saw this, a smile appeared on his face, and then he flew into the air with Whitebay. Her icebreaker was also sunk by Xihen using rock berries. Chapter 145 Support from the Giants. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Yuta also felt a little complicated when he heard that he was going to fight with the red-haired pirates. Could it be that she didn't stab Shanks to death? In fact, she knew the truth through the projection phone bug. That knife was just to vent his anger for leaving him there for so many years, and he didn't really want to kill him. But this time, Xihen is probably serious. After explaining clearly to everyone, Xihen spread his wings and entered Elbafu. Xihen, don't hurt Zoro, Robin shouted to Xihen in the air. Don't worry, I know. Do you want O'Hara's books? Xihen turned around and asked. No need, we all know those things. Albia said. Okay. Xihen nodded and then left. Nami, on the other hand, took everyone to get to know Waidabe, which was considered as fulfilling the responsibility of the young mistress. Under the shadow of Shihen's knowledge, he discovered that Elbaf was more than just a piece of historical text. The red historical text on the road sign is indeed here. In addition, there are 4 ordinary historical texts. It seems that Shanks is also collecting historical texts. There are not many giants on the island anymore, including Zoro, there are only more than 20. The flag of the red-haired pirates is also planted outside the island. The historical text is protected in a cave in the center of the island. The 5 historical texts are stored in 5 different caves, and O'Hara's books are in a house in the forest, where Zoro seems to live. Xihen immediately arrived at the historical text of the road sign at an extremely fast speed. The entrance to the cave was blocked by a huge stone. Xihen kicked the stone away with one kick. The sound of rolling boulders also attracted the attention of the giants. It's the red one. Let's go. The giants had already received a call from Shanks. At this time, something happened in the history text. It must be Shen Yun Xian who came. More than 20 giants immediately moved closer to Xihen. And Xihenye successfully saw the last piece of historical text. He knew the locations of all 4 islands. Xihen couldn't help but smile, and then put the historical text into the space. Advertisement. He also already knew that the cave entrance was surrounded by giants, each of them holding weapons in their hands and looking menacing. If it weren't for Robin's instructions, Xihen would have gone out and killed them all right now. Then Xihen penetrated the wall next to him, entered the next cave, and obtained an ordinary historical text. Repeatedly, I got all the historical texts. The ground suddenly collapsed and seemed to be exactly a circle. Xihen also flew out from the ruins. As soon as he came out, a giant stick hit Xihen. Xihen stretched out his hand and caught his stick easily. He was also shocked, it was his full blow just now. It doesn't matter if it's not Zoro, right? Xihen said in his mouth. What are you talking about? The giant who attacked Xihen was also confused when he heard Xihen's words. But the next moment his arms were suddenly broken, first his right arm, then his left arm, and then his left and right legs were also cut off from the roots. It turned into a human pig and fell to the ground. Ah, it has to be said that the giant is not only big in body, but also has a loud voice. With this roar, all the birds in the forest will fly out. Asuma. Upon seeing this, the surrounding giants also rushed towards Xihen, intending to kill Xihen and avenge Asuma. You don't get stronger as you grow bigger, Xihen said as he looked at the 2 giants attacking him. Then a layer of wood appeared on his body to wrap himself around him. This layer of wood was getting bigger and bigger. When he rushed in front of Xihen, Xihen had turned into a huge wooden golem. They are even bigger than the giants. So what? One of the giants held a long knife and slashed at Xihen. Seeing this, the other giant quickly attacked with a knife together with him. Bump. As a result, the huge wooden golem grabbed both of their wrists and threw them away directly. It flew out of Elbaf and landed in the sea far away. Wei Guo. At this time, another giant slashed out with a knife, and a shockwave-like attack hit Xihen. It looks quite powerful. Boom 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 boom. Advertisement. 4 stone walls rose directly in front of Xihen, completely blocking Wei Guo, and the 4 stone walls also shattered. Wait. A huge wooden sword appeared in the hand of the giant wooden golem. It also imitated the giant just now and slashed out with a shock wave. In his shock, he was completely hit by Shihen's power, and turned into a mutilated corpse on the spot. Zabuza! Shouted the remaining giants as they saw Zabuza turned into a corpse. The opponent actually used Wei Guo, and it seemed to be much more powerful than Zabuza. Zabuza! Never again, really. You pay for Zabuza with your life. A giant jumped up high, holding a giant axe in his hand, and struck at Xihen's head. Xihen ducked sideways to protect his wooden golem from being destroyed, and then punched the giant in the stomach, giving him a chill. The giant's heart is indeed very big, flying in the air is almost as big as 4 or 5 people holding it. Xihen also directly chopped his heart into pulp with a wooden knife. Damn it! 3 more giants rushed towards Xihen. Seeing this, Xihen put on a majestic posture. Wei Guo. Xihen struck out with Wei Guo again, and the angle was perfect. With this blow, these 3 giants would probably return to the west together. God avoids. At this moment, a black slash with Conqueror's domineering aura struck, directly cutting through Xihen's majesty. The 3 giants also stopped when they saw this. Oh, Xihen was stunned, and looked up. It turned out to be Shanks, who rushed over from a short distance away. Xihen's power does not have Conqueror's domineering power, so it is naturally inferior to Shanks' divine avoidance. He came alone. It seemed that he found a fight in Elbaf and came here alone. Xihen, killing people on my territory is too much, Shanks said with a dark face as he looked at the giant wooden golem. At the same time, the red-haired pirate's ship landed on the island from the other side of the island, and many Whitebeard pirates' ships surrounded Xihen's ship, and the girls also made preparations for battle. The ship of Whitebeard's pirate group was still confronting Whitebeard and did not take action for a while. Not long after, Whitebeard also came. He was also shocked to see Whitebeard joining Xihen's pirate group. These are all perceived by Xihen through seeing and hearing color domineering. It seems that you have made adequate preparations this time, Xihen said as he slowly transformed from the giant wooden golem back to his original appearance. Shanks didn't speak, and frowned as he looked at the mess of Elbaf. The dead giant, the giant who was chopped into pigeons, the giant who died of excessive blood loss, the huge pit, and the historical text were all gone. Xihen really made a big fuss in Elbafu. I've got all 4 road signs, and I'm about to go to Raftru. Now you can be smart and avoid me. Maybe I can spare your life. Chapter 146 3 Parties. I've got all 4 road signs. We're going to Lovedru now. If you can be smart and avoid me, maybe I can spare your life. Xihen looked at Shanks and said. How many people did you kill in order to go to Ravdru? Shanks looked at Xihen and said. I am a pirate, not a virgin. I will do whatever it takes to achieve my goal. Is there any problem at all? Xihen said, looking at Shanks. But how many innocent people have you killed along the way? That time on the Sabaody Islands, there were tens of millions of people. Won't you be unable to sleep at night? Shanks looked at Xihen and said. Those people are trying to bring harm to the world, burning, killing and looting everywhere in my name. Why, those people are thanking me, but you, a pirate, are going to accuse me. Xihen couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Ravdru is not for people like you to go there. Shanks looked at Xihen and said, he belongs to a person who is truly qualified to get there. Really qualified? What a joke, you mean Luffy is the qualified person. I can crush him to death right now, but now do you think he is still qualified? Xihen said. In that case, I am here today to ask you to hand over all the historical texts. Shanks said, pulled out the sword in his hand, and rushed towards Xihen at an extremely fast speed with a single arrow. And in what he saw and heard, the next moment was a scene where he was punched into pulp. Shanks quickly retreated, but Xihen was in front of him before he knew it, and punched him in the face. It was a full blow. Shanks' arrogant words just now made Xihen angry. This punch hit Shanks in the face, and he flew out first, and then turned into powder in the air without even a drop of blood coming out. Shanks. The giants shouted in surprise when they saw this. Everyone from the red-haired pirate group came over and happened to see this scene. Jesus Bu immediately raised his gun and shot Xihen in the head. But Xihen tilted his head to avoid it, and a powerful aura broke out on him. Everyone except Zoro turned into powder in an instant. Poor Sabo didn't even say a word before he was suppressed into a bloody mist. Leaving Saburo with a confused look on his face, Xihen immediately rushed to his ship. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates had already launched an attack. More than 40 ships launched artillery attacks on the garden at the same time. Before the girls could take action, the Xihen Piao fruit controlled the air and pressed it directly towards the Whitebeard pirates. Hundreds of shells were all pushed back and hit their own ship. The shells are back. Whitebeard's subordinates couldn't help but also have some capable men, who jumped up one after another, preparing to block the cannonballs. But with the arrival of compressed air, more than 40 pirate groups under the Whitebeard pirates were crushed to pieces. Whitebeard's ship also arrived belatedly at this time. Xihen, Whitebeard, who saw this scene, directly raised his sword, jumped up through the bow of the ship, and slashed towards Xihen. Advertisement. Xihen reached out and grabbed Bybird's sword. How is that possible? Dad's attack was full of Conqueror's domineering spirit. Marco's mouth opened wide when he saw this scene. However, he immediately flew up from the boat and kicked Xihen. At this time, another bird song sounded, and Whitebeard jumped up from the garden, got in front of Marco, and kicked Marco out with a kick. Whitebeard, you guy. Marco landed on the island and looked at Whitebeard in disbelief. Sorry Marco, I am now a member of Xihen's crew. Whitebeard looked at Marco and shouted. At this time, Whitebeard and Xihen also fell to the ground, and the ground cracked with a bang. Old man, I gave you a chance before, what do you mean now? Xihen said, looking at Whitebeard. Stop talking nonsense. Bybeard shouted to Xihen with force in his hands. Don't show shame. Xihen slammed his foot on the ground, and the entire island began to crack under Xihen's feet. The next moment, the entire island was divided into 2 halves. Whitebeard was also thrown away by this force. Dad. Seeing this, Whitebeard's crew quickly jumped into the sea and fished Whitebeard out. What a terrifying power. Whitebeard said as Izo and Beasta held him on his shoulders. UB************** D. Upon seeing this, Marco rushed towards Xihen again. When Whitebeard saw this, he was about to stop him, but Xihen rushed towards Marco and grabbed his neck. Phoenix, will you die if your neck is broken? Xihen looked at Marco and immediately pinched his neck, causing the body to separate and become an incomplete corpse. Marco. Upon seeing this, Ace also jumped off the boat, his arms burning with flames, and threw him towards Xihen. Xihen didn't dodge, his body ignited with lava, and it directly swallowed Ace's flames. Big fire. Xihen stretched out his right hand, and a ball of lava directly penetrated Ace's body. When Ace fell to the ground, there was already a ferocious hole in his chest. How possible? Ace's eyes widened, looking at the wound on his chest in disbelief, and then fell to the ground. Ace, Marco, are you responsible for this? Xihen looked at Dorag coldly and said. Xihen did not dodge, and allowed the force to hit him, but he was not hurt at all. Whitebeard broke all the ice with one punch. Just as Jinbei took a breath, Shihen's laser came in front of Jinbei and cut him into sashimi. Revenge. It was you who came to trouble me, and it was your ship that attacked my ship first. Now you are talking about revenge. Xihen couldn't help but feel funny when he heard this. Xihen appeared in front of Whitebeard and kicked Beasta away with one kick. At the same time, he used the thread fruit to divide Beasta into several pieces. Nani. Dorag, who was held by Xihen, was also shocked. He looked at Xihen and then at his other self, his head buzzing. Dad, I'm afraid we are no match. Jinbei also came to the sea, beside Whitebeard, and said to Whitebeard. Advertisement. When Whitebeard saw this, he had no time to be shocked. He clenched his right fist again and punched it in the direction of Xihen, causing the space to shatter again. Ice crystals followed the sea currents and froze the entire sea surface, and Jinbei was frozen into an ice sculpture. Beasta also jumped on the shore, picked up his two swords and rushed towards Xihen. But I will definitely avenge the dead children. Absolutely. Whitebeard said viciously. Father, be careful. Beasta immediately stood in front of Whitebeard. The current hit him over his shoulder. Although Jinbei knew he was no match, he could only step up and hit Xihen with a wave of current. Then a gust of wind hit Whitebeard's body, sending them all back to the ship. The people in the Whitebeard Pirates almost went crazy when they saw this scene. Beasta. Whitebeard stretched out his hand to pull Beasta back, but the wooden thorn was already in front of Beasta. Dorag was stunned, but there was indeed a memory in his mind of Xihen grabbing his neck, and he couldn't help but touch his neck. Whitebeard blew out a breath of cold air, and the sea currents instantly condensed in the air. Isn't it too early to say this? Dorag frowned and looked at Xihen and said. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you in Rog Town. Dorag looked at Xihen and said. At this moment, a fierce hurricane blew in, and all the wood thorns in Xihen were blown away. Is it early? In the next moment, Dorag blinked and suddenly realized that he was in Rog Town, and Xihen was already holding his former Rog Town self in his hands. That was. Dorag lowered his head, feeling as if he was in a trance just now. If I crush him to death now, I won't have you anymore. Xihen looked at Dorag and said. Xihen did not dodge, and not a single bullet could hurt Xihen. Instead, Yizang suddenly broke his arms, and then his whole person became two halves. You traitor. Beasta also changed his target and rushed towards Wadub. You all can stay here today to save yourself trouble in the future. Xihen said, stretched out his hand, and countless wooden thorns appeared out of thin air and stabbed the Whitebeard in the sea. Don't come here, Beasta. Wadub shouted to Beasta. It's a joke. If you had taken action earlier, you would have died earlier, and you wouldn't have lived until now. Xihen couldn't help laughing when he heard this. The next moment, in the blink of an eye, the two of them returned to Elbaf. Shenyan Xihen, let's stop here. Dorag looked at Xihen and said. Ah, Whitebeard stood on the bow of the ship and swung the knife towards Xihen. Suddenly the space shattered, and a twisted and powerful force attacked Xihen. UB ************** D. Yi Zhang stood on the boat, took out his two guns, and kept shooting at Xihen. Dorag. Xihen looked up and saw a small boat not far away rushing towards us at an extremely fast speed. Dad, don't take action against Xihen anymore, you are no match. Whitebeard also shouted to everyone. She also didn't want to see everyone die. Chapter 147 End. Go to hell with me. Xihen also punched out, and the airflow generated directly shattered Whitebeard's attack, and hit Whitebeard's body by the way. Suddenly Whitebeard's body fell into pieces. Dad. Whitebeard wanted to stop Xihen from killing Whitebeard, but Xihen's attack was so unexpected that Whitebeard didn't even have time to speak, and Whitebeard was already torn apart. Before the Whitebeard pirates could be shocked, they found that there was no air around them. Xihen's attack was not over yet. The entire ship was blown to pieces by Xihen's punch just now. The Whitebeard pirates also suffered numerous casualties. Others in the sea could not escape Xihen's clutches. Stone thorns suddenly appeared under the sea and pierced each of their chests. Perhaps Dorag couldn't stand it any longer, so he also took action against Xihen. Countless wind blades swept towards Xihen, preventing Xihen from continuing to take action against the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. Xihen stretched out his hand, and countless trees rose from the bottom of the sea, blocking all the wind blades and preventing Dorag's ability from functioning. Then countless tree trunks rushed towards Dorag. Dorag immediately activated his ability and cut down all the trees. Xihen also frowned when he saw this, and then waved his hand, and the invisible thread hit Dorag's shoulder. Dorag's insight color also noticed Xihen's attack, and immediately used the armed color hockey to defend his whole body. But even though Dorag had used his armor to defend himself, Xihen's attack still severed his arm. Well, as his arm fell off, Dorag couldn't help but howl in pain and covered his bleeding arm. Go to hell. Xihen raised his hand again, about to kill Delog. Xihen, no. Kurla shouted to Xihen on the boat. Don't kill the leader, Xihen. There are still many countries below that need the management of the revolutionary army. If the leader dies, those innocent people may also suffer unreasonable disasters. Betty also shouted to Xihen. Hearing this, Xihen also stopped. For the sake of Kurla and Betty, get out of here. Xihen put away his hand and said to Dorag. Dorag also looked at Kurla and Betty, his eyes were very complicated. In the end, Delog held his broken arm, a gust of wind blew by, and Dolig's boat also left with the wind. The few crew members with Whitebeard still alive also quickly escaped along the sea. The 4 pieces of historical texts have been collected, and we can go to Lavdru. Xihen then changed his face and looked at the girls with a smile. Everyone also got off the boat one after another and came to Elbaf's island. Xihen took out 4 pieces of historical text on road signs. The 4 islands are Beehive, Elbaf, Allegia, and Windmill Village. When she saw Windmill Village, Xihen was a little confused. Advertisement. No wonder Shanks appeared in Windmill Village back then, stayed there for such a long time, and even went to Allegia. It turned out to be because of the guidance of the historical text of the road sign. It seems that Shanks has also been looking for Raftroo all these years. I have been to all 4 islands except the Beehive. As long as I determine the location of the Beehive, I can find the location of Raftroo. Dee. Defeat Shanks, the task has been completed, and the reward will be X for modification points and X for lottery. Dee. Defeated Edward Newgate, the mission has been completed, and the reward is X for modification points, and X for lottery. At this time, the sound of the modifier sounded, but these things were of no use to Xihen. Only the lottery might be able to draw some women for Xihen to fill up the cabin. Xihen's mind turned and something suddenly occurred to him. Change Raftroo's position to be in front of me. The next moment, an island suddenly appeared in front of Xihen and others, which shocked all the girls. Damn, that's great. If I had known this, I would have never sailed the sea. Xihen said, looking at the island in front of him. This island is not big, less than half of Elbafu. It is also covered with lush jungles, various flowers and weeds, and it looks like a completely isolated island. What is going on? Nami said, looking at the island that suddenly appeared in front of him. Why did an island appear suddenly? It scared me to death. Perona was so frightened that she jumped up. This is Raftroo, Xihen said to everyone while looking at the island. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect that Raftroo would appear in front of them like this. Why is this? How did you get the island? Gion looked at Xihen and asked. Yeah, is it your secret again? Nami also looked at Xihen and asked. Let's go up and have a look. Xihen said and walked into the island first without answering their questions. The girls quickly followed after seeing this. After passing through dense jungles, everyone finally arrived at the center of Ravdru, where 4 historical texts were stacked back to back. Robin and Albia's eyes also lit up after seeing it. This thing is the most precious treasure to them. Including these 4 pieces of historical text, as well as the historical text obtained in Elbaf, and in addition to the 4 pieces of historical text on road signs, Xihen now has a total of 16 pieces of historical text, and there are still 13 pieces of historical text scattered everywhere. Unexpectedly, it was more difficult to find the entire historical text than to find Raftroo. Modify the positions of all historical texts in front of me. Xihen then used the modifier and placed all the historical texts here. 29 pieces of historical texts were neatly arranged, which shocked everyone. However, they had already seen an island appearing in front of them, so they were not too shocked when all the historical texts appeared, and they did not ask any questions. In addition to these historical texts, Xihen also began to search for the legendary secret treasure. Finally, a great secret treasure was discovered in a cave behind the island. Unexpectedly, the so-called great secret treasure is actually. After Xihen and others left Lavdru, Luobing and Olvera had compiled all the historical texts. The historical text records that this world was originally a huge kingdom, all the islands were connected to the Red Earth continent, and the whole world was unified. Advertisement. In order to take the world into its own hands, the world government led by IM released poisonous gases in an attempt to wipe out human beings all over the world. Who would have thought that some people would be immune to the poison? And some people's bodies mutated and turned into giants or fish men. Many animals also turned into human forms, which later became the Fur tribe. Seeing that the situation was developing more and more wrong, IM started another plan. Bewitched to eat the Renren fruit, the phantom beast species, Joyboy in the form of Nika, split the entire world from the Red Earth continent, divided it into 4, and formed the 4 seas. Cause the world to be destroyed and the kingdom to be shattered. Then IM led the world government to come forward, defeated Joyboy, became the savior, and became the new leader of the world. Then he founded the human superior, Tianlong people. From then on, the whole world was in peace and suffered. All the bullying from Tianlong people. At that time, Joyboy also figured out Yim's intention in the middle, so he began to resist Yim and the world government. In the end, he was defeated by Yim and others, and fled into the Fishman Island, leaving a letter of apology. In addition, there are many crimes of world government listed. After 800 years of upgrading, the world began to operate normally. It was not until One Piece Gal D. Roger appeared that everyone knew that there was such a thing as a historical text in the world, and the Great Pirate Age began, and O'Hara also he began to study the text of the historical text in an attempt to uncover the truth 800 years ago. The island was eventually destroyed by the world government. Everything was still operating as usual. However, in the era of great pirates started by Roger, there were so many pirates that they could not catch them all. They had to establish the Marine Agency and start arresting pirates all over the world. The oppression of the Celestial Dragons continued until Xihen appeared and wiped out the Celestial Dragons. As the truth hidden 800 years ago is also revealed to the public. The whole world suddenly became chaotic, and the people spontaneously overthrew the current world government and marine institutions. The five elders colluded with Whitebeard and tried to get Shanks to join forces with Whitebeard to deal with Xihen. It was also revealed that Xihen was tortured. To reunite the four seas, Xihen destroyed the entire Red Earth continent, and used the power of the stone fruit to lift up the stones on the seabed, connecting all the islands together to reunite the four seas, and the Fishman Island was also destroyed by Xihen. It was brought to the surface of the sea and became a huge kingdom again. Xihen was naturally revered as a king, and the royal capital was naturally Hyaya port. Through the lottery, Xihen also got the last three beauties: Peacock, the granddaughter of the former Marine Lieutenant General Crane, Skylark who was formerly under Marine Garp, and Miss Orb, a female pirate who was once imprisoned in the deep-sea Great Prison. A year later, Xihen's children were also born. There were more than 50 children at once. Hancock gave birth to twins, and some people also gave birth to twins. Under the leadership of Xihen, the era of pirates has completely ended, and Luffy's dream of One Piece has come to an end. The world developed rapidly under the leadership of Xihen. Within a few years, it entered a mechanized era. After a few years, the world became more and more like the modern world. Living in such a world, the people are naturally very happy and respect Xihen more and more. Since there is no way to return to the previous world, Xihen's choice is to create the current world into what it will be in the future. I can still be happy with 50 little wives. Of course, from the time they were 5 months pregnant to half a year after giving birth to the child, Xihen could no longer get close to them. So naturally there are more and more women around me. When the children grew up, they discovered that their mother and father had not aged at all. Moreover, it is even more difficult for them to see Xihen. He is busy with his own happiness every day. The whole world is completely left to Nami and others to manage.